after establishing an alliance with Wulfstan. Ragnar pursued the remnants of the West Saxon forces that remained within the industrial districts of Nottingham. It took him a span of 2 weeks to thoroughly restructure the West Saxon remnants before he was complete with his acquisition of the region. During this time, General Bjorn had engaged in various small-scale mergers against the West Saxon forces, who until now had occupied the county of Leicester. Much like in Nottingham, the West Saxons were quickly liquidated. However, since Nottingham was cut off, they had nowhere to retreat. The West Saxons' only option was to hide behind the stone walls of the central castle in the region, which was Leicester Castle. Thus Bjorn had pursued them and was now in the position of setting up a siege camp outside of the city. Much like Ragnar had done during the Battle of Sandwich, a trench line that was supported with barbed wire and sandbags surrounded the encampment. The 70 steam cannons were placed within them and continued to batter several critical sections of the large stone walls. 70 high-explosive shells pounded the stone walls of Leicester Castle every minute, rapidly deteriorating their structural integrity. At the current rate of fire, it would be less than 24 hours before the walls crumbled, leaving the defending West Saxons open to the repeating crossbow fire of the Directorate forces. Thus Bjorn was watching from afar as the stone walls were chipped at one shell at a time. The Directorate contractors stayed in the trenches, providing them with superior protection as they waited for the enemy walls to crumble down. Minute after minute, hour after hour, the repeated shelling of the castle echoed in the distance, and the soldiers observed the sight of stones splitting apart from the walls in and outside of the city. Bjorn was enjoying a cup of coffee in his command bunker when he finally heard the loud crumbling of the walls. As such, he quickly finished his serving before placing his helmet on his head and entering the fray. Outside of the city, with the walls having crumbled in 6 major sections on all sides of the town, the Directorate and their allies had marched over the trench line and into the battle as they began to chant their corporate motto, which echoed through the air. Efficiency is victory. Efficiency is victory. Efficiency is victory. The Directorate army shouted the phrase repeatedly as if they were in a shareholder meeting. Even Thane Leofric's militia began to join in after a while. The sight of roughly 25,000 men outside the city walls, chanting the motto in unison, frightened the West Saxon defenders to the core. However, they knew now that there was no severance package. They either defended the castle or were terminated. In the process, those were their only 2 options. As such, the battle had begun, and the Directorate unleashed crossbow fire on the defending lines that stood at the gaps in between the city walls. After a few volleys, the Directorate fixed their boarding pikes and allowed Leofric's forces to charge into the fray. For now, the Directorate would have to focus on the defenders atop the ramparts. The siege quickly became chaotic as the Directorate army forced their way into the gaps of the city walls and over the mail-clad corpses of the men who had fallen victim to the crossbow fire. Medieval forces clashed among each other as the Directorate contractors valiantly fought to reclaim the city of Leicester from the West Saxon occupiers. Bjorn gazed from afar with his spyglass as he saw Leofric's heavy infantry act as the vanguard. The courageous men pushed their way into the fray and began to use their axes and swords to slash and hack at their foes in a gruesome display of violence. Thane Leofric personally led the charge, wielding a Danish axe in his hand, which he used to smash against the shield of a nearby opponent. The deadly blow splintered the wood beneath it and fractured the opponent's arm, leaving him incapacitated on the spot. On the other side of the city was Captain Rolf, who wielded a saber. The 2 commanders valiantly led their forces into battle from opposite directions as they cut away at the West Saxon points dwelled within the city. Rolf parried an oncoming spear thrust before adeptly counter-attacking with a slash through the opponent's gambeson, piercing the man's chest and ending his contract. The chaotic scene of the ongoing siege was caught by Bjorn's spyglass, who grinned at the sight. Soon enough, the quarterly report would look excellent. As for the Directorate forces, they managed to stay back from the front lines and repeatedly fired their shots towards the enemies in the ramparts above whenever an opportunity presented itself. Any West Saxon who was foolish enough to poke his head over the crenellations was quickly pinned down. Eventually, the West Saxons were overwhelmed by the onslaught and pushed further and further into the city. The Directorate had now secured the gates of the city, as well as the walls beside them. With that in mind, Bjorn ordered the Directorate heavy infantry to barge into the city. Now was the time for the pike squares and grenadiers to shine. As such, the Directorate infantry rushed into the city, forming defensive squares, and firing upon the fleeing West Saxons who desperately dashed to the keep in hope of some kind of reinforcement. The volleys rapidly shot down the West Saxon soldiers, and their bodies were cast aside in the street, bleeding out onto the cobblestones. Bjorn had personally entered the fray, marching into the city like a conquering regional manager. The veteran general had an aura of authority around him that was second only to Ragnar's. Yet the director was not present at this battle, and thus it was Bjorn's efficiency that carried the Directorate forces to victory. As the West Saxons fled closer and closer to the keep, they were finally surrounded by the Directorate on all sides. If the Directorate desired, they could unleash a volley from 360 degrees and liquidate the enemy. However, Bjorn smelled a chance for asset recovery and quickly ordered his troops as he entered the scene. "Hold your fire, hold your fire." Seeing that the Directorate had held their position but could slaughter them at any moment, the West Saxon commander called out to the man who had given the orders. "Are you the leader of this company?" Bjorn merely nodded at the commander as he held his pneumatic hammer within his hand. "I advise you to accept the merger. It would be inefficient to lose any more of your men in this vain struggle of yours." The enemy commander merely opened up the visor of his helmet and spat on the ground. "You are nothing more than a minion of Ragnar the Ruthless. That makes you a servant of greed." Hearing these words, Bjorn frowned. It would appear that the enemy commander was a traditionalist who took his orders from the king. King Ethelwulf had declared that anyone who surrenders to a Viking corporation shall be deemed a traitor to the crown. To a true loyalist like the enemy commander, he would rather die than risk his honor by surrendering to those he perceived to be soulless capitalists. Seeing that the man was not going to sign the paperwork, Bjorn merely sighed before giving a dreadful order to his soldiers who had gathered around the West Saxons with their crossbows pointed in the direction. Liquidation. With that, a volley was fired from all angles, shredding apart the remaining West Saxon troops. Not a single member of the defending army had survived the siege. Seeing such pointless waste of human resources, Bjorn could not prevent himself from complaining. "Inefficient fool, I hope you enjoy unemployment in the afterlife for leading your men to such a poor investment." As for Leofric, who witnessed the ruthless execution of the surviving West Saxons, he felt no pity. These men had invaded his lands and disrupted the local economy. Liquidation was well deserved in his eyes. Leofric approached Bjorn and clasped the man on the shoulder. "You gave them an offer, that is all that matters. They got off lightly for what they have done to these markets." Bjorn merely shrugged the comforting hand aside as he looked into the sky and off into the direction of Tamworth. He knew that after Leicester had been reclaimed, Tamworth would be Ragnar's next target. Soon enough, the audit would be brought against the capital of Mercia. As for how it was handled, Bjorn could only guess what Ragnar would do to King Ethelwulf after he bought him out. The siege of Leicester was over, and the southern rail lines, for the most part, were secured. Several weeks had passed since the beginning of their campaign, and many contracts were terminated, precisely that of the West Saxons. Now Bjorn would leave behind a security detail to control these lands and march into Derby, where he would march through the safety of its grounds and into the heart of Mercia. As for Ragnar, he and his massive army would march on Nottingham Castle and rout out King Ethelwulf and end his mismanagement of the Midlands once and for all. During Ragnar and Bjorn's dual restructuring of the West Saxon assets in the Midlands, Jida had set Ragnar's Department of Human Resources to task with aggressive negotiation tactics once more. At the moment, the same young female HR specialist who had facilitated the defection of Thane Leofric was currently operating within the city of Tamworth, the capital of Mercia. She was just one of Jida's many auditors stationed within the enemy's headquarters. She had recently received a coded telegraph that claimed Ragnar had been successful in his acquisition of Nottingham and would soon be marching his massive security force into the heart of Mercia, and by extension, the city of Tamworth. As such, she had been tasked by Jida to prepare the severance packages for the current management. At the moment, the young and efficient specialist was clutching onto the concealed device in her pocket, which was a pocket ballista. The device could fire 5 bolts in a short period and would be instrumental to her performance review. The woman was currently dressed as a scullery maid, with her corporate insignia hidden beneath a rough woolen shawl. She wore a hood over her head and had rubbed soot on her face to blend in with the castle staff. Her task was a simple liquidation, Since the successful defense of Tamworth's outer walls, King Ethelwulf had returned to Wessex to secure more loans from the Franks. In doing so, he had left a promising ealdorman in his stead. She was targeting his lead administrator, who at the moment was taking a walk through the market square. As she approached the man from afar, she began to overhear the ealdorman conversing with a Swiss mercenary captain. Thane Leofric has been cleared of all suspicion. Impossible. It has been revealed that Director Ragnar of the Iron Empire had smuggled the coal heir into his territory. The foolish child has declared himself the rightful guildmaster of Nottingham and has placed Ragnar as his sole trustee. The ealdorman talked to the mercenary, who immediately scoffed as he heard such news and proudly declared his opinion. Director Ragnar. Ragnar the Ruthless, as the peasants call him. The merchants refer to him as the Iron Father or the Great Auditor. He has many brands. One thing is sure, he remains undefeated in the market and has a large payroll at his back. Out of all the men sent to Nottingham, only a handful of huscarls returned from the region employed. They say he alone has a workforce of 30,000 contractors at his back. You are renowned for being an able administrator. Tell me how this is fiscally possible. The ealdorman sighed heavily before revealing his thoughts on the matter. It was something that he had calculated a great deal as the merger continued to wage. Ragnar had roughly 15,000 contractors in his security force when we first defaulted on the coal shipments. This is not including the garrisons that he has fortified with hundreds of men each. In a few months, he has recruited an extra 15,000, doubling his payroll. He has a significant amount of capital and market-defying industrial capabilities. As such, he can outfit every one of those men with standardized benefits. On top of this, his forces utilize some revolutionary form of steam cannon, of which no surviving blueprints have been recovered. As such, we don't know how they function or how cost-effective they are. By equipping his soldiers entirely with these machines, he must have created a revolutionary set of bylaws for them to work correctly. Thus, there is no natural way of knowing how to litigate against them without trial and error. It is no wonder he continues to thwart our best efforts to stop his acquisition. If the rumors are true about the assets his company possesses, then breaching the contract was a mistake. In my humble opinion, we should retreat to Wessex until we can learn how to counter the advanced technology and corporate strategy he uses in his army. Yet His Majesty King Ethelwulf is determined to hold onto this toxic asset. Thus we have no choice but to defend it with our lives. The ealdorman was greatly troubled by Ragnar's rapid consolidation of the Midlands. He had acquired critical areas and was now marching on the capital. As for the most southern shires of Mercia, the West Saxons had yet to make much progress in their defense and had forced their troops to withdraw towards Tamworth to face off against Ragnar's hostile bid with their full liquidity. The female specialist pretended like she was inspecting a barrel of apples and listened intently to the conversation. If she could terminate this ealdorman, the West Saxon administration in Tamworth would greatly suffer, and the restructuring of the region would be significantly expedited. Thus she continued to act normal as the two men carried on their conversation, with the mercenary captain stating his opinions on the matter. We can't withdraw, but we also do not have enough gold to pay the men to defend Derby. If I were you, I would liquidate the assets in the north and focus on defending Tamworth. Hopefully, with these walls as our collateral, we can negotiate a better severance. The ealdorman, however, sighed and shook his head. The longer Ragnar's subsidiaries are split, the better chance we have to defend our monopoly. If the other 25,000 contractors from his forces and that of his partners regroup with him, we will be facing a workforce of roughly 45,000 men. By then, we will have no chance to defend the city. We will make our final stand here in Tamworth. And if we fail, well then hopefully, Ethelwulf can learn from our bankruptcy and use the knowledge gained from this crash to further defend against Ragnar and his lawyers in the future. The two men sighed in defeat, fully realizing that they were not able to fulfill the quotas they were given. If the opportunity presented itself, they would gladly sign a non-compete clause and be ransomed back to Wessex. For now, all they could do was wait for Ragnar's audit and prepare to the best of their ability. Unfortunately for the two administrators, there was an auditor in the midst, and they had no idea that their conversation was being recorded for quality assurance purposes. The female specialist no longer desired to hear the conversation as it began to shift to complaints about the pension plan. As such, She checked her pocket ballista to make sure the torsion springs were tensioned correctly and drew the safety back before approaching the two men. Before they had time to react, the spy pulled the device out of her apron, pointed it square at the ealdorman and the captain's chests, and triggered the release mechanism. Two steel bolts flew silently into their doublets. They could not even withdraw their swords before their contracts had been terminated by the high-velocity projectiles. Now that the thwack of the bolts was overheard by a passing merchant, the woman fled into the alleyway, leaving the two men to bleed out on the cobblestones with a look of shock in their eyes. Until now, they had no idea that Ragnar still had HR reps in the city. The last thoughts on the ealdorman's mind as his consciousness faded into the eternal void was one of deep regret. Though it was brief, he had finally witnessed the efficiency of one of Ragnar's prototypes. Unfortunately, he would be dead before he could report the R&D data to King Ethelwulf, and as such, professional shame was the only thing he felt right before he retired permanently. As for the specialist, she swiftly left the scene, where she ditched the shawl and changed her attire into something more professional. Not a single soul expected a scullery maid was the one who had liquidated the ealdorman, and thus she was spared the pain of relocating once more. Instead, she would continue in her efforts to disrupt the West Saxon supply chain in the coming days as Ragnar slowly approached the capital of Mercia. For now, she wrote a coded report and sent it off with a carrier pigeon, where it would travel to City Titan and inform Jida that the restructuring was a success. The ealdorman and his security consultant were dead, leaving Tamworth in a management vacuum. At the moment, the various West Saxon middle managers within the city would now be preoccupied with fighting among themselves for a position of control. With this one action, this spy had brought down the stability of the West Saxon defense in Tamworth. Whoever succeeded the ealdorman in taking command would surely not be as promising a talent, and as such, would most likely ruin the quarterly defense strategy, allowing Ragnar an easier time in acquiring the capital. As for the towns, mines, and railheads in southern Mercia, they too were undergoing events of sabotage, which greatly infuriated the West Saxon soldiers occupying the regions and lowered their morale. Ragnar had long used his HR department as both an offensive weapon and a defensive shield. His ruthlessness in targeting key personnel for early retirement and the sabotage of critical infrastructure was one of his ways of claiming a market advantage over his competitors. Unfortunately for them, Mercia had long since been trapped in his web of corporate intrigue. Thus, he was always in a position of majority shareholder during his campaign. This massive advantage was all thanks to the efforts of Jida, for if Ragnar had to micromanage his HR department himself, it would not nearly be this efficient. While Ragnar was preparing to liquidate the West Saxon holdings in Nottingham and march on the castle, Jida was back in City Titan managing the corporate headquarters, including herself, Magnus, and Elfrida. She was also keeping a close eye on Eadwig, who had begun to act out. The longer the hostile takeover went on, the more impatient the boy became. At the moment, Eadwig, Elfrida, and Jida were sitting at the mahogany dining table in the governor's mansion, enjoying a breakfast of imported pastries and strong coffee. As an act of disrespect to Ragnar and to assert his authority as figurehead while the director was away, Eadwig sat in Ragnar's high-backed leather chair at the head of the table, which caused Jida to lash out at the youth instantly. "Mr. Eadwig, that seat is reserved for the chairman of the board and belongs to the director of the Iron Empire. Should show some respect to corporate hierarchy and sit elsewhere." Despite Jida's protests, Eadwig responded with a sharp tongue as he verbally attacked Jida in an attempt to assert dominance. "If this high seat is reserved for the director, then the bench you warm should be for the Horde Master. Tell me, are you the Gold Warden of the Iron Realm, or are you merely the jarls?" Cupbearer, at this point, Jida was outright furious at Eadwig's behavior. She stood up from her seat, smoothed her silk dress, and walked over to him before slapping him across the face with a precise, calculated motion. The moment she did so, Eadwig stared at her in disbelief before attempting to file a grievance. "What do you think you are, however?" Before he could finish his statement, Jida had slapped him once again. The moment she did so, Eadwig rose from his seat with his fists curled and yelled at Jida. "I am the Guildmaster." The blonde-haired beauty with the demeanor of a shark merely smirked smugly at Eadwig before chastising him. "Then act like an executive." This statement irritated Eadwig's nerves, and he raised his hand in an attempt to strike Jida for her actions, yet there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, A gauntleted hand latched a hold of Edwig's arm, preventing him from swinging his fist. The boy quickly looked over and noticed a tall and imposing figure glaring at him through the visor of a Mark Roman III helmet. The man had a repeating crossbow slung around his shoulder and wore the full iron guard armor set blackened steel plates with the gear logo emblazoned on the chest. He was one of Ragnar's elite security detail and was tasked with protecting the director's assets from any potential liability. Thus, the moment Edwig took an aggressive stance, the guard acted and approached the young guildmaster before he could pounce on the woman. The boy, who would be figurehead, nearly wet his breeches when he gazed into the cold steel of the helmet, the guard tightly clenching onto his wrist. The guard spoke in a mechanically distorted voice as he began to lecture the boy. "Sir, the CFO is correct. That seat belongs to Director Ragnar, and you would do well to remember the terms of your trusteeship." After being lectured so thoroughly by the intimidating guard, Edwig lowered his head and clicked his tongue before leaving the table and storming off to the guest quarters he was provided. After he was out of earshot, the guard looked over to Jida and fulfilled his duty by inquiring about her condition. "Are you unharmed, ma'am?" Jida smiled gracefully and nodded before responding to the contractor who had come to her. "Aid, yes, thank you for your efficiency." The guard saluted respectfully to Jida. "Efficiency is victory." With that said, he returned to his post and began to watch over Jida and Elfrida as they continued their meal. Edwig would have to go hungry for the time being. Edwig ran off to his room, and on the way there, he walked past a door that had 2 armed guards in front of it. Many rooms in this mansion were restricted access to the boy guildmaster, as Ragnar did not want him messing around with the R&D prototypes. This room in particular was the nursery, where the toddler Magnus was protected around the clock by Ragnar's most loyal contractors. Thinking about Ragnar and Jida's heir, Edwig muttered under his breath, "This Viking upstart has the gall to treat me like an intern. If I were in charge, I would liquidate them all." Though he said it quietly, his words did not go unnoticed by the guards. They took note of Edwig's discontent. Such hostility towards the board of directors needed to be taken seriously, and they would later file a report on Edwig's outburst to the head of security when they were relieved later in the day. As for Edwig, he returned to his room for a while, though eventually he left the confines of his quarters and entered the great hall, where he gazed from afar at Jida and a Caliphate merchant discussing logistics with one another. It was not Vizier al-Hakam who had arrived this time, but a logistics coordinator under his employ who represented his interests in Ragnar's current steel shipments. This man was named Yusuf, and he was responsible for making sure the plating arrived in Cordoba within the agreed fiscal quarter. Thus, he was accepting the invoice from Jida, whose clerks carried a large ledger out for him to inspect. Yusuf made small talk with Jida as his scribes, inspected the supplied figures to ensure that they reached the formal agreement. "Tell the director that the Vizier looks forward to diversifying our portfolio with the Iron Empire after he returns from this merger. The Caliphate greatly values its strategic partnership with the Directorate." Jida smiled gratefully at Yusuf's compliments before responding on her own. "I will be sure to forward the memo." However, shortly after saying that, Edwig approached the scene and interrupted, resulting in Jida's menacing glare. "Why wait for Ragnar to return? I am the Guildmaster of Nottingham. If you want to discuss steel futures, you can do it with me." Yusuf looked over at the boy and closely observed him, before coming to a decision. Quickly snubbed Edwig and returned his attention to Jida. "As I was saying, the Vizier greatly appreciates the synergy between Titan and Cordoba. Your director should visit the Great Mosque when his schedule clears." Outraged that he had been overlooked, Edwig quickly revealed Jida's status in the household in a fit of fury. Surely this would embarrass the woman, he thought to himself before speaking his piece. Jida is not Ragnar's wife, she is merely his partner. She does not hold such a valuable position, and you should not be conducting business with a woman of her status. Yusuf was shocked by this news. Though neither Ragnar nor Jida had outright said they were married, they also never denied the charge. Thus he looked at Jida with curiosity. Is what the intern says true? Rather than be embarrassed about the truth or outraged by the accusation, as Edwig had expected, Jida put on a corporate smile and acted with perfect professionalism. She nodded respectfully to the merchant as she offered her clarification. "I apologize if there is a misunderstanding. While it is true that we have not filed a marriage certificate, our assets are completely merged. I hold full power of attorney in his absence. Thus I never corrected you when referred to as his wife." Eadwig was shocked by Jaida's behavior. It went completely against the plan he had in mind. To get revenge on her for slapping him twice this morning. Instead, Yusuf merely chuckled lightly at Jaida's response before addressing her. "Then the director is a lucky man to have a CFO such as yourself so dedicated to the brand, despite the lack of paperwork. It is truly efficient. Well, regardless of your title, I will not look down on you. After all, you have been tasked by Ragnar to oversee the quarterly earnings while he is away, and you have proven yourself exceptionally competent in that regard." A confident smile spread across Jaida's lips as she thanked the man for the validation. "I appreciate it. I thank you for recognizing my contributions to the bottom line." After the scribes had confirmed that the proper figures were in the ledger, Yusuf bid farewell to Jaida while completely ignoring Eadwig. "Well, ma'am, I must bid you farewell. It is a long voyage back to the Mediterranean, and I have to prepare the next shipping manifest." Jaida nodded and smiled as she led the man to the entrance of the mansion. "I will ensure the shipment is expedited. Tell the vizier that we greatly appreciate the liquidity and will continue to invest in our mutual growth." After hearing this, Yusuf smiled and left the mansion. As for Jaida, the moment the heavy doors were shut, she approached Eadwig with a chilling corporate smile before lecturing him. "When I am speaking to investors about Q3 projections, you would be wise to be a good little intern and stay far away from matters of high finance. Do you understand?" Eadwig did not know why, but he felt his spine tingle when he saw such a frightening yet beautiful smile. He immediately became wary of Jaida. The boy's impression of the young woman immediately changed from a mere assistant to a dangerous executive. He thus became frightened of Ragnar's partner and understood deeply that he should not provoke her in the future. Thus all he could do was bow his head to the terrifying presence in front of him and return to his room in shame. Jaida, on the other hand, had been significantly perturbed by the boy's actions and planned to accelerate his retirement ahead of schedule. She refused to allow this liability to depreciate their assets a second longer than necessary. After all, his antics had already become a sunk cost, and she could not imagine dealing with such an efficiency for another 3 years. While Ragnar was conducting aggressive market research in Nottingham, events that would impact the Directorate's future were occurring on the other side of the known world. In the east, within the ancient city of Baghdad, Vizier al-Hakam was kneeling within the caliph's palace before the ruler of the Abbasid Caliphate. He was questioning the man about a particular area of interest. Caliph Harun al-Rashid was the current CEO of the Abbasid Caliphate. His ancestors had ruled over the Islamic Golden Age for generations. He was in his early 50s and already had a beard as white as the finest linen. The stress of overseeing the trade war with the Byzantines, which reached a stalemate, had aged him drastically these past 10 years. However, for the first time in a long time, there was hope to turn the tides of trade to his favor. Recently, there had been developments in an obscure part of Europe, where the director of the Iron Empire had developed an advanced industry and sold special equipment for a fair price to the Caliphate's navy. Caliph Harun had no idea how Ragnar had managed to create such a massive stockpile of high-tensile steel, and yet he had personally witnessed the results. The enormous output that Ragnar's factories were able to produce was the likes that the Caliph had never seen before, and he had greatly desired to see City Titan's facilities for himself. However, he could not very well travel to England, and thus he had to hear the details from his vizier, al-Hakam, who had just entered the palace at the Caliph's request. Thus the two men were face to face within the palace of Baghdad for the sole reason as to inquire about Ragnar's production capabilities. "Vizier al-Hakam, it has been a while since I have last reviewed your quarterly report. How have the numbers been?" Al-Hakam was permitted to stand, and as such, he rose from his kneeling position as the Caliph approached him. It had been some time since he last saw the Caliph face to face, and thus he was incredibly thankful for the current opportunity to justify his expense account. The young vizier grinned before returning the Caliph's greeting. "The numbers have been optimal since the last time we spoke. How are your investments faring, Your Majesty?" The two men were quite friendly with one another as Caliph Harun immediately began complaining about his portfolio. "I have seen better returns. For starters, my daughter grows more ambitious by the day. Her intellect has managed to attract the attention of scholars across not only the Islamic world, but the Frankish kingdom as well. I swear the number of mathematicians she has debated over the past year must be in the dozens. She seems to have high ambitions for her future research and won't listen to my suggestions. Raising a genius is too much of a hassle for this old heart of mine to bear. Al-Hakam immediately began to laugh at the caliph's comment and tried to cheer him up. You are not that old, your majesty. You are only 53. Your wisdom is your greatest asset. However, the caliph merely scoffed before chastising Al-Hakam. If I were a merchant, I would be retired by now. Hearing such a response, Al-Hakam began to laugh before bowing respectfully. Well, then we are lucky you are not, in fact, a merchant. As the two men walked through the palace gardens and continued their conversation, Caliph Harun eventually brought up the topic he wanted to discuss. Al-Hakam, I wanted to discuss with you about your visit to City Titan. Tell me, how is that upstart director capable of producing so much steel? Al-Hakam sighed heavily as he shook his head, his turban glimmering under the light of the sun as he cast a downtrodden expression before speaking. I genuinely wish I could tell you, but I was not allowed to see how he produced the steel, merely the facilities he used to transform it into plating. It was a level of production I had never seen before. Even our finest smiths in Damascus cannot compare to the efficiency that the directorate is capable of. The caliph sighed when he heard this news. He began to speak in a regretful tone. Well, that is a shame. I was hoping we could license the technology from the director. I hear he is currently involved in a hostile takeover of the Midlands. Do you know how that is going? Al-Hakam kept close contact with Jida. After all, the trade they shared was very lucrative for both parties. With the war for the Midlands going on, the man was greatly concerned about the stability of the steel supply. Thus he nodded his head and informed the caliph a bit of what he knew. Ragnar's security forces are far better equipped than any force I have seen. When I was visiting, his contractors were equipped with blackened plate armor that covered their vitals and joints. They also wielded strange steam-assisted weapons which were of an unknown design. If his quarterly reports are true and all of his troops are equipped to such a degree, then the likelihood of him winning this merger is huge. He also appeared to have mounted dozens of steam cannons on his city walls. He seems to be capable of mass-producing such devastating weapons as well. Caliph Harun was shocked when he heard such information, and thus he quickly asked Al-Hakam about a new possibility that had formed in his mind. Tell me, Al-Hakam, is it possible to purchase such equipment, or perhaps acquire the blueprints? Al-Hakam shook his head and sighed once more. There was not much he could do about this matter. Ragnar seemed keen to have a monopoly on such technology, thus he answered truthfully to the caliph. As far as I am aware, Director Ragnar intends to hold on to such an advantage at any cost. I doubt he would be willing to sell such valuable IP in fear of it being reverse-engineered. One would either have to defeat his forces in a hostile takeover and scavenge their tech, or they would have to pay a sum that would bankrupt the treasury. I do not foresee myself being able to convince him to sell us the steam engines or the cannons. However, the caliph was adamant about this issue and did not take Al-Hakam's word at face value, and instead insisted upon broaching the subject with Ragnar. Could you at least try to negotiate a licensing deal when you next see the director? I hear his weapons have a devastating effect, rendering even Frankish mail useless. To have such an advantage over the Byzantines would aid in the ongoing efforts to secure the trade routes. Just as the caliph was about to conclude his business with the vizier, a beautiful young woman appeared as she walked down the marble staircase of the palace. She was dressed in a lavish silk robe with geometric patterns that hinted at advanced calculus. She wore gold jewelry encrusted with sapphires that matched her piercing eyes. The woman was no older than 20 and had long dark hair tied up into a practical bun, secured with a stylus. Her eyes were sharp with intelligence, and her skin was olive-toned. Though she was not as obsessed with steam as Elfwin, she was, in fact, perfectly proportioned for academic pursuits. As she descended from the staircase, she had a scowl on her face. Something was upsetting this intellectual beauty from the east. She instantly began to criticize the caliph when she noticed his presence. Father, how can you engage me to the Prince of the Franks? Charles the Bald is so scientifically illiterate that he thinks the earth is flat. I won't stand for it. The caliph sighed heavily while looking at Al-Hakam with a look that expressed his thoughts. See what I mean? By now, he had attempted to engage his daughter to over a dozen princes from various countries, and she had a complaint about every one of them. Sooner or later, the princess would say something along the lines of, I would rather calculate pi to the last digit than marry that dunce, thus forcing the caliph to acquiesce to her demands. This time he decided to put his foot down and enforce his will. After all, he was caliph, and sooner or later she would have to find a husband to manage her estate. Thus he put on a calm and gentle facade as he tried to coerce his girl into marrying the dense Frank. Zainab, my only daughter, Charles is the epitome of Western feudalism. He is also the heir to a significant tract of land. You will be a queen if you marry him. We'll also guarantee a powerful trade alliance for our dynasty. However, the brilliant princess, Zainab, refused to listen to her father's glib tongue and instead scoffed before making a rather rude retort. Queen of the Franks? You have to be kidding me. Who would want to be queen of a mud hut kingdom like that? How much are they paying you to sell me off as if I were a camel? Seeing the reaction on her father's face, she knew she had hit the nail on the head. He had for sure been paid a significant sum to sell her off to the Prince of the Franks. Man, she was almost certain couldn't solve a quadratic equation if his life depended on it. As such, she was more adamant about refusing this marriage proposal than any other before. However, she had already cried wolf enough times that her father would no longer allow her to refuse. This time it was the caliph who scowled in response to Zainab's strong words. He began to chastise her as he made it abundantly clear she would be wed off to the Frank. Enough is enough. You have turned down so many other candidates that this is my last option. You are my daughter and the princess of the caliphate. You will do what you are told. After hearing these words, tears began to fill in the girl's eyes before she ran back upstairs in a fit of rage. However, before she left, she made sure to scream a set of hurtful words to her father. I will never balance your ledger again. After she was gone, the caliph let out a heavy sigh and sat down at the nearest cushion. He was getting too old to deal with his daughter's intellectual rebellion. Thus he looked at Al-Hakam and shifted the topic back to the directorate. I am getting too old for this. Promise me you will at least attempt to purchase the director's blueprints the next time you see him. Perhaps offer him something he cannot refuse. Like what, your majesty? Al-Hakam asked, wary of the answer. The caliph looked at the staircase where his brilliant, impossible daughter had just disappeared. A calculating gleam entered his eye. Perhaps a strategic partnership of the matrimonial kind. Al-Hakam's eyes widened. But your majesty, Ragnar is a Viking, and Zainab is a problem, the caliph finished. And Ragnar is a problem solver. If anyone can handle her intellect, it is the man who industrialized an island of barbarians. Besides, imagine the synergy. While the hostile takeover of the Midlands raged on, the caliphate was not the only power watching the events with keen interest. The Catholic Church and the new pope were watching the events with a mixture of horror and calculating greed. The successor to Pope Leo was a pragmatic and fiscally conservative man who now went by the name Pope Urban, who completely disagreed with his predecessor's approach when dealing with the so-called steam heresy. However, the Directorate had already declared its fiscal independence from the Church and its tithes, and there was not much more he could do now other than attempt to regulate it through aggressive negotiation. Excommunication would have been a significant first step, but the time for spiritual censure was already too far gone. Ragnar had simply stopped paying the subscription fee. With the Swiss Guard busy with its contract in the Italian states and the Templars fighting in the Holy Land, he was left with no option other than to create new consultancy firms and recruit from the ranks of the European nobility to put down the rising influence of the Iron Empire. He had yet to outright call for a new crusade to deal with this issue. He was currently in the process of establishing new papal legions to combat the threat of Ragnar the Ruthless and his industrial revolution. At the moment, a large group of Frankish knights was standing in front of the new pope. Their surcoats were blue with a gold fleur-de-lis upon them, but beneath they wore innovative reinforced mail. They were being christened as the first members of the Order of the Divine Gear. The King of the Franks was an avid supporter of the Catholic Church and its ongoing efforts to curb the Directorate's monopoly. Many knights from Francia were particularly attracted to the idea of taking up a new crusade against the English heathens and driving the steam heresy into bankruptcy. Thus, at the moment, 500 different knights from across Francia were gathered in the Vatican kneeling before the Pope. Pope Urban spoke a chant in Latin before announcing to the knights gathered before him, "Rise, knights of the divine gear." After saying such a thing, the knights rose from their kneeling position and stood firmly in front of the Pope as his newest asset. They waited silently for the Pope to give his keynote speech. As a militant order, your goal will be to recruit as many shareholders as you can in the coming years from the continent. We will need your capital in the market correction that is to come. The steam heresy cannot be allowed to monopolize innovation. Go forth and raise your liquidity. When the time is necessary, I shall call upon you for a leveraged buyout. The knights saluted the Pope before shouting the Latin phrase, Deus vult. After doing so, they left the Vatican. They began their extended return home to Francia, where they would spend the next few years gathering their strength to march on England and the other regions which the steam heresy had afflicted. As the Crusaders left the building, Pope Urban collapsed back into his papal throne and sighed heavily. He was completely and utterly exhausted. However, there was more on his agenda to prepare for, and when his cardinal secretary approached him, he merely asked the question on his mind. How many startups is that now? The cardinal held up a pair of primitive eyeglasses to his face before peering into the ledger. After doing so, he proudly declared, That would be the 5th militant order you have chartered since. Assuming your position, your holiness. Pope Urban began to rub his temples to ease his growing headache before voicing his unfiltered opinion aloud. That idiot Leo has left me with an enormous deficit to clean up. That moron must have terrible timing to pick a fight with a director while all of our liquid assets are tied up in the Levant. The cardinal immediately began to correct the Pope as he pushed the spectacles further upon his nose. To be fair, your holiness, Ragnar was just a raider with a LLC when we excommunicated him. Urban immediately began to roll his eyes at his assistant when he voiced his complaints. Oh yes, silly me, how could I possibly forget the fact that we sent auditors to eliminate Ragnar, the rightful CEO of the Directorate, because we were afraid that he might resist the Church's tax code. It is almost as if sending those damned inquisitors provoked him into taking such drastic measures. Am I the only sane economist left in the Vatican? The cardinal did not know how to respond. He was aware that Urban blamed his predecessors for the problems at hand, but what he just said was borderline heresy. After all, the words Urban spoke made it seem like it was entirely the Church's fault that Ragnar caused such a massive market disruption. As such, the cardinal chose to ignore the Pope's comments and instead focus on the next issue at hand. Your Holiness, the envoy of the Caliphate has just arrived and is waiting for you outside. Should I bring him in? Pope Urban looked at the cardinal as if he were an absolute dullard before asking him a rhetorical question. Do we need their gold? Yes, Your Holiness. Then bring him in. Seeing the displeased look in the Pope's eyes, the cardinal quickly hurried off to bring the envoy into the chambers. After a few moments, he returned with a lavishly dressed diplomat who was a representative of the Abbasid Trade Guild. Man did not bow before the Pope and instead spoke formally to Urban. Congratulations on the promotion, Urban. It has been a while since we last negotiated tariffs. Urban stood up and approached the envoy with a friendly gesture before speaking to the man on friendly terms. It is good to see you, Rashid. I must say these are volatile times we find ourselves in. However, as Urban approached the man named Rashid, the envoy backed away and snubbed Urban's good gesture while adding insult to injury with his harsh words. These are volatile times you find yourself in. Though I may disagree with the Directorate's business practices, and frankly, I find them to be ruthless competitors, Director Ragnar has provided great value to the Caliphate, and for that, we will not hedge our bets against him. Urban had a worried expression on his face as he asked the envoy about his concerns. You mean to tell me you will not divest? After all the West has done to support the trade routes, our merchants still pay your tolls in the Mediterranean. However, Rashid merely chuckled at the Pope's response. Funny, the last time I checked, one of your precious militant orders went about looting their way through Jerusalem, which was filled with our trading partners. Yet the Pope did nothing to stop them. I will be frank with you, Urban, we do not have holy orders as you do. So the Caliphate cannot provide you military assistance. You would have to request it from the Caliph directly, and he is keen on establishing a joint venture with Director Ragnar, so your chances are slim. Urban immediately felt his headache grow 3 times larger as he heard this news. He thought to himself for a few minutes as he once more rubbed his temples before coming up with an idea. Well, can you at least release a fatwa referring to the steam engine as haram, or possibly help us fund new R&D? Rashid was blunt with his rejection, which further infuriated the new Pope. Can I? Yes. Will I? No. Such acts would only antagonize Ragnar, who is at the head of the Industrial Revolution, and I don't know about you, but frankly, I do not want such a man as my competitor, nor do I wish to incur the caliph's wrath by souring relations between the two of them. You are on your own, Urban. At most, I can offer you a high-interest loan." Urban could hardly believe his ears. He was hoping for some kind of subsidy from the East, yet they had so blatantly rejected him. Loans? What good were loans without collateral? He needed steel and patents if he wanted to get rid of these industrialists who had begun to infest the market. Since when had debt won wars? After hearing Rashid's response, Urban's expression soured and he began to shift the topic to other concerns. "I see. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay in the Vatican for the time being. Make sure to bring my invoice to the Caliph the next time you see him." Rashid nodded before responding. "I will file it." After these words were stated, the envoy of the Caliphate left the building and proceeded on to some leisurely business. As for Pope Urban, he had returned to his papal throne, where he slumped into its comfort and placed his head into his hands before screaming intensely into them. Just why was it that nothing seemed to be going his way? Did the invisible hand genuinely favor the Directorate? These were the thoughts he considered as his mind slowly drifted into space. The Caliphate's rejection to aid the Catholic Church in any way as they attempted to deal with Ragnar and his Directorate would be a great point of contention between the West and East. It would also unwittingly foster a merger between Ragnar and the Abbasid Caliphate, one that would rewrite the bylaws of the known world. Ragnar was mounted on his iron chariot as he gazed off into the distance. In his field of view were the borders of southern Mercia and his final destination in this hostile takeover. While General Bjorn laid siege to every corner of Leicester currently occupied by the West Saxons, Ragnar would march on Nottingham Castle with nearly 20,000 contractors. Ragnar vowed that after he finally won this merger, he would do two things immediately: develop a new steam train and start building a great iron navy. Though Eadwig might protest his every action, ultimately, as trustee, he had the voting rights to accomplish these things. Besides, Eadwig would remain a figurehead for another few years at best. As such, he greatly desired to finish this audit and focus on consolidating his market share as quickly as possible. To Ragnar, war was a means to settle contract disputes and acquire assets. The more critical aspect was the development of the infrastructure after the fighting had ceased. As a visionary, he had grand plans to construct a corporation that would last 1,000 fiscal quarters. For now, he needed to take Nottingham Castle and establish his dominion over the coal supply, and that was precisely what he planned to do. With the liquidation of the enemy Ealdorman at the hands of Ragnar's HR specialist, West Saxon bishop had taken his place and decided that the best course of action to stop Ragnar's acquisition was simple. They would sally forth and deal with his army once and for all. They would use the indentured miners of Nottingham as human shields. Thus, as Ragnar and his army entered the castle perimeter, they saw a large force gathered, close to 30,000 in total. The miners of Nottingham had been conscripted by the West Saxons and armed with pickaxes and shovels. They were placed in the vanguard so that they could soak up the bolts of Ragnar's forces, allowing the Huskarls to survive the initial onslaught and close the distance. Seeing the enemy formation, Ragnar adjusted his monocle and frowned. He would prefer not to liquidate over 10,000 of his future employees, but this would not be easy to avoid. The West Saxon forces were behind the vanguard of Nottingham's workforce and nudged them forward with spears and threats of eternal damnation. This was an inefficient situation. As such, Ragnar contemplated for a few moments before coming up with a course of action. Thus he signaled his artillery brigade via semaphore flags. "Ready your guns and aim towards the rear of the enemy formation. I want the workforce to remain as unharmed as possible. We will break their rearguard and allow the miners to strike." Hearing their director's orders, the artillery officers quickly set to the task of ordering the gun crews to adjust the elevation screws on their steam cannons. They were raised to a specific angle to act as mortars, where the high explosive shells would be fired in an arc and land at the rear of the West Saxon formation, sparing as many potential employees as possible. This was a tactic they had yet to employ on the battlefield. Thus the West Saxons were not expecting such a thing. Ragnar left the artillery to their own devices and stood up in his chariot, addressing the infantry formation through a primitive megaphone. "Try your best not to terminate the miners. When the guns go off and batter the West Saxon ranks, allow the workforce to disperse before firing upon the remaining Huskarls. Those are our future laborers, and we should not damage company property if we can avoid it. Efficiency is victory. The contractors under Ragnar's command all began to shout their corporate motto in unison. Efficiency is victory, efficiency is victory, efficiency is victory. Afterward, Ragnar raised his cane and gave another command. Advance the line. Under the hiss and boom of steam cannon fire, the Directorate infantry began to march towards the enemy position. The West Saxons sneered as they figured Ragnar had decided to liquidate the minor levies at the front of the formation. However, when the shells fell from the sky and landed among their elite huscarls, the West Saxon forces quickly began to panic. They were not expecting the shells to land behind their vanguard and devastate their ranks, completely disregarding the plan they had made. 280 shells were fired every minute into the West Saxon formations, and their order quickly began to collapse. Splinters, mail links, and debris flew in every direction as the Directorate artillery battered the infantry lines. Seeing that the West Saxons were in a state of panic, the miners who were drafted into service quickly began to flee the battlefield. Some were caught and stabbed by the huscarls behind them, but most could escape the slaughter or join the picket line. Now that Ragnar had bought the workforce enough time to run, he began to lead the heavy cavalry in a charge on the enemy position. He led the cavalry to attack the West Saxon flanks. His repeating crossbowmen had begun to form ranks and fire upon the huscarls who charged at their formations. Seeing their plans had come to ruin, the bishop ordered a full-scale charge. He intended to overwhelm the Directorate infantry before they could deal too much damage with their superior firepower. As such, thousands of steel bolts fired out of the mechanisms of the crossbows and into the ranks of the enemy, piercing through their mail and dropping them where they stood. Yet this did not stop the charge of the West Saxon huscarls. They knew their only chance was to engage in close-quarters negotiation with the enemy, and thus they ran as quickly as they could into the line of fire, hoping the bolts missed them and allowed them to axe the enemy. The Directorate forces fired off only a few volleys before they could engage in melee combat with the West Saxons. As such, boarding pikes and Danish axes began to clash among each other in a chaotic display of market volatility. While this was ongoing, Ragnar was driving his iron chariot quickly, leading a charge of lancers and dragoons who had all prepared to clash with the flanks of the enemy formation. The West Saxon infantry quickly raised their spears and shield wall in response to the oncoming cavalry charge, which would typically be enough to deter horses. However, just when they were within firing distance, Ragnar and his dragoons raised their hand cannons where they proceeded to fire into the shield wall, battering the lines with lead shot and claiming the contracts of hundreds, if not thousands of men. The mounted crossbowmen had fired their bolts from a distance into the ranks and dealt a great deal of damage to the enemy formation. There were hardly any spears raised at this point. The heavy cavalry unleashed their sabers and lances onto the West Saxon flanks, crushing through their lines in the process. Ragnar unleashed his steam-assisted cane into the enemy infantry before him. While parrying an oncoming blow, he triggered the pneumatic piston, driving the spike directly into the opponent's helmet, claiming his liquidity in the process. His chariot was heavily armored and surrounded by hundreds of horses who crashed into the enemy formation. Thus both he and his vehicle were relatively safe, as they trampled the enemy infantry and ruthlessly cut them into bad debt. The West Saxon bishop gazed upon the battlefield with fury in his heart as he realized that his flanks had been crushed, allowing the Directorate infantry to fill the gaps and encircle the remaining troops. As such, he made a rash decision and fled the battlefield back to the keep. The majority of their army had been lost in this battle, and though it was still ongoing, he refused to be audited alive. While the bishop was fleeing the battlefield, Ragnar was leading the charge as he slashed down at a spearman's neck, which was left uncovered, terminating the man's employment in the process. Ragnar's chariot scythed through the ranks, the blades on the wheels spinning with deadly efficiency. The exhilaration he felt as he once more engaged on the battlefield filled Ragnar's heart with ROI. What was the point of capital if he could not obtain such a market share? Warfare was like a high-stakes trade to him, and he could not get enough of it. The feeling of risking his portfolio in pursuit of higher margins, the adrenaline that flooded his system and made him feel like a market god, this was what it meant to be a director. As such, he did not fear the possibility of bankruptcy as he parried an axe's swing with his cane and stabbed his blade into the gaps in the opponent's mail, lodging the cold steel edge into the enemy's chest before ripping it out and slashing at another competitor. As the cavalry converged on the West Saxon lines and trampled across their ranks, the Directorate infantry gained the upper hand in the grand melee and quickly cut down the huscarls. Pikes thrust into the weak points in the enemy's armor, spilling assets across the field. As the massacre unfolded, the West Saxon forces began to rout. Ragnar took advantage of and led his cavalry to run them down. Lances thrust through the backs of the enemy, and sabers pierced through their leather jerkins and into their hearts. Many of the West Saxon soldiers were not equipped with backplates, so it was a vulnerable area that had been exposed in their hasty retreat. Thus the cavalry had an easy time liquidating those who fled the scene. As the Directorate cavalry mopped up the routers, the main force of the West Saxon army struggled to maintain their defense. Yet, when the grenadiers lobbed their explosives behind the West Saxon formation, they could no longer hold the line and quickly collapsed as the explosion rocked them to their core. The grenades exploded one after another, devastating the defensive position the West Saxons had set up, and in the end, those who survived the blast were run through with pikes. The result of the battle was a complete and total acquisition. Though Ragnar's army had suffered depreciation, it paled in comparison to the losses the West Saxons sustained on this day. With this victory, Ragnar was one step away from claiming Nottingham Castle and ending the West Saxon occupation of the Midlands, though the merger would not be over. After all, the fight for the Midlands was just one of many ongoing conflicts in the Greater War for the British Isles. During this hostile takeover that was bound to take years to finish, Ragnar would use his capital to expand his territory vastly and come out as the chairman on top. After the thunderous barrage outside the walls of Tamworth, the West Saxon ealdorman who led the defense of Mercia was no longer eager to fight. Ragnar and the crushing weight of his iron legions. To continue meant only obliteration. While Ragnar's steam-belching engines inched closer to the city gates, the ealdorman was discussing with his remaining thanes the best path to avoid total ruin. A group of West Saxon nobles was currently bickering about their options within the great hall of Tamworth. One man, a battle-scarred thane with a thick beard, slammed his fist on the table. "We must hold the citadel. We have sworn oaths to King Ethelwulf. If Mercia is to fall back into the hands of these heathens, then we shall make sure the Iron Father chokes on our blood." However, after speaking his passionate speech, the thane found that not a single person within the room agreed with his opinion. Instead, he was instantly rebuked by a bishop, whose face was pale and beads of sweat collected on his forehead. "Have you gone mad, Godwine? Our shield wall is shattered. We have pulled every levy from the southern shires for this battle, and Ragnar's hellfire cannons turned them to mist. This is a judgment we cannot fight. I suggest we beg for terms. Ragnar is known to value gold over blood. It is the only way to save our souls and our city." However, the thane was fearful of the king's wrath and pointed out his concerns immediately. "Do you believe King Ethelwulf will be merciful if we surrender the capital? He will be outraged that we lost the heart of the kingdom. Either way we face the axe, it is better to die with a sword in hand." The two men continued to argue as ealdorman Aelfric, the acting steward of Mercia, listened to the discord while entranced in deep thought. He did not know the best course of action, but he knew the sound of those steam whistles haunted his dreams. They had lost too many men. The iron men of the Directorate were not warriors. They were a machine that could not be stopped by courage alone. Eventually, the debate reached the point where the thane reached for his dagger. Thus Aelfric spoke up about the decision he had made. "Raise the white banner. When Ragnar arrives, I will barter for the lives of our garrison. I will negotiate safe passage for all West Saxons back to Wessex. The battle is lost, and I will bear the weight of this shame." Hearing that Aelfric would accept the blame for their monumental loss, the other nobles instantly sighed in relief. They were much more amicable to the idea of retreating to the safety of the south. With that said, the meeting was concluded, and the commanders set the task for the few defenders left on the walls to hoist the white cloth of submission. It took Ragnar a few days to fully secure the perimeter around Tamworth after his victory in the fields, mainly because he had to instruct his laborers to collect all the spent shell casings and strip the armor from the fallen. Ragnar would never leave such valuable process steel to be scavenged by the locals. As such, he spent the time to recover his inventory after every engagement. More importantly, he ensured his own contractors were given a proper cremation, their ashes sent back to the memorial gardens in City Titan. After arriving at the main gates of Tamworth, Ragnar was quite shocked to see the white flag flying. His overwhelming performance on the battlefield and the systematic removal of the enemy leadership had frightened the West Saxons to the point of unconditional submission. Of course, Ragnar would never allow a simple peace. He would force the West Saxon ealdormen to sign a heavily weighted contract, a debt obligation that would force severe payments upon the Saxons for their disruption of his trade routes. If King Ethelwulf did not accept the terms that his ealdormen signed, it would give Ragnar yet another valid claim to invade Wessex when he was ready. Of course, it would be a few years before he could pave the roads of Mercia and stabilize the supply chain. He was also expecting some pushback from the Frankish kingdoms in the coming years. Thus, he would not expand his market share further until all internal and external liabilities had been settled. Ragnar adjusted his top hat and gave an order to General Bjorn as he gazed upon the white flag fluttering against the grey smoke of the battlefield. "Fetch me my banner of parley. We will force these Saxons to pay a premium for their insolence. It is time to close the deal." Bjorn grinned, his gold tooth glinting, and gave the order for the troops to fetch the white banner. After doing so, it was brought to Ragnar. He took it and rode out in his iron chariot, accompanied by Bjorn, Thane Leofric, and a squad of elite grenadiers to ensure his safety. Seeing that the director and his executives were riding out, the gates of Tamworth groaned open, and ealdorman Aelfric rode out with his retinue. They met in the muddy expanse between Ragnar's steam-hissing army and the stone walls of the city. After reaching the middle ground, the two parties planted their standards in the mud. Ealdorman Aelfric was the first to speak his mind upon seeing Ragnar in the flesh. "I am Ealdorman Aelfric of Mercia. I assume you are the director, Ragnar." Ragnar smiled politely, tapping his cane on the floor of his chariot. "It is profitable to make your acquaintance." Ragnar's tone was polite but cold, devoid of the warrior's rage, but filled with a banker's calculation. Aelfric swallowed hard and began to declare his intentions. "As steward of the West Saxon forces in Tamworth, I hereby declare my intent to yield the city to you, Director Ragnar, under the condition that all West Saxon soldiers be allowed safe passage back to Wessex." Ragnar's lips curled into a predatory smile. He leaned forward, resting his hands on his cane. "I will allow that, under the condition that a debt is paid for the damages dealt to my infrastructure, and that the Kingdom of Wessex swears by your cross not to encroach upon my market for at least 5 years. Aelfric's face scrunched as he heard these terms. He did not have the authority to empty the treasury, but he knew Ragnar's reputation. If he did not accept the fine, he and his men would be liquidated. Thus, the most he could do was agree to these terms and hope King Ethelwulf honored them. As such, the man sighed heavily. "What is the sum you require?" Hearing the man accept the concept of reparations so easily, Ragnar knew the man was desperate. Ragnar named a figure that was deliberately impossible. 50,000 pounds of silver. "I believe that is a fair price for the coal mines you flooded and the rails you twisted. You can pay it in installments over 5 years if the king's treasury is illiquid." Ragnar's whole intent was not to receive payment immediately, but to create a debt trap. He needed a legal justification for his future invasion of Wessex. Though the war was justification enough, Ragnar preferred to operate within the bounds of his own twisted legal system. He wanted to look like a creditor collecting a due, not a barbarian raider. When the ealdorman heard such an unreasonable demand, his eyes widened. There was no way Wessex could afford such a sum without melting down every chalice in the kingdom. "At most, we can afford 5,000. 50 is madness." Ragnar scoffed at the man's haggling. He pointed his cane at the smoking chimneys of his siege engines behind him. "You have disrupted the production of the Midlands and wasted my time. I'm his gold, ealdorman. You will either agree to my ledger, or I will level this city and every keep your king still holds, terminating every contract I find." Ragnar's voice had dropped to a mechanical growl, frightening the ealdorman. There were still thousands of civilians in Tamworth. Thus, after careful consideration, Aelfric nodded his head and slumped in his saddle. "All right, under these terms, I, ealdorman Aelfric, yield the city to you." Both men knew in their hearts that this debt would likely never be fully paid and that war would eventually break out again. But this agreement secured the Saxons' safety for now, and bought Ragnar the time he needed to build his railways. "Very well," Ragnar said, signaling to his scribe who produced a pre-written contract. "You have 3 days to vacate the premises. If any armed Saxon remains in Mercia after that, I will consider it a breach of contract and the penalty clauses will be severe." Aelfric signed the parchment with a shaking hand. "I promise you, there will be no West Saxons remaining within Mercia by the deadline." After hearing this, Ragnar smiled, rolling up the scroll. "Excellent. Pleasure doing business with you. Now remove yourself from my property." As Ragnar turned his chariot back toward his lines, Aelfric wiped the sweat from his brow. It was only after the Iron Father had departed that Aelfric voiced his terror to his bishop. "We must leave, immediately. I want every soldier out of here before he recalculates the interest." With those words, the West Saxons began to prepare for a full retreat. Ragnar and his directorate had been victorious, and the young director had fulfilled his promise to close the deal before the quarter ended. As Ragnar rode back to his lines, General Bjorn rode up beside him, grinning. £50,000. They'll never pay that, director." Ragnar chuckled, the sound mixing with the hiss of steam. "I know, Bjorn. When they default, we foreclose on the entire kingdom, though the merger would not be over. After all, the fight for the Midlands was just one of many ongoing conflicts in the greater war for the British Isles, during Since the signing of the debt agreement, a few weeks had passed, and Ragnar had returned to the heart of his industrial domain, City Titan. General Bjorn remained within the Midlands with a security force of 5,000 contractors to ensure the West Saxons honored their payment schedule. As for the rest of the workforce, they returned with Ragnar back to the smoke and steel of the north. Though Nottingham had been secured, Ragnar had no plans to move his headquarters there to oversee the puppet Eadwig. Thus, he had issued a standing order. The administration of the Midlands would flow through City Titan. His justification was that Nottingham's infrastructure was too dilapidated from the war and needed a structural overhaul before it could serve as a seat of power. For the time being, Eadwig stayed in the governor's mansion in Titan, under the constant surveillance of Ragnar's Iron Guard. With each passing day, the boy guildmaster became less of a ruler and more of a signature on a piece of parchment. He had no backers, while Ragnar was considered the man who brought order to the chaos of the Heptarchy, gaining many silent investors among the lesser nobility. Everyone knew that Ragnar was the true power in the land, yet few dared to oppose him. They had grown to fear his mechanical legions and the extent to which Jaida's network of informants had infiltrated every tavern and guild hall. Ragnar had begun his transition from mere director to the Iron Father, a title that commanded fear across the Isles. However, it would still take several years to fully pave the roads of his ambition. Thus, at the moment, he was preoccupied with other concerns, such as entertaining his guests from the Caliphate. Vizier al-Hakam had opted to visit City Titan once more now that the trade routes was secure. He sat at Ragnar's mahogany dinner table, where Ragnar, Jaida, Eadwig, and Elfrida were eating alongside the dignitary from the east. Al-Hakam had important ledgers to balance with Ragnar, especially considering the Caliph had tasked him to inquire about the procurement of the thunder staves. As such, he attempted to broach the subject over a fine meal after Ragnar had consumed a few mugs of dark stout. Ragnar was interested in small talk at the start of the conversation, and thus casually asked about the Caliph and his current condition. "So Al-Hakam, my friend, how is the great Caliph holding up?" Al-Hakam thoroughly enjoyed the roasted venison on his plate as he thought about the answer. Eventually, after washing down the meat with a glass of imported wine, the man opened up about the domestic troubles of the East. "The Caliph is burdened currently, but aside from the headaches, his health is robust." Hearing that the Caliph was burdened piqued Ragnar's natural curiosity, and thus he continued on this line of dialogue. "Why is the Caliph burdened? Is it a decline in the silk trade?" Hearing the concern in Ragnar's voice, Al-Hakam quickly dashed any thoughts of economic turmoil and promptly revealed the well-known secret. "Oh, it is nothing financial. His daughter, Princess Zainab, is proving to be a difficult equation to solve. Her father had arranged a match with the crown prince of the Franks, Louis the Stammerer, and she has absolutely no interest in the union. In her own words, she refers to him as a dullard who counts on his fingers and thinks the stars are holes in a rug. She feels that Louis is a variable that subtracts from her value rather than adds. However, she truly has herself to blame. The Caliph has tried setting her up with over a dozen princes, and she has found them all mathematically deficient." Hearing this, Ragnar began to chuckle to himself. He made a snarky comment about the Frankish prince as he did so. "Why am I not surprised?" Hearing this, Al-Hakam was confused and thus questioned Ragnar's comment. "Not surprised by what, director?" Feeling that he had caused a misunderstanding, Ragnar decided to clarify himself after drinking from his skull chalice. I just find it fitting that Frankish prince cannot count past 10 without removing his boots. Their minds are as dull as their swords. Hearing Ragnar's words, Jida immediately broke out into a graceful laugh. Even in this era, or perhaps especially in this era, the disdain the Norse held for the pretentious Franks was no secret. Thus Ragnar took the opportunity to mock the crown prince when the opportunity was presented to him. Eadwig, on the other hand, was scowling. Not once had the important nobleman from the east bothered to talk to him or even acknowledge him, despite Eadwig being the titular guildmaster of Nottingham. The young boy struggled to contain his inner fury as Ragnar and Al-Hakam chatted as if they were the only two men of consequence in the room. Elfrida was confused, as she was too focused on the mechanics of the pepper grinder to understand the geopolitical. In salt, she merely focused on her meal, dismantling a chicken leg with surgical precision. When Al-Hakam heard Ragnar's remarks, he also found it quite amusing, as he was well aware of the intellectual superiority the East felt over the West. Thus he made a joke of his own. I doubt you would be saying such a bold thing if you were standing face to face with the youth. I hear he commands a vast heavy cavalry. Ragnar, on the other hand, laughed at this comment and tapped his steel leg brace as proof of his feats. The last heavy cavalry I met broke against my shield, while like waves against a cliff. I do not fear a Frankish boy who needs a ladder to get on his horse. I would gladly tell him to his face that his kingdom is built on sand. If he has a problem with it, he can argue with my steam cannon. Hearing Ragnar mention his weapons brought a glint of desire to Al-Hakam's eyes. The conversation had naturally steered in this direction, thus allowing him to inquire about purchasing the technology. As such, he took advantage of this opportunity. Speaking of which, the Caliph had personally requested that I inquire about the possibility of acquiring such instruments from you. I know it is a heavy request, but is there any way you can sell me a shipment of these thunder staves? Ragnar immediately shook his head in denial, which instantly brought down Al-Hakam's spirits. However, the words that came next shocked the man, as he was not expecting them. I cannot sell you the thunder staves. That technology is the foundation of my house. However, I do have a foundational design that I can forge for you. I call it the fire lance. It may not be as rapid as my personal guard's weaponry, but I promise you that it strikes harder than any bow in Christendom. For some time now, Ragnar had considered selling the primitive matchlock arquebus to his friends in the East. The reasons for this were calculated. First and foremost, such a weapon did not pose a significant threat to his own forces. It was heavy, slow to reload, and relied on a burning match cord, useless in the damp English rain compared to his flintlocks. The other reason was market dominance. With his rapid expansion, rumors of his black powder were spreading. Other kingdoms would soon try to replicate the mixture. Ragnar wanted to introduce the arquebus as the standard for his allies, making them dependent on his sulfur and saltpeter supply chains. It was a classic vendor lock-in strategy. Hearing that Ragnar was willing to sell the Empire some form of advanced firearm, even if it was a generation behind his own, immediately piqued Al-Hakam's interest. He was more than happy to negotiate its purchase. However, when he was about to inquire about the price per unit, Eadwig quickly interrupted by throwing a tantrum, slamming his fork onto the table. Absolutely not, I forbid this. I will not allow you to sell our defenses to foreigners. What if they turn on us? Hearing the young boy finally speak, Ragnar and Jida alike glared at him with a weight that could crush stone. This greatly enraged Eadwig. However, Ragnar's following words further stripped the boy of his dignity. Mind your tongue, boy. You have no signature on this ledger. I would gladly sell the vizier the fire lances, and we can determine the cost in silver later. I would prefer to forge a batch and demonstrate their yield before we shake hands. Al-Hakam smiled and nodded. This was a reasonable request. Ragnar was truly a shrewd businessman to offer a product demo before the contract was signed. As for Eadwig, he began to turn red in the face and immediately questioned Ragnar's claim. No signature? I am the guildmaster of the Midlands. How dare you claim I have no voice? Ragnar, however, adjusted his monocle and looked at the boy with pity, clicking his tongue. Mr. Eadwig, with all due respect, the Midlands produce coal. City Titan produces the weapons. These fire lances are the intellectual property of the Iron Empire, not the Guild of Nottingham. As the architect of these machines, the patent belongs to me alone. You merely manage the dirt they are made from. Hearing this, Eadwig was stupefied. he honestly did not have a response to such brutal logic. Once more, he was outwitted by Ragnar, to a point where he could no longer refute the man's claim to ownership. Thus he merely began to sulk, stabbing his venison with unnecessary violence. After Eadwig's little outburst, Ragnar returned to the topic at hand, his voice smooth as silk. "I apologize for the noise. As I was saying, you are more than welcome to stay in the governor's mansion for the time being until I can forge a few prototypes. We will take them to the testing range. You can see for yourself what a regiment armed with such tools can achieve. From there we can calculate the exchange rate." Al-Hakam quickly agreed to these terms and raised his goblet. "It is no burden. I would be glad to inspect your facilities. I am sure when I return to Baghdad with your fire lances, the Caliph will find the equation balanced." With negotiations for the trade of the fire lances established, the group returned to their meal. After the dinner with the vizier, Ragnar spent the evening reviewing the quarterly projections with Jida before they retired to their private quarters. As per usual, after a successful hostile takeover, they spent a fair amount of time analyzing the market trends and potential liabilities. Eventually, the couple fell asleep, their minds buzzing with the sweet hum of efficiency. By the time the factory whistle blew in the morning, Ragnar once more engaged in his standard routine. Lately, Jida had been joining him for a portion of the regimen. Once more, she was in pristine condition, though that did not mean for one moment that she would stop her daily audit of the household staff. After finishing their morning briefing, the couple took a quick breakfast of coffee and hardtack. When they were finished, they went their separate ways for the day. Ragnar had to visit Leif the Elder and place an order for the fire lances to sell to the Caliphate soon enough. As for Jida, she had to manage the intelligence department and collect data on specific competitor movements. Now more than ever, she was filled with work, as her efforts were critical to stabilizing Ragnar's monopoly. However, that was a spreadsheet for another time. Ragnar quickly descended from the governor's mansion and entered the smog-choked industrial district below, flanked by his iron guard. When he neared Leif's workshop, he motioned for them to secure the perimeter before entering the facility and tapping his cane on the heavy iron door. After knocking a couple of times, Leif opened the door. He looked more haggard than usual, his apron stained with grease and soot, as if he had spent an entire 3 days straight working on some unauthorized prototype. When the man saw Ragnar smiling while standing at his entrance, he adjusted his spectacles a few times to see if he was witnessing reality. After realizing what he saw was indeed the director, he exclaimed with shock, "Director, I was just about to file a memo that I have something to show you. Quickly, come in, come in." Seeing the excited look on Leif's weary face, Ragnar could not help but be amused, and as such, he limped inside the workshop, only to realize it was cluttered with scraps of vellum that looked like schematic designs. Thus his curiosity was instantly piqued. "Tell me, Leif, what is so important that you must forsake the company's sleep schedule?" Leif was too excited to answer Ragnar's question immediately, and thus he rummaged through a variety of schematics on his workbench before finding the right one. After grabbing a hold of it, he swept the other papers off the desk and spread the parchment across the surface so that Ragnar could witness his newest creation. When Ragnar gazed upon the blueprints, he was completely and utterly shocked. He knew exactly what this mechanism was and was astounded that someone could reverse engineer such a concept in this era without explicit instruction. Leif had taken Ragnar's steam concepts and with further experimentation had designed a steam-driven pile driver by himself. The pile driver was a machine from Ragnar's previous life, essential for heavy construction but rarely seen in the 9th century. However, for the time it was designed, it was practically a miracle of civil engineering. It was a steam piston device that used a heavy iron weight, lifted by pressure, to drive wooden or iron piles into the earth with rhythmic, terrifying force. One might not think that is a lot, but in an era where it took 50 men and a week to secure a foundation for a bridge or a fortress wall, a machine that could do it in hours was an enormous advantage. Most importantly, it could be adapted. Ragnar's mind immediately raced to the possibilities: rapid fortification of captured territory, the construction of deep water piers for his future navy, and perhaps, just perhaps, a modification to crush the gates of enemy castles. Ragnar was stunned that Leif could design such a marvel of industrial engineering, and gazed upon the man with newfound respect. Seeing how Ragnar was staring at him, Leif decided to explain his creation and how he came to invent it. Director, while you were liquidating the Midlands, I got dreadfully bored and had a sudden bout of inspiration while watching the blacksmith hammer. After running the numbers the next day, I realized it was entirely feasible. My thought process is, what if I could design a piston that functioned similarly to your steam cannons, but vertically? I call it the Leif hammer. What do you think? Ragnar was at a loss for words. This machine was something that should not exist in this timeline without his direct intervention. Only someone like himself, who had reincarnated into the world with future knowledge, should be able to devise such an advanced piece of infrastructure, and yet, Leif had invented it from scratch, loosely based upon the principles of existing equipment that Ragnar had developed. It was truly astounding. Ragnar could not be more proud of the man he placed in charge of his R&D department and smiled fervently at Leif before clapping him on the shoulder. Leif, my friend, you just earned a preferred stock option. Hearing Ragnar's words, Leif was shocked. He knew with Ragnar's corporate reforms that stock options were becoming the ultimate status symbol, surpassing even traditional titles, but never in a million years did he think such a prestigious reward would fall into his hands. By now, Leif was extraordinarily well paid as the head of Titan's R&D. But he could not buy equity. In particular, Ragnar intended to introduce the industrialist rank for members of the common people who exceptionally served his brand. Thus they were ranked higher than Thanes, but below the board of directors. Until now, Ragnar had not found a commoner worthy of such a title, but with this game-changing invention by Leif, he would finally be able to introduce it to his corporate hierarchy. Hearing such praise from his director, tears began to swell in the old man's eyes as he thanked Ragnar for the bonus. Director, thank you. I will reinvest it immediately. Ragnar merely shook his head and adjusted his monocle. Do not thank me. You have earned the dividends yourself. Your efficiency is second to none among the workforce. After taking a few moments to collect himself, Leif finally realized that Ragnar came here for a different reason, and thus he began to inquire about the details. Director, why are you here? Another rush order. It was only now that Ragnar remembered his original intentions for arriving, and as such, he carefully placed Leif's blueprints into the man's hands before putting his own upon the desk. The design is much simpler than the flintlock, and not as effective. However, I hope that this fire lance can be produced so that I can sell them to the Caliphate. It is essentially a matchlock mechanism. Seeing such a simplistic design on the table, Leif eagerly grinned before asking the thought on his mind. How many units do you need, and what is the deadline? Ragnar did not hesitate to declare his demand. Preferably 30 units, and by the end of the week. I need to demonstrate their effectiveness to the vizier before the fiscal quarter closes. Leif scratched his soot-stained beard for a moment while thinking about the supply chain. Eventually, he answered Ragnar's question with a toothy smile. Give me 5 days. I need to retool a production line for these fire lances by then. We should be able to produce them with acceptable tolerances. Ragnar smiled and nodded before returning to the blueprints Leif had made. Set up a prototype line for the Leif hammer as well. I want one operational for the new dockyards. This machine will be a force to be reckoned with in our infrastructure projects. Seeing how eager Ragnar was to implement these new machines, he brought a smile to the old man's face, and he quickly gave Ragnar a thumbs up before proudly proclaiming, "Leave it to me. I will be happy to produce as many as the budget allows. I hope that they may bring profit to our brand." Thus Ragnar gave one last piece of advice. Get some rest, Leif. You deserve it. Burnout is a liability we cannot afford. Hearing that Ragnar cared about his condition, Leif almost broke out into tears. However, he managed to choke them back before responding with a wide grin. Don't worry, Director. I will sleep after I have filed the paperwork for the new line. Ragnar nodded before proceeding out the heavy iron door. He still had several things to go over throughout the rest of the day. Namely, he had to visit Bishop Ethelwold and check to see the progress of his spiritual restructuring. He had been managing the hostile takeover too long and had not focused enough attention on the PR campaign of his new order. As he walked towards the newly renovated Cathedral of Industry, Ragnar began to wonder if any of his other exceptional subordinates would surprise him with significant innovations. Only time would tell. One sure thing was that Leif was an outstanding engineer for the times he found himself in, and Ragnar fully intended to help the man vest his shares. Unfortunately, Leif was already an old man and would most likely not serve him for too many additional fiscal years. Thus the need for a technical institute and the fostering of exceptional apprentices were more important than ever in Ragnar's mind. The brand must outlive the founder. After meeting up with Leif the Elder and discussing the new designs, Ragnar proceeded to the local cathedral with his iron guard following discreetly behind. While the Grand Cathedral of Industry was under construction, the local parish had been seized from the Catholic Church and was being used by Bishop Ethelwold to preach the gospel and the bylaws of Ragnar's new order. When Ragnar arrived in the chapel, he noticed a service was currently underway. Ragnar watched from the back of the church while listening to Ethelwold's sermon. The sermon was about the separation of church and market, and therefore he was quoting scripture with a unique industrial interpretation as he preached to the crowd of factory workers and miners who had gathered. Then the Pharisees went out and laid plans to trap him. In his words, they sent their disciples to him along with the Herodians. "Teacher," they said, "we know that you are a man of integrity and that you teach the way of God in accordance with the truth. You aren't swayed by others because you pay no attention to who they are. Tell us then, what is your opinion? Is it right to pay the imperial tax to Caesar or not?" But Jesus, knowing their evil intent, said, "You hypocrites, why are you trying to trap me? Show me the coin used for paying the tax." They brought him a denarius, and he asked them, "Whose image is this, and whose inscription?" "Caesar's," they replied. Then he said to them, "So give back to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's." When they heard this, they were amazed, so they left him and went away. Ethelwold then continued to interpret the words in a way that spread Ragnar's corporate message. Thus, in Christ's own words, we are to respect the currency of the realm while owing our productivity to the Creator. For just as the coin bears the mark of the king, so too does the iron bear the mark of the smith. We are the gears in God's great machine, and our labor is our prayer. The sermon went on for some time before the people of City Titan were finally dismissed to their shifts. Eventually, after some time, all that remained in the chapel were Ethelwold and Ragnar. Seeing the man who had led him to spiritual efficiency standing with a grin on his face in his church, Ethelwold could not help but smile. Ragnar quickly walked over to the man and tapped his cane on the stone floor. "That was an efficient sermon, Bishop. You are truly fit to lead our branding campaign." However, Ethelwold decided to tease Ragnar as he was organizing some of the tithe ledgers from the gathering. "I have not seen your top hat around these parts lately. I was beginning to think that you had diversified your portfolio away from the faith." Ragnar, however, adjusted his monocle and shook his head. "Not in the slightest, Bishop. I have merely been too busy overseeing the hostile takeovers and auditing those who would disrupt our supply chain. I try to attend board meetings when I can, but the work of a director is never truly finished." Ethelwold sneered at Ragnar's comment and posed a question to him. The work of a director, or a lord protector? Ragnar once more laughed at Ethelwold's jest before making a joke of his own. "Careful, those words are a breach of contract. If you let the little intern hear you say that, he is liable to file a complaint." When Ethelwold heard this, he could not contain his laughter and snickered at the remark. "Edwig, tell me, Ragnar, without your signature, who would obey the Nottingham boy? Everyone knows it is you who truly holds the voting rights in the Midlands. Edwig is just your proxy." Ragnar did not deny the charges against him and merely smiled innocently before switching the subject. "So, how is the IPO progressing?" Upon hearing Ragnar dodging his statement, Ethelwold took the hint and began to talk about business. "It is going well. Large swaths of Mercia are adopting the new bylaws, despite the war they held against you. Especially in the industrial centers, it has also spread into Northumbria and the Danelaw. The Iron Faith is making progress in the south, all the way into Wessex. As far as the Midlands go, we have established a monopoly." Ragnar was delighted upon hearing this news and congratulated his partner. "That is optimal. Well done. This is all thanks to you and your marketing strategy." However, Ethelwold did not seem too happy, and Ragnar immediately noticed that. Thus, he inquired about the details. "What's the variance?" To this question, Ethelwold sighed heavily before voicing his concerns. "In the south, our shareholders are being persecuted. The Catholics still hold a large control of public opinion, and our early adopters are being branded as heretics. It is truly inefficient the lengths they will go to regulate us." Though Ragnar put on a solemn expression as if he were calculating the depreciation of human capital with a heavy heart, in reality, he was incredibly excited by this news. Such actions gave him a casus belli to march into the south after he had consolidated the Midlands in the coming fiscal years. The longer this persecution in Wessex persisted, the better his chances of having a just cause for declaring a monopoly on the entire island. Inadvertently, by persecuting the industrialists in Wessex, the Catholics had given Ragnar a reason to invade when his capital reserves were finally ready. However, he could not very well admit this to a man of cloth, and thus he pretended as if he was overwhelmed with grief. Truly, it is a market failure, as you have proclaimed. The fact that the Catholics would terminate those who interpret the divine plan differently shows how corrupt their business model is. They do not care about salvation, but maintaining their market share. Ragnar's words reached an accord with Ethelwold, and he wholeheartedly agreed. Thus he nodded his head and spoke the words Ragnar wanted to hear. Promise me that when your stock price is high enough, you will march on the south and liberate our partners from the sinful monopoly of the Catholic Church. Ragnar put on a facade as if he was shocked about such a statement and pretended to be risk-averse. I don't know about this. The overhead would be immense. However, Ethelwold was adamant and thus shook Ragnar's arm slightly. Director, promise me, you must save our investors. Finally, after a few moments, Ragnar seemingly relented and sighed heavily as if he were deeply conflicted about the budget. Okay, I promise you that when I have enough liquidity, I will invade the southern kingdoms and rid them of the horrific influence of the Catholic Church. Seeing Ragnar agree to Ethelwold's plight, the bishop smiled before patting Ragnar on the back. Do not fret, my friend. We are merely acting in the interest to protect our assets from the wickedness of the Vatican. How could the invisible hand scorn such a merger? Ragnar finally smiled and nodded his head in approval. Of Ethelwold's words, the man never ceased to exceed expectations, thus he decided to switch the topic to something else. Do you require any additional funding? Just let me know how much capital you need, and I will gladly donate it to the cathedral fund. Ethelwold began to chuckle as he heard these words, and he began to chastise Ragnar. You are already building a grand cathedral to rival St. Peter's. How could I possibly ask for more gold from your treasury? However, Ragnar shook his head after hearing this response and informed Ethelwold of his opinion. For the work of the brand, you just need to submit a requisition form. I will gladly fund anything you require so long as the budget allows. Ethelwold was more adamant than Ragnar realized and rejected his offer. I thank you for all you have done, Director, but we receive enough tithes from all of the guildmasters who support our reformation. You do not have to spend so much. This news brought a smile to his face. The more guildmasters who contributed to the Iron Faith, the better, and the church was now making enough revenue to stand on its own without his subsidies, at least for the most part. Thus Ragnar finally relented on his offer. Okay, just let me know if you ever encounter a cash flow problem. And if it is in my power, I will be more than happy to assist you. With that said, Ethelwold smiled and nodded. Certainly, remember to keep your promise. When the market opens, you must liberate our partners to the south. Ragnar chuckled when he heard that before posing a rhetorical question. Have I ever defaulted on my debts, my dear bishop? With that said, Ragnar bid Ethelwold farewell and began to return to the governor's mansion. He took a pleasant stroll observing the progress of City Titan when he did so. Though he had built many structures out of brick and iron, he knew one day he would have to rebuild many of them with reinforced concrete to ensure their structural stability for 1,000 years. After all, he could not build the foundation of his empire off of materials that depreciated too quickly. Iron and brick were cheap to produce and quick to turn into factories. Still, the cost of that was maintenance, and as such, Ragnar made a vow when he looked at his grand designs being rapidly built that he would reconstruct them with steel and concrete within his lifetime. For if his corporate headquarters could not last the test of time, how could his brand? A week had passed since Ragnar's strategy meeting with Leif the Elder and Bishop Ethelwold. During this time, Leif's R&D department had fully retooled a small-scale production line for the Fire Lance, a primitive matchlock firearm intended to be licensed to the Caliphate. His contractors, who were assigned to demonstrate the effectiveness of the weapons, had spent some time getting accustomed to the slow-burning match cords and the measuring of powder, but for the most part, the loading procedure was standardized. As such, Vizier Al-Hakam and Ragnar were now standing on the observation deck of the Ironworks testing range. In the center of the muddy field, several wooden posts were set up, draped in heavy Frankish chainmail and padded gambesons to represent the elite cavalry of the Carolingian Empire, the potential rivals of the Caliphate. Seeing Ragnar's contractors rapidly load the fire lances in a span of a little over 30 seconds brought a question to al-Hakam's mind, and thus he voiced his concerns regarding the product's specs. Director, if the reload cycle is this extensive, how would I protect my investment from enemy cavalry, closing the distance and engaging in a hostile takeover? Al-Hakam was unaware of the existence of the socket bayonet, and Ragnar did not plan on exporting this proprietary technology. Thus he smiled, adjusting his top hat, as he responded to the vizier's inquiry. Ideally, you would diversify your portfolio. You place a unit of pikemen alongside them to act as a hedge against the charge while your gunners reload. Once they are primed and the market is favorable, you pull your pikes back to prevent asset depreciation. After the volley has liquidated the front line, you repeat the cycle. Hearing this strategy, al-Hakam could envision the formations in his mind and nodded his head in approval. He could not wait to see the ROI of these fire lances. Thus, after loading the weapons, the contractors aimed the heavy, smoking barrels at their targets roughly 50 yards away. The fire lance that Ragnar designed was shorter and more robust than the elegant muskets his personal guard used. There were two reasons for this, the first being that he hated the idea of exporting his best machining techniques. The second being that a heavier, cruder barrel was cheaper to mass-produce and harder for a foreign smith to reverse engineer without a steam press. The shift supervisor raised his signal flag and bellowed the command to the platoon of 30 men. Liquidation. Upon uttering the order, a series of cracks like splitting timber echoed in the air. 30 lead balls were sent downrange through the smog. The smoke from the black powder obscured the view for a moment, smelling of sulfur and progress. After the weapons were fired, they were checked for structural integrity before being racked. This was the first batch of export-grade hardware, and quality control was paramount. Seeing the display from afar was an impressive sight, and al-Hakam had a broad smile on his face, calculating the shift in the balance of power. After the area was deemed safe by the safety officer, Ragnar posed a question to al-Hakam. Would you like to audit the results up close? Al-Hakam was instantly intrigued by this offer and silently nodded his head before gathering his robes and following Ragnar down the muddy slope to the field below. The wooden posts had been splintered, the chainmail torn asunder. Upon closer inspection, the lead balls had thoroughly penetrated past the riveted mail, through the padding, and deep into the wood. It was indeed an effective tool against the feudal assets of the period. Al-Hakam was surprised by the efficiency of the weapons and no longer needed convincing regarding the acquisition. Thus, he began the negotiations for the contract. I am thoroughly convinced such tools are superior to the composite bows of the West. Tell me, Director, what price point have you set for these assets? Ragnar had come up with a business plan in the past week to get the most leverage out of the Caliphate's vast chemical resources while simultaneously appearing benevolent. Thus, he decided to put on a facade of calculating a difficult margin before expressing his offer. Current market value would suggest 50 silver dirhams per unit, but under certain clauses. I could restructure the deal and offer you a 20% discount. Al-Hakam immediately took the bait upon hearing such an offer existed. What clauses might those be? Ragnar put on a corporate smile as he answered al-Hakam's question. Since we are establishing a strategic partnership, I will place a 20% discount on each fire lance exported to the Caliphate, under the condition that you supply me with saltpeter and sulfur at an equally discounted rate. My chemists tell me the soil of the East is rich in niter. Ragnar's gunpowder mills were having difficulty keeping up with the demand. The damp climate of England was inefficient for niter beds. Knowing that the Caliphate had access to vast, arid deposits, Ragnar wanted to secure a supply chain that would fuel his expansion for decades. Even with the 20% discount, the markup on the fire lances was astronomical, and in doing so, he would secure the fuel needed to dominate the European market. After careful deliberation, al-Hakam spoke his thoughts on the matter. I can agree to such terms, Director. But in return for the raw materials, I would like the Caliphate to have first refusal rights on future batches. Al-Hakam began to wonder if he was too greedy with his demands, but to his surprise, Ragnar tapped his cane on the mud and nodded. That is acceptable. So long as the raw materials flow, the Caliphate is a preferred customer. With this, a merger of interests had been made and the two men shook hands before drafting up a formal trade agreement. Afterward, Ragnar posed an invitation to al-Hakam. The shift is ending. Would you like to dine at the governor's mansion tonight? My CFO has prepared a feast." Al-Hakam saw no reason to refuse, especially since the cuisine in City Titan was surprisingly efficient. It would be an honor. With that said, the two men returned to the mansion, where they sat down at the mahogany dining table. Jida, as per usual, took her place next to Ragnar, reviewing a ledger even as she ate. Elfrida sat across from her, dissecting a pheasant. As for Al-Hakam, he sat across from Ragnar with Edwig sulking next to him. The boy had grown quite irritable over the last week, as Al-Hakam, an essential dignitary from the east, paid no attention to him, despite Edwig officially being the guildmaster of Nottingham. Thus he was visibly scowling while picking at his food, an action that did not go unnoticed by the others sitting at the table. Ragnar ignored the boy. Edwig's influence was already being liquidated by Jida's agents. He would finally be removed from the board within a few years without anyone being the wiser. Thus, he just had to manage the kid's outbursts for the time being. Al-Hakam also ignored the boy, as he was well aware of who signed the checks in the Midlands. Thus, he decided to ask Ragnar about his projections for the future. "So, Director, now that you have restructured the Midlands and established a monopoly on the coal trade, what is your next venture?" Ragnar drank the dark stout from his skull chalice before responding to the nobleman from the east. Despite the successful acquisition, large swaths of the supply chain were negatively impacted by the West Saxon sabotage. Mines flooded, rails twisted, labor dispersed. It will take a substantial capital injection to recover from such a disruption. I will spend the next few fiscal years stabilizing the infrastructure and bringing efficiency to the workforce. Seeing that Ragnar had no immediate plans for further hostile takeovers, Al-Hakam sighed in relief. At the rate Ragnar's brand was growing, one day he could potentially be a competitor to the Caliphate, and it was better to foster a joint venture than a trade war. As such, Al-Hakam broke a piece of bread before asking another question on his mind. "I hear you are trying to implement many radical bylaws. Do you not fear a strike by the nobility of England, or greater yet, a cartel of your neighbors forming against you?" However, Ragnar's answer greatly surpassed his imagination. Ragnar had a calm, maybe even predatory smile on his face as he set down his chalice. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he responded as if discussing the weather. "Of course. Those stuck in the feudal economy will never fully embrace the free market. They will inevitably try to short-sell my stock. In fact, many of the thanes throughout not only Mercia, but also Northumbria are currently plotting a breach of contract as we speak. Yet I do not fear this litigation. Instead, I welcome it." Ragnar leaned forward, the gaslight reflecting off his monocle. "A market correction is overdue. When the old money finally bears its fangs, I will be prepared to liquidate their estates. A great audit is coming, Al-Hakam, and when the dust settles, the Iron Empire will hold the monopoly." Al-Hakam and Edwig alike were shocked by this answer. Ragnar was fully expecting a civil war, and he was already preparing the severance packages. The man clearly had foresight, but what was even more frightening was that he welcomed the rebellion so that he would be able to legally seize their assets. After hearing such a bold statement, Al-Hakam felt like he should not question the mind of the Iron Father and quickly got back to eating his food. Edwig, on the other hand, looked as pale as a sheet of parchment, as if he finally realized he had appointed a shark as his trustee. As for Jida and Elfrida, they were merely enjoying their meal. They were well accustomed to Ragnar's proclamations of grand strategy and the ruthlessness he would employ to achieve them. "Pass the salt, dear," Jida said calmly, not looking up from her ledger. Another few weeks had passed. Vizier Al-Hakam had long since departed to return to his ledgers in Baghdad. Of course, he would first report to the Caliph about his visit and his successful acquisition of the fire lances. Yet that was a quarterly report for another time. At the moment, Ragnar was in the ironworks testing range once more, where he was observing the introduction of two new key pieces of machinery, ones that would drastically change the market share of the battlefield once again. Since Leif the Elder had designed the Leif hammer and the prototype Schmidt gun, which Leif insisted on calling the repeater cannon to avoid sounding too foreign, he had spent a great deal of time and effort bringing them to reality. At the moment, 3 of the repeater cannons were lined up in the mud, their brass cylinders gleaming under the gray English sky. The repeater cannons were mounted on reinforced carriages that could be dragged by a team of draft horses, much like a standard steam cannon, thus allowing for excellent mobility of the assets on the battlefield. This immediately caught the eyes of the shift supervisors, artillery officers present, who by now had all engaged in hostile takeovers at some point. Soon these machines would be demonstrating their capabilities to Ragnar and many of his senior management who had gathered. Ragnar was about to hold a keynote speech. Leif was standing next to him, wiping grease from his hands. The speech would do two things. It would introduce Leif as the architect of the repeater cannon and establish him as a new rank of industrialist. Thus, the charismatic young director spoke with a great deal of passion for the man in front of him, who was also a valuable asset. Gentlemen of the board, I have gathered you all here today to witness the rollout of a mighty innovation, one that would not exist without the brilliant mind of this man standing before you. Most of you should be aware of his employee ID. He is Leif the Elder. Without his R&D, none of you would be equipped with the tools you use to audit the competition. He is the head engineer of Titan's heavy industry. Now he has invented a machine that will change the bylaws of warfare, what you see before. It is known as the repeater cannon. It is a revolving artillery piece with the ability to fire 9 rounds per minute, either solid iron slugs or canister shot comprised of 16 musket balls. Its effective range is 75 yards, with its maximum range being 200. Now let us witness the ROI of this machine. Upon hearing this impassioned speech, a series of polite applause erupted from the audience of supervisors who had gathered to witness the destructive power of the new asset. An enemy formation of 100 wooden posts was set up at 75 yards, each equipped with scavenged West Saxon mail to simulate a hostile merger. The moment Ragnar gave the order, the 3 guns began to liquidate the target. The first volley fired by the repeater cannons was filled with solid slugs, and a total of 27 rounds were fired in a single minute. The large projectiles devastated the enemy formation, as they tore through not only one opponent, but sometimes the liability behind them as well. However, the demonstration was not finished with that. Instead, the brass cylinders were rapidly replaced with ones filled with canister shot, and before long, another volley was fired off. Each canister contained 16 lead balls that flew downrange into the targets and shredded them apart. A total of 9 canisters were fired per the 3 guns in the span of 1 minute, resulting in a whopping 432 projectiles being fired into the enemy formation during that small time frame. The resulting depreciation of the simulated enemy formation was shocking even to the veteran supervisors who had waged many audits. They could only imagine the effects such a machine would have on the battlefield when used alongside standard steam cannons. It was indeed an astonishing degree of restructuring that these so-called repeater cannons wrought upon the armored wooden targets. After the demonstration was finished and the targets were thoroughly scrapped, Ragnar noticed his managers were staring in silence for some time. Eventually, General Bjorn began to clap slowly, his gold tooth glinting, and before long, it transformed into thunderous applause. So much so that Ragnar had to calm the men down by raising his cane before saying his other piece of important news. Due to the great extent that Leif the Elder has served our brand, I hereby promote him to industrialist for his exceptional service to the Iron Empire. For those of you wondering, industrialist is a new equity-holding rank that shall henceforth be appointed from the workforce who have accomplished exemplary service to the Directorate. For those of you present who are Thanes, do not fret, your voting rights remain secure. The news that Ragnar declared just now was shocking to the people present, especially considering the management class was almost entirely filled with Thanes and defectors at the moment. Thus they were conflicted over the matter. However, Ragnar did state that they were still below the board of directors, therefore such a thing was somewhat acceptable to the old guard. Despite their concerns over the issue, they still applauded Leif on his promotion, and the old man shared his usual soot-stained grin in response. He was now a shareholder, even if he still preferred his apron to a silk tunic. However, Ragnar did not stop the presentation here. He had another critical innovation to add to his inventory, one that Leif had helped produce. It was a relatively simple design and thus could be employed in mass numbers. However, this presentation was meant for the infantry supervisors, and thus he dismissed the artillery staff before approaching the other test field where his infantry managers had already gathered. On the field was a platoon of grenadiers who appeared to be holding the standard Mark Roman II repeating crossbow. However, what shocked them was that their bolt cases were open. In them were no longer the standard loose bolts, but a speed loader clip. This invention was based upon the concept of a stripper clip from Ragnar's previous life and essentially sped up the reloading process of the magazine. Thus, Ragnar boldly declared its specs to the infantry managers who were gathered and observing the strange new devices. "This is the quick load clip. It will replace the loose bolts in our service. It is made of thin tin and contains 5 bolts aligned for immediate insertion. This device allows the magazine to be filled in a single motion, thus allowing a far quicker reload speed. Instead of fumbling with individual bolts, your contractors will be firing continuously." The grenadiers present had spent the last few weeks getting accustomed to the device, and by now were exceptionally proficient in its use. As such, they rapidly reloaded their first magazine. In doing so, they placed the tin clip into the guide rails of the crossbow magazine and then shoved the bolts down in a single fluid motion. With this act, the weapon was primed. After doing so, they quickly cranked the levers, aimed at the target's downrange, and fired. Within seconds, the platoon of grenadiers reloaded their magazines and fired again. This rate of fire peaked at 20 bolts in a single minute, thus thoroughly shredding the enemy formation in front of them at 50 yards. The infantry managers who were gathered for this demonstration were just as shocked at its display as the artillery staff were for the repeater cannon. This small tin device would change the way they waged audits. It would make Ragnar's armies far more efficient than the enemy forces, even if the enemy got their hands on some primitive crossbows. Thus, a roar of applause echoed throughout the testing field as the infantry managers clapped to their heart's content. They would now be able to fire many more projectiles downrange at the enemy forces before having to engage in close quarters negotiation. Such a device was truly revolutionary. Ragnar himself was impressed with the speed and efficiency that his grenadiers utilized such devices with. If his entire workforce could be trained, be so efficient in their use, nobody in this market would be able to compete with him on land. Thus he too applauded the contractors who had been used in the demonstration. Ragnar could see the rise of his future Iron Legion with the new innovations. All he needed now was a matching Iron Navy, something he planned to begin construction on shortly with the help of the new Leif hammer. For now, in the following months, his troops would be adequately trained in the use of the quick load clips. Ragnar's grand ambitions was slowly but surely starting to become a reality, and thus he looked upon the new military innovations with pride. He truly believed the tools his workforce currently wielded would establish his brand's dominance for fiscal years to come. "Bjorn," Ragnar said, turning to his general as the smoke cleared, "send a memo to the foundry. I want full production on the clips by Monday." "Understood, Director. Efficiency is victory." "Indeed it is, Bjorn, indeed it is." For the last 3 days and nights, Ragnar had been locked away in his private study within the governor's mansion. So much so that the only thing he had consumed was heavily caffeinated black coffee. Considering he could not easily get his hands on modern energy drinks, he was left with the Titan blend to stimulate his mind and keep him from defaulting on his sleep debt. Yet, now after all his hard work, the R&D phase had finally paid off. Sitting before him on his drafting table was a comprehensive schematic for an ironclad steam frigate. It was a massive beast of industry, designed not just to rule the waves, but to monopolize them. It featured a sleek, reinforced hull and could house a total of 12 heavy steam cannons on pivot mounts. The ship itself was basically a scaled-down, steam-powered adaptation of the CSS Virginia from his previous life, optimized for the turbulent waters of the North Sea. Due to a lack of advanced composite materials, Ragnar had to improvise and rely on high-tensile steel plating bolted over a thick oak frame. As for the propulsion, it abandoned sails entirely in favor of a massive, coal-fired triple-expansion steam engine driving twin-screw propellers. The reason for this was simple. Wind was a volatile asset. Steam was a guaranteed return on investment. It would ensure the vessel could outmaneuver any Viking, longship or Frankish galley, regardless of the weather. How Ragnar knew of these designs? Well, that could be explained by his brief stint as a corporate acquisitions consultant for a maritime shipping conglomerate in his previous life. He was auditing a failing shipyard that specialized in historical reproductions. Ragnar did not have many friends in his previous life, but he had plenty of networking contacts. The shipyard's chief engineer, a man named Davis, was desperately trying to save his company from liquidation. During a week-long audit, Ragnar was invited down to the dry docks by Davis to inspect the assets. His stay was supposed to be strictly financial, but during this time, he spent it almost exclusively in the archives, studying the evolution of naval architecture from the age of sail to the age of steam. What started out as a hostile audit quickly turned into a week of extensive technical study. Davis, realizing his company was doomed, spent the week drinking heavily at the local bars, leaving Ragnar to his own devices. Not desiring to waste billable hours, Ragnar opted to stay in the archives and memorize the schematics of the most efficient naval vessels ever designed. Apparently, that grueling audit became a blessing in disguise because it provided him with the knowledge of how to build steamships from scratch. Ragnar planned to draft 2 classes of ships for his future Iron Navy, the first of which was the monumental ironclad frigate that he referred to as the Jida class. The reason for him naming it this was simply good. Corporate branding. Decided to name his flagship class after his CFO and partner. The reason for making the heavy dreadnought named after Jida instead of Elfrida ultimately came down to their respective management styles. Even if Elfrida was currently managing the textile mills efficiently, he knew she was a lightweight in negotiations. When compared to Jida's ruthless, impenetrable defense in a boardroom, the answer was obvious as to which ship should bear which name. The Jida class would be unyielding, heavily armored, and devastatingly effective. Eventually, Ragnar heard a sharp knock on the heavy oak door after admiring his blueprints. He quickly answered with a raspy, over-caffeinated voice. "Enter." With that said, Jida walked into the room and noticed that Ragnar's usual pristine corporate appearance looked heavily depreciated. He had deep bags under his eyes, his cravat was undone, and his monocle was smudged. Though she knew he was working on a critical asset and was currently undergoing a bout of manic productivity, she could not let the CEO work himself into an early grave. The beautiful CFO quickly approached the drafting table where Ragnar was seated, gazing passionately at the schematics with a terrifyingly wide smile on his face. Thus she quickly asked about the designs as she leaned over. "To audit the paperwork." "What is this, the Jida-class ironclad? Oh, Ragnar, you're branding a warship after me." Jida was so pleased she quickly grabbed a hold of Ragnar and pulled him into a tight embrace, resting his exhausted head against her shoulder. The comforting scent of parchment and expensive perfume made Ragnar's adrenaline crash, yet he still had to sign off on the final stress calculations. As such, he forced his heavy eyelids open. He was too tired to voice his thoughts properly, thus, he just nodded his head slowly and released a low groan. MHMM. Iron hull. Maximum yield. Seeing that her partner's operating system was crashing, Jida instantly adopted her most authoritative tone before dragging him from his stool. He had been up far too long and was in no state to continue drafting. Ragnar attempted to cite a pending deadline. He was much too weary to resist, and thus found himself quickly being frog-marched out of his study and towards their private quarters, where Jida chastised him. "Though I am flattered you named such a capital asset after me, I am more furious that you are depreciating your own health. You seriously need to enter sleep mode. You can finalize the blueprints in Q4. She knew Ragnar's workaholism well enough to know he would sneak back to his desk if left alone, and thus she forced him to power down. Such Jida unlaced his boots, removed his heavy leg brace, and pushed him onto the feather mattress. She sat beside him, running her fingers through his soot-stained hair. Ragnar fell asleep to the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. The last thought on his mind before drifting into unconsciousness was a simple calculation: monopoly achieved. Ragnar slept for a total of 18 hours, and when he awoke, the gas lamps in the room were lit, and Jida was sitting at a small desk nearby, reviewing a ledger with a warm smile. He did not know how long his system had been offline and thus casually asked after yawning heavily and adjusting his jaw. "How long was the downtime?" Jida paused her calculations, tapping her quill against her chin before smiling and responding to him. "About 18 hours, your longest unrecorded absence this fiscal year." Ragnar was shocked by this figure. It had been a while since he suffered such a severe system crash, but he was more shocked that his inbox hadn't exploded. As such, he asked the second question on his mind. "You managed the floor the whole time." Hearing this, Jida chuckled lightly before setting her ledger down. "Of course. Unlike a certain director, I know how to delegate to the shift supervisors. But I have been here for the last hour." Hearing this, Ragnar smirked, feeling the familiar drive of ambition returning to his veins. Seeing that Ragnar was rebooting, Jida decided to reveal some important market news to garner his attention. "By the way, Did you submit a requisition for a shipwright from the Frisian coast? He arrived about 6 hours ago, claiming the Iron Father offered him a blank check. I told him you were in a closed-door meeting and to wait, but he is threatening to breach contract." Hearing this, Ragnar's eyes immediately snapped open, and he began to groan, reaching for his leg brace. "Ugh, fine, I will handle the HR complaint." With that said, he slowly rose from the bed and strapped on his brace, where Jida handed him a freshly pressed tunic. Now that the CEO was fully operational for the day, Ragnar walked into his great hall where the master shipwright, known as Hendrik the Builder, was waiting rather impatiently for his arrival. The man was pacing around the room with a scowl on his face, his massive arms crossed over his chest. When he noticed Ragnar's arrival, the clank-clank of the leg brace echoing in the hall, he instantly began to shout at him. "Do you have any idea how much my time is worth? Who do you think you are to make Hendrik wait in a drafty hallway?" Hendrik was not only a shipwright, but he was one of the best in Frisia. However, he was not loyal to any king or jarl. He simply desired to build the largest vessels and secure the most lucrative contracts to do so. Ragnar had headhunted the man by claiming he had designed a new paradigm in naval architecture and offered a massive stock option for the man to come work for the Directorate and build his fleet in the North Sea. Seeing the man so visibly agitated, Ragnar put on his most polished corporate facade and extended a hand to the man. "My sincerest apologies for the scheduling conflict." Hendrik had spent a total of 3 days and 3 nights ensuring that the schematics for our new venture were flawless, and as such, when the project concluded, I required immediate downtime. "You must be weary from the voyage. Come join me in the boardroom, and we will discuss your compensation package." Hearing that he was going to get straight to the financials greatly lessened Hendrik's wrath, and thus he accepted Ragnar's invitation. It would be nice to see if the Iron Father actually had the capital to back up his boasts. Thus the two left the great hall and headed towards the boardroom. Since Hendrik the Builder was a Frisian, Ragnar knew he most likely appreciated a strong brew. He brought forth a specialized cask of stout that he had developed. It used the local Titan barley as a basis, fortified with imported hops and allowed to age in charred oak. The man instantly tasted the dark liquid, and his eyes widened with surprise. It was intense, but had a robust flavor, and was unlike the watered-down swill he had encountered in Wessex. Hendrik immediately asked about the brew. "What is this? I have never had such a stout before. It tastes like progress." Ragnar chuckled lightly, adjusting his monocle before briefly explaining the origin of the stout. "I call it the Titan Reserve. It is a specialty we brew right here in the industrial sector. I find it optimal for late-night audits." The man instantly frowned. As a connoisseur of strong drink, he wanted more details about its brewing process, but Ragnar was unwilling to share such trade secrets without a signed non-disclosure agreement. Instead, he used it as further enticement to draw the man into his corporate structure. "If you sign a contract with me, you can drink as much of this as your constitution allows." Hendrik's blue eyes flashed when he heard this, and he began to stroke his braided blonde beard. The man was in his late 30s and had spent his life building longships and cogs like his forefathers. He was exceptionally talented at it. However, it would take more than just good stout to convince him to work for an eccentric Viking accountant, and thus he immediately put on a slick, mercantile demeanor. "Ah, it will take more than a good brew to convince me to restructure my career." Hearing this, Ragnar merely smiled, especially when he saw the first round of dishes being brought out by the serving staff, as he replied to the man with a smug expression on his face. "I think you will soon enough realize the benefits of joining my firm. For now, let us evaluate the assets in front of us." On the table were a group of appetizers. Different kinds of salted meats, aged cheeses, and pickled fish were laid out for the man to partake of. With each bite, Ragnar could see the light of excitement glimmer in Hendrik's eyes. Despite his initial reservations, he quickly began to compliment Ragnar for his corporate hospitality. For a man obsessed with gears, your logistics team knows how to secure good provisions. Ragnar chuckled upon hearing this and accepted the man's compliment. "Well, thank you. My supply chain works efficiently every day to provide the best rations for my executives and my guests to dine upon." Such standardization is slowly starting to spread across the rest of the Midlands. Hearing this news, Hendrik started to desire to work for the Directorate more and more, but he quickly pressed the concern to the back of his mind. It would take more than good food and drink to convince him to sign a binding contract. Thus, he quickly brought up the matter of compensation as the main course of roasted boar was brought out. Though I admit the provisions you have presented are of high quality, I am more concerned with two things that will determine whether or not I relocate to Titan and work for you. First, my salary, but more importantly, the so-called iron ships you spoke about with such arrogance in your summons. Seeing that the man was rather impatient in discussing the quarterly budget, Ragnar decided he might as well get it over with and began to negotiate with the man. Ragnar was bold, and he needed a competent shipwright who could construct his iron navy for many fiscal years to come. As such, he let out an offer that nearly made the man's eyes jump out of his sockets. I will double the bullion the Franks are paying you and give you the title of Chief Naval Architect. You will receive a percentage of the shipping tariffs collected by your vessels. As for my ship design, once we are finished with the meal, I will gladly show you the blueprints I have been drafting. The Frankish kings were paying the man a large sum to build galleys, and Ragnar knew it. Jaida's intelligence department had audited the Frisian shipyards to find out this information. However, with all of his current monopolies and the new coal mines he had recently acquired, he could afford such an overhead expense. After all, the capital required for building his navy itself was going to be an astronomical figure. He might as well pay a premium for a competent manager. Of course, when Hendrik heard this, he nearly choked on the piece of boar he was chewing. Not only would he be presented with a massive salary, but also a C-suite title and equity in the form of tariff percentages. This was too good of a contract to pass up. Yet, even this did not fully sway the man. Most importantly, he would have to look at the engineering specs that Ragnar had prepared. Thus he quickly finished his meal, to the point where Ragnar still had half a plate left. Nevertheless, seeing how impatient the shipwright was to evaluate the intellectual property, Ragnar sighed before standing up and wiping his mouth with his napkin. After doing so, he began to convey his agenda to Hendrik. If you would follow me to the drafting room, I would be more than happy to show you the schematic I have finalized for the first and heaviest class of dreadnoughts I intend to launch. Hearing the term heaviest got the man's hopes up. If it were anything more robust than the longships he had been building, he would greatly enjoy his new project. With that, the two men left the boardroom and entered Ragnar's private study, where he unrolled the blueprint for Hendrik. The moment the man saw such a monumental, iron-clad monstrosity, he scoffed. However, before he could express his thoughts that the director was out of his mind and the thing would sink like a stone, he once more looked over the displacement calculations and noticed that such a ship could feasibly float. It would need a massive, modernized dry dock and take immense capital to construct, but the physics were sound. The ship was designated Dire Jaida. The DIR stood for the Directorate Ironclad. The man could not believe his eyes and stood still and in awe for several moments, going over every detail of the complex set of schematics. It was only after an hour of intense auditing had passed that the man put down the blueprints and snapped his attention over to Ragnar, who was leaning on his cane, staring at him with a smug grin the entire time. When do we break ground on the dry dock? Ragnar's corporate smile increased when he heard this, and he began to outline the project timeline to the man. It will take roughly 2 quarters to construct the specialized shipyards I have in mind. The first of these facilities will be built at the mouth of the Humber, others will follow near London. During the time it takes to build these dry docks, I will be mass-producing pre-forged iron plates and steam pistons at Titan, so that once the yards are completed, we can immediately use an assembly line to construct the ships in a rapid, standardized process. Hearing this, Hendrik was excited. He could see that Ragnar's manufacturing base would soon be able to produce a fleet of these dreadnoughts in quick succession if his supply chain proved reliable. Despite only analyzing one ship's design and overhearing Ragnar's projections for the future, the man was wise enough to know that the Directorate would quickly become the premier maritime monopoly in the known world within a decade. The idea that he would be the one to engineer such a sudden disruption to the global market brought tingles to the man's spine. He was excited just thinking about the scale of the operation. He quickly reached out his calloused hand and said to Ragnar with a joyful, greedy expression on his face, "I accept the terms. I will relocate to the Humber estuary as soon as I am able and oversee the construction of the dry docks. Rest assured, your vision for an iron monopoly will become a reality before the decade is out." Hearing this, Ragnar was filled with satisfaction. He had taken the first step into establishing himself as major naval power. He could already envision the vast, smoke-belching fleets of his future corporation dominating the world's major trade routes and liquidating any competitor foolish enough to try to block his path to global market dominance. As such, he quickly latched onto the man's hand and shook it firmly with an equally calculating smile on his face. He could tell this would be a highly profitable partnership and was glad to have another capable asset under his management. Despite making such a monumental allocation of funds on behalf of the Iron Empire, Eadwig was left utterly unaware that Ragnar intended to build a massive fleet and challenge the Franks, the Danes, and the Caliphate for maritime dominance. If the boy had known, he would have filed a grievance, believing Ragnar to be bankrupting the coal guild. Or how could they possibly fund a modernized navy in such a short period while still maintaining the army? Luckily for Ragnar, he was smart enough to keep the young figurehead locked out of the ledgers. As sole trustee, he had full authority to sign the checks while Eadwig remained a silent partner. Luckily for the Midlands, Eadwig had no voting rights, or else the boy would undoubtedly lead their stock to zero. Throughout the weeks since the trade negotiations, Vizier al-Hakam traveled across the Mediterranean and got back to Baghdad. At a certain point, the man was stuck in the Strait of Gibraltar due to an ongoing storm and thus had just now made his way back with the first crate of fire lances. At the moment, al-Hakam was once more in the palace of Baghdad, informing Caliph Harun al-Rashid about his successful acquisition. The two had gathered in the grand courtyard outside the palace's walls, where they walked around the beautiful geometric gardens throughout the area, the scent of jasmine heavy in the air. Unbeknownst to the two executives, Princess Zainab was nearby, calibrating a primitive astrolabe. She was trapped inside the palace from a young age, like a scholar in a gilded cage. Her only companion throughout this time was her mathematics tutor, a brilliant but deaf old man. At the moment, she was adjusting the brass rings of the device while sitting on a marble bench hidden by a trellis. A sharp smile spread across the young beauty's face as she aligned the stars. She began to mutter to herself, "Ah, the heavens are predictable. Unlike my father's diplomatic policies, our time together grows ever closer to an unjust end, old man. Or I fear I will not be able to bring my library with me to Francia, where I will be traded off to the crown prince as if I were a mere commodity. Only these stars make any logical sense." The tutor, being deaf, merely nodded and smiled at her, oblivious to her complaints. While Zainab was calculating the position of Venus, she overheard a conversation being held nearby. With nothing else going on, she decided to eavesdrop out of intellectual curiosity. After all, any topic her father and one of his greatest trade ministers were discussing would surely be more stimulating than reviewing the Frankish tax code. The Caliph was smiling as he asked al-Hakam the question he had been longing to hear. "So tell me, good al-Hakam, have you procured the new technology from the north?" With an excited smile, al-Hakam nodded his head and confidently proclaimed his success. "I had managed to secure the shipment. Though they are not the same thunder staves that Director Ragnar's forces were equipped with when they audited the Mercian army, they are still far more efficient than anything else that exists in our current inventory." The Caliph smiled as he nodded with approval before addressing the issue at hand. "Excellent. I will set our finest engineers in Damascus to the task of reverse engineering these machines. However, that may take some fiscal quarters to accomplish, so until then, I want you to import as many of these fire lances as the treasury allows. Our monopoly in the Levant depends on it." Al-Hakam quickly bowed his head in respect and responded to the Caliph's request. "I will issue the purchase orders immediately, Your Majesty." Zainab, who was listening nearby, began to pout. She initially thought this conversation would involve a complex mathematical cipher, but it was just a discussion about a mere arms trade. How impressive could these crude northern weapons be? As she was about to get up from her seat and return to her astrolabe, she heard the topic shift to something vastly more interesting. The Caliph stroked his white beard before asking the question on his mind. "Tell me the truth, al-Hakam. Is what the merchants say about this Director Ragnar true? Is he truly the one managing the industrial output of the English Isle?" Al-Hakam sighed heavily before expressing his professional opinion on the matter. "Without a doubt, despite being relatively young, Ragnar has risen from the position of a lowly raiding captain to the sole trustee of the Midlands. The current guildmaster of Nottingham is nothing more than a figurehead whose entire existence can be described as a liability on Ragnar's ledger. From the last board meeting I had with Ragnar, I get the feeling he intends to execute a hostile takeover shortly and establish himself as the absolute sovereign of the region. Zainab was instantly intrigued by this conversation. She had never heard of this director Ragnar, but if what the vizier said was true, he was an ambitious and highly analytical man to be able to consolidate such market power despite his barbaric origins. Thus, she listened in closely to the conversation, analyzing every variable. The Caliph responded to al-Hakam's claims with a slight nod of his head before expressing his approval. Truly a pragmatic young man. It is a shame he has made competitors out of most of Christendom. The Pope has declared him a heretic for his iron faith, which preaches efficiency over piety. The situation in the West has become volatile, and now the Isle is following in its footsteps under Ragnar's management. I fear the Catholics will try to organize a crusade to liquidate his assets. Do you think Ragnar has the capital to resist such an embargo? Al-Hakam thought about this subject for a few moments, before finally giving his assessment. If he continues to scale his industrial power like he has been doing, yes, even if the Pope calls for a new crusade against his corporation, Ragnar will bankrupt any army that enters his supply chain. The technology he has sold us is revolutionary, and supposedly the repeating weapons issued to all of his contractors are even more devastating. It is no wonder he foreclosed on the West Saxon forces in a little over a month. I would not be surprised if Ragnar used the papal response to his actions as a justification to aggressively acquire his neighbors and forge a new empire built entirely on steam and steel. Given a few years to secure his monopoly over the raw materials, he will soon have an industrial base that will be entirely unmatched. I assure you his projections do not end with the British Isles. Mark my words, one day Ragnar will dictate the terms of the global market. Hearing these words, Zainab gasped. After doing so, she quickly covered her mouth in fear of her being found out by her father. She did not expect the infamous vizier of trade to praise a northern barbarian so highly. Primarily since until now, she had never heard of this director Ragnar. However, al-Hakam's words quickly filled Zainab's brilliant mind with images of the young director as a ruthless innovator on par with the great architects of antiquity. Zainab had never met Ragnar. She had no idea what he looked like, nor did she even know his corporate structure. Yet just from this conversation, a profile of Ragnar formed in Zainab's head, and a lasting fascination was built. Finally, she had found a logical and ambitious man whose intellect might actually rival her own. Even if she was already contractually obligated to the crown prince of the Franks, she had no intentions of merging with such a deficit, and would rather analyze someone like this director Ragnar she had just heard about. If only she had a way to establish a line of communication. Thus, Zainab began to scowl when she realized that the thoughts she had just now about contacting Ragnar were a statistical impossibility. As long as she was trapped in the palace, she would never be able to audit the man and see if his ledgers lived up to the hype. As such, she quickly sat down onto the bench nearby and once more began to speak to her deaf tutor. The young genius sighed heavily as she did so. "Oh, master, what is the optimal solution? There is no vector for me to contact this Ragnar, but if I don't calculate a way out, I will be forced to marry that illiterate Frank Louis. Can my variables get any worse?" The tutor gazed at Zainab with a blank smile before returning to his scrolls. The old man had become tired and thus had gone back to reading, leaving Zainab by her lonesome as she mapped out the geopolitical equations she faced. Such Zainab tapped her stylus impatiently as she expressed the thoughts on her mind. Useless variable. As for al-Hakam and the Caliph, they continued to stroll throughout the garden and discuss various trade agreements. They had long since passed from Zainab's earshot, thus she could no longer intercept their data. Harun had no knowledge that his daughter had overheard his conversation with al-Hakam, and in doing so taken a professional interest in this director from the north. For if he did, he would most certainly try to terminate such an infatuation before it could disrupt his diplomatic treaties. The last thing he needed was a scandal about his brilliant daughter running away with some Viking CEO. Instead, his conversation with al-Hakam shifted from the topic of Ragnar to the trade war with the Byzantines. With the new technology acquired from the Directorate, his forces would have to be trained in its use. Al-Hakam had informed the Caliph of the pike and shot strategy Ragnar had briefly outlined during the product demonstration. Thus, the men had to design a new operational manual for their armies to overwhelm the Eastern Roman Empire with. With this, They hoped to secure a monopoly on the Silk Road and incorporate the wealth of the East into their mighty treasury. At the moment, Ragnar was sitting in his private study, overseeing the ledgers on his heavy oak desk. There were several memos of critical importance he had to sign off on. Many of these were focused on the procurement of raw materials for his new iron fleet. To accomplish this, Ragnar had dispatched trade envoys to the deep forests of the Danelaw in an attempt to secure an ample supply of old-growth oak timber. The reason for this was calculated. While the hulls would be iron, the internal bracing and decking still required massive amounts of high-quality wood, and presently the local markets were saturated with cheap pine. Thus he could acquire his shipbuilding materials at wholesale value. As for the procurement of coal to fuel the steam engines, Ragnar had already secured the Nottingham mines for some time. Thus he did not need to negotiate tariffs when it came to acquiring the tonnage he was missing from his current stockpiles in Titan. Ragnar needed a powerful fleet of at least 3 ironclads if he intended to enforce a blockade on the Frankish coast. These ships would require hundreds of specialized engineers and stokers, and he could not simply hire such a vast technical workforce off the street. Instead, he was at this moment officially signing into corporate law the establishment of the Directorate Navy and had decided to purchase a few decommissioned cogs from Frisia to act as training vessels. They would be docked in the Humber estuary, where he would funnel recruits over to the region to train as stokers and naval gunners. He severely lacked nautical experts for his enterprise. The Kingdom of Northumbria, despite holding a vast coastline, had never bothered developing a standardized navy. Instead, they merely had unorganized raiding fleets and fishing boats. Thus Ragnar desired to headhunt some professionals, and in doing so, looked towards veterans of the Frisian merchant fleets to act as instructors to his new recruits. The capital expenditures for the construction of his navy were growing by the day, but they were a necessary investment. Without a powerful iron fleet, his future monopoly would never be able to maintain control over the trade routes that would be vital to the success of his brand. On top of all of this, Ragnar had to draft a basic training manual for the Navy. Luckily, he had a little bit of knowledge of modern naval discipline from his previous life as a corporate auditor. Many hours passed, and eventually, Ragnar had finished all of the necessary paperwork to start the foundation of the Iron Fleet. After the last stroke of his quill was signed, he let out a heavy sigh and leaned back in his leather chair while stretching his muscles before expressing his thoughts aloud. The work of a sole trustee is never finished. After finishing his administrative duties for the day, Ragnar left his study and entered the dining hall, where he found Jida and Eadwig engaged in another hostile dispute, the sight of which instantly brought a sense of market fatigue to Ragnar. He could not wait to finally buy out this little liability, but it could not be too sudden. Otherwise, the breach of contract would surely fall on his shoulders, and the other regional managers of Mercia would file grievances against him. Jida was furious. Eadwig had made a comment that had visibly depreciated her patience, and she quickly slammed a heavy ledger onto the table before yelling at him. "You entitled intern! Who do you think you are? How dare you question my accounting?" Eadwig's insubordination was becoming more frequent, and Jida was usually the one who had to audit his behavior. However, the following words that came out of his mouth invoked Jida's ire and Ragnar's. "You calculating witch! Just because you share a bed with the director doesn't mean you hold the voting rights over my guild." Eadwig's fists were curled as if he were ready to strike, and the iron guards were once more moving into position to secure the asset. However, when they noticed Ragnar's slow approach, the rhythmic clank of his leg brace echoing with a murderous cadence, they immediately held their positions. The Iron Father wanted to handle this HR issue personally. Just when Eadwig was about to lunge at Jida, he felt a heavy, steel-capped cane hook around his ankle. With a sharp tug, Ragnar pulled the boy's leg out from under him. Eadwig crashed face first onto the wooden floorboards, the wind knocked out of his lungs. As he gasped for air, Ragnar calmly placed the heavy iron boot of his braced leg squarely in the center of the boy's back, pinning him to the floor. Jida gazed at Ragnar with a cold, appreciative smile on her lips. She loved it when her partner enforced the corporate hierarchy and liquidated those who insulted her. This was not the first time he had taken decisive action to protect her authority. She instantly recalled the time Ragnar had restructured the command staff during the hostile takeover of York. It only took a few seconds for Eadwig to regain his breath, and when he did, he panicked. He had no leverage and was completely immobilized. When he finally craned his neck to look up, he saw Ragnar staring down at him, his monocle reflecting the harsh gaslight. Edwig did not immediately realize that Ragnar was casually adjusting his cuffs while standing on him. Upon seeing the boy's furious gaze, Ragnar stopped adjusting his sleeves and put on a terrifyingly blank expression as he looked down at Edwig. Ragnar slowly leaned his weight onto his cane, increasing the pressure on the boy's spine, but not enough to permanently damage the asset. Afterward, he coldly stated a clear policy. If I hear you questioning the CFO's ledgers or see you attempting a hostile action against her again, I will permanently terminate your contract. Edwig put on a tough facade, despite the intense fear he felt in his chest, before scoffing at Ragnar's words. Is that a threat? Ragnar, however, coldly tapped his cane against the floor before responding. It is a corporate guarantee. With that, Ragnar lifted his boot and walked over to the iron guards in the room who witnessed the entire display. He nodded to the shift supervisor who was about to intervene before his arrival and said with a polite corporate smile on his face, "The figurehead is experiencing burnout. Escort him to his quarters so that he can review the employee handbook." Hearing this, a pair of heavily armored guards marched over to Edwig and lifted him off the floor by his armpits, where they then responded with the required corporate greeting. "Right away, Director," before escorting the boy to his room. All the while, Edwig threw a tantrum. "Let me go, I own the mines. I'm not burnt out, damn you." After he was no longer visible and his screams were muffled by the heavy doors, Jida smirked slightly before offering a professional critique. "Experiencing burnout, really? That was your official statement." Ragnar chuckled alongside his partner as he approached the table and poured himself a cup of black coffee. Maintained plausible deniability, didn't it? After saying that, the couple resumed their review of the daily output quotas for a few moments. They became ever closer to discussing the profit margins of the new steam hammers. That is, of course, until Ragnar spotted Elfrida sitting at her spot at the dining table with a deer in the headlights expression on her face. The entire time she was sitting quietly in her spot, observing the physical altercation. And now that Ragnar was so casually discussing industrial output after pinning a boy to the floor, she did not know how to react. As such, Ragnar froze into place before awkwardly addressing his sister-in-law. "Oh, Elfrida, I didn't see you reviewing the inventory." Hearing this, Jida immediately cleared her throat. She had utterly forgotten Elfrida was present and had lost herself in the efficiency of the moment. As such, she quietly closed her ledger and straightened her posture. After doing so, she quickly recovered her professional demeanor and sat in her seat. Elfrida was frozen in place, as if she had just seen a hostile merger up close. She had no idea how to react to the scene in front of her, and thus she just began to stare at her empty plate. Luckily, not long after, the catering staff arrived. With them, the evening meal was prepared for Ragnar and his board. The scene broke up the awkward silence that had permeated the air, allowing Ragnar and Jida to recover from their display of raw authority just moments earlier. Thus, Ragnar enjoyed a highly efficient meal with his family, all while calculating the day he could finally lay the keel of the Dir Jida. He needed to secure more iron plating, which could only be smelted in the new blast furnaces. If not for the logistical risks that involved rushing the construction, he would have gladly ordered double shifts by now. However, the Iron Fleet and its launch were of vital strategic importance to his future monopoly. Thus, he would never allow its existence to be public knowledge until after he had already begun to dominate the shipping lanes. These were the projections that flowed through Ragnar's mind as he dined in silence with his executives. After being pinned to the floor by Ragnar's iron boot, Edwig was forced to return to his guest quarters, where the heavy oak door was locked from the outside for the remainder of the night. Eventually, he fell asleep, but by the time the factory whistles blew in the morning and he was released for breakfast, he was still fuming with market-defying anger over the hostile restructuring that had occurred during the previous night. Edwig had no voting rights in how his guild was being run. Ragnar did not copy him on the memos of importance that the Directorate was constantly issuing, and as such, Edwig had a surplus of free time. However, he was confined to the governor's mansion in City Titan without any clearance to leave the perimeter. After all, the Iron Father did not want the boy leaking trade secrets or causing a panic among the shareholders. Thus, with no authority and no way to review the ledgers, the boy became increasingly bitter. As the fiscal quarters passed, he eventually found himself bored out of his mind and had begun to engage in petty workplace sabotage. Yet those childish antics were always met with a swift, calculated audit by Jida. Eventually, those childish antics turned to thoughts of corporate sabotage. At the moment, Edwig was walking through the smog-filtered courtyard, trying to calculate a way to bankrupt Jida's reputation for how she had always managed him. Eventually, he came across a peculiar sight. Jida was currently putting out multiple iron bowls filled with premium cuts of fish, and there were a total of 3 massive, scarred wolfhounds who came rushing over to greet her. The sharp-eyed CFO had a rare, genuine smile as she firmly patted the hounds before allowing them to consume their high-protein rations. Jida was exceptionally fond of these beasts, having recently imported them from the Norse homelands to act as perimeter security. She made sure that they were given the best cuts from the company butcher every day. Ragnar had approved this expenditure for 3 reasons. Firstly, it boosted Jida's morale, and a happy CFO meant an efficient supply chain. Secondly, he appreciated the loyalty and ferocity of the hounds, finding them more reliable than most human contractors. Thirdly, the hounds were excellent at deterring industrial espionage, and the industrial sector had more than enough spies lurking around that needed to be liquidated. After feeding the hounds, Jida checked her pocket watch, nodded to the beasts, and quickly returned to her work managing the intelligence department. She would be back later that evening to review their perimeter logs and feed them more meat. Seeing the rare, uncalculated smile on Jida's face as she interacted with her assets brought a highly volatile idea to Edwig's mind. He may not be able to physically liquidate Jida. After all, the Iron Guard protected the board of directors around the clock, but he could destroy the assets she valued. Thus the devious little figurehead vowed that later in the day, when the factory shifts were rotating and the noise was at its peak, he would sneak into the courtyard and terminate the 3 hounds. Such a loss of property would surely crash the morale of the woman who had so thoroughly audited his life. After drafting such a vicious scheme, Edwig returned to his room, where he began to procure the necessary tools. First, he needed a heavy blade, and as such, he headed towards the mansion's main kitchen, where he planned to requisition one. Thus, as Edwig entered the kitchen, he immediately began to behave like a man with embezzled funds. The kitchen staff all began to stare at him until finally, the boy demanded access to the inventory. "I need a meat cleaver." The kitchen staff looked at one another for a few moments, the rhythmic chopping of vegetables halting, before the head cook inquired about the requisition. "Why do you need a cleaver, boy?" The kitchen staff asking questions immediately caused Edwig's temper to spike. Seeing how he never had a serf question his orders back in Nottingham, he instantly became outraged and began to invoke his hollow title. "Because I am the guildmaster, and I ordered you to issue me one. Now hand it over before I dock your pay." The head cook had a look of cynical amusement in his remaining eye as he weighed the liability. On the one hand, he knew the kid was up to no good, and if Edwig damaged company property with a tool he provided, then the cook would be facing an HR tribunal. On the other hand, the boy was right. He was technically a VIP guest of the director, and though he had no real authority as a mere contractor, the cook could not very well deny a direct order without filling out triplicate forms explaining why he defied the director's ward. Considering the 2 options, the cook thought it was unlikely that the scrawny Edwig could do anything too damaging to the heavy machinery, and thus he handed him a freshly sharpened iron cleaver before offering a standard safety warning. "Mind the edge, sir. That's company property. I expect it back without any unauthorized modifications." Edwig instantly ignored the cook's safety brief and did not even bother signing a receipt. Instead, he immediately returned to his quarters, where he tested the weight of the cleaver. He could already project the plunge in Jida's efficiency metrics after he butchered her perimeter security. He longed to see the cold CFO lose her composure and scream like a bankrupt merchant. These toxic projections are what kept him entertained until the market window opened. After he noticed the steam whistles blowing for the shift change and that the noise level was deafening, Edwig quietly snuck out of his room and rushed through the iron-paneled hallways as he tried to act like he belonged there. Though the more he did so, the more he looked like an industrial spy. While speed walking through the corridors, Edwig hid the cleaver under his velvet cloak as he carefully pressed forward. Eventually, he collided with a cleaning contractor, knocking her bucket of lye water over. Rather than offer compensation, he glared at her menacingly, and the woman quickly backed away, muttering curses about entitled management. Unfortunately for him, This occurred right outside the service door to the courtyard, where the hounds were stationed. However, the boy was not analytical enough to realize he had just created a hostile witness who could log his presence in the vicinity, and thus he proceeded towards the reinforced kennels that were constructed to house the beasts. When he approached, the massive hounds instantly stood up, their chains rattling, and sniffed the air. They were used to Jaida's crisp scent of ink and perfume. Edwig smelled of fear and sweat. The hounds, highly trained security assets, recognized Edwig as a resident of the mansion, though not a welcome one. They did not immediately attack, assuming he was merely passing through the sector. Thus, when Edwig approached the largest of the three, the dog merely issued a low, warning growl. Edwig, fueled by petty vengeance and a profound misunderstanding of risk assessment, unleashed the heavy cleaver and swung wildly at the hound's tethered neck. The blade bit deep, severing the heavy leather collar and biting into the muscle. Blood sprayed across the cobblestones and onto Edwig's velvet cloak. However, the strike was not fatal. In his wicked mind, he expected the beast to drop like a slaughtered pig. Instead, Fenrir roared and lunged. The other two hounds, sensing a hostile breach, threw themselves against their chains, barking furiously. Edwig panicked. He managed one more frantic swing, catching another hound on the shoulder, before dropping the cleaver and sprinting back toward the service door in sheer terror. He had failed to liquidate the assets and had merely damaged company property. After he had concluded this botched act of sabotage, the boy fled back to his room, his heart hammering against his ribs, utterly unaware that he left a trail of bloody footprints and a dropped weapon in his wake. Edwig was by no means a master of corporate espionage, and despite believing he had escaped the immediate consequences, he had left a massive audit trail, with a witness logging his location right before the incident. Luckily for him, the shift change meant the hallways were chaotic, and nobody stopped the panicked boy as he locked himself in his room. Not long after Edwig fled, a furious, chilling shout echoed across the courtyard. It was so sharp that even Ragnar heard it over the hiss of his steam engines in the study. He instantly recognized the tone of absolute, unadulterated fury belonged to Jaida. So Ragnar quickly grabbed his heavy cane and rushed to the scene. However, before he arrived, the Iron Guard had already locked down the perimeter and established a cordon around the kennels. By the time Ragnar had limped into the courtyard to assess the depreciation of assets, the guards were holding the line, and Jaida was kneeling in the mud. She was not sobbing, but her face was a mask of cold, terrifying rage as she applied a makeshift tourniquet to Fenrir's neck with her own silk scarf. Nobody dared to approach the CFO when her metrics were this volatile. Well, nobody other than the CEO. The moment he saw his partner covered in blood, trying to stabilize her security asset, he bypassed the guards and knelt heavily beside her, his braced leg clanking against the stone. "Status report," Ragnar demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Gazing at the bloody cleaver on the ground, Ragnar did not believe this to be an attack on the hounds, but a direct strike against the board of directors. To him, it was clear that this was a breach of security from an internal threat. Thus, as Ragnar placed a hand on Jaida's shoulder, he began issuing executive orders to the shift supervisor of the guard. "Lock down the mansion. Nobody clocks out until we audit every soul in this building. I want the security logs reviewed, the inventory checked, and the perpetrator brought to the boardroom. Now." The supervisor immediately responded to Ragnar's orders by striking his breastplate in salute and shouting over the noise of the hounds. "Efficiency is victory, Director." With that said, the guards quickly got to task and began to lock down the exits, secure the crime scene, and initiate a full internal audit. All while Ragnar knelt beside his furious partner, observing the damaged asset and making a binding corporate resolution. "When I find whoever authorized this, I will personally see to their permanent liquidation." Down on the iron-paved courtyard, below Edwig's room, lay the shattered body of a young boy. This boy was the legal guildmaster of Nottingham, that is. Until moments prior, the maintenance contractors of the governor's mansion quickly gathered around the corpse, their faces illuminated by the harsh gaslight. Though they were aware that this boy was a mere figurehead for Director Ragnar, they could not calculate what market forces had led to his sudden plunge. Quickly, the Iron Guards formed a perimeter and began to secure the asset. Ragnar, of course, was long out of sight. He had restructured the boy's contract by defenestrating him, and in doing so, kept his own ledger clean. Not a single soul had seen the Iron Father in the window with Edwig. and only his most heavily vetted shift supervisors knew that he had conducted a performance review during the hour of the boy's death. Thus, while the guards secured the courtyard, Ragnar was sitting at his heavy mahogany desk, staring off into the smog-filled horizon. He had experienced a momentary lapse in his usually cold, algorithmic judgment after hearing that Eadwig had destroyed Jaida's perimeter security, specifically to cause the CFO mental anguish. He had initiated a hostile takeover of the boy's life without filing the proper paperwork. However, by now, Ragnar's fiscal clarity had returned. He realized his actions were not only off-book, but also a massive liability. With Eadwig's death, he had to accelerate his IPO for the Midlands by several fiscal quarters. The boy was supposed to suffer a gradual, documented decline in health that appeared to be natural exhaustion. Yet now, he lay depreciated on the stone floor of the company headquarters. This would undoubtedly cause the Thanes of Mercia to view the Directorate with extreme market suspicion, and that was the best-case projection. The moment Ragnar filed the public notice of Eadwig's termination, he would potentially face an antitrust rebellion. He could undoubtedly manage the conflict with his current Iron Legion, but the overhead of such a war would certainly delay his railway expansion by a large margin. The Midlands still had yet to recover their production quotas from the war with the West Saxons, and now a few months later, they were once more on the brink of market volatility. A strike by the regional management was a statistical certainty. He had yet to fully stockpile the munitions for a rapid, quarter-long campaign. Ragnar deeply pondered his next fiscal maneuver. Considering only the personnel in the governor's mansion knew of Eadwig's liquidation, Ragnar would try to embargo the news for as long as he possibly could. At most, he could buy himself a few weeks before the rumors crashed the stock. How he utilized this brief grace period would be of critical importance in securing a monopoly over Mercia. However, before he could issue any dividends, he needed a cover story for Eadwig's sudden retirement. While he was calculating the optimal PR strategy, Jaida arrived in his office. Her posture was rigid, and her usually immaculate ledger was clutched tightly to her chest. Despite the bloodstains still on her silk blouse, she had a calculating look on her face. She knew that by now, the CEO should have audited the security logs to find the culprit behind the destruction of her assets, and thus she quickly asked him the thought on her mind. "Did you run the audit?" Ragnar, who until now was in deep thought reflecting on his depreciated assets and the future market shifts they had spurred, suddenly noticed his brilliant partner standing before him and nodded his head in silence. Jaida bit her lip as she was afraid to ask the saboteur's identity, but ultimately she felt she needed to know who was responsible for such an inefficient act if she were to balance her mental ledger. Thus, she steeled her resolve and asked the question. "Who breached the perimeter?" Ragnar sighed heavily, the gears in his leg brace clicking before revealing the identity of the liability. Eadwig. Hearing this data, a look of profound disgust and cold corporate hatred combined itself upon Jaida's sharp features before she finally snapped. "That defective asset, where is he now? I want to garnish his wages permanently." However, Ragnar's following words zeroed out her balance sheet. Liquidated. A series of complex calculations overwhelmed the CFO at this moment. She had no standard operating procedure for this news. On the one hand, she was glad that market justice had been dealt to the entitled brat for his highly inefficient actions. However, she knew the legal liabilities such an action could incur. As such, she never actually projected executing him when she hypothesized that the young figurehead was responsible. Without realizing it, Jaida became increasingly concerned about the upcoming board meeting and spat out the question on her mind. "What did you do?" Ragnar looked around his office for a few moments, checking the air vents to see if anyone was eavesdropping before he finally revealed what had transpired moments ago. The numbers blurred. "Initially, I intended to put him on probation, maybe even reassign him to the deepest coal seam for his actions. However, when he told me that his strategic goal for the sabotage was for the sole purpose of causing you a deficit, my risk management protocols failed. The next thing I knew, Eadwig was falling out the window headfirst into the courtyard." Seeing the rare, uncalculated expression on Ragnar's face, Jaida quickly approached him and rounded the desk, placing a firm hand over his. She understood that his partnership with her and his overwhelming desire to protect his executive board had caused him to ignore the bylaws and terminate the boy. She, too, would likely execute a hostile buyout if their roles were reversed. Rather than allow Ragnar to suffer analysis paralysis and further stress about the overhead, Jida shifted the topic to something more productive. What is the new timeline? With this said, Ragnar looked into his partner's piercing eyes with a solemn expression before outlining the corporate strategy he had mapped out in his mind. We embargo the news of his death for as long as possible during this quarter. We ramp up munitions production and have the Iron Legion fully mobilized to march on the other shires. I need you to deploy the intelligence department to audit the other thanes, from Derby to the Welsh marches. I need to know who will accept the merger and who will attempt a buyout. As for his cause of death, we will file it as a tragic workplace accident. Without a third-party auditor, nobody will know what happened here on this day. Jida quickly nodded. She still had a rigid posture as she was still calculating the sunk cost of her loyal hounds, but she knew now was not the time for sentimentality. Quotas needed to be met. They were in a period of critical market volatility. One bad investment, and their entire monopoly would face bankruptcy. Thus she did not have the billable hours to mourn her assets. After running the projections for a few moments, the woman spoke her mind. I will compile the dossiers as quickly as possible. By the time the news is leaked to the market, we will know who our subsidiaries are and who are our competitors. Seeing the woman he so dearly valued put aside her personal deficit for the greater corporate good put a grim smile on Ragnar's face as he squeezed her hand tightly. I promise when this merger is complete, I will authorize a period of paid leave where you can properly adjust your ledgers. I know how much you valued that security detail. I swear by the brand, I will never allow a breach like this to happen again. Though Ragnar could not easily read emotions, he could tell that the stress Jida had worked so hard to compartmentalize was beginning to fracture her professional facade. She quickly leaned against Ragnar, taking a deep, shuddering breath to stabilize her heart rate for the next few minutes. Afterward, she adjusted her collar before thanking the CEO. Thank you, Director. I promise I will have a comprehensive risk assessment on your desk by the end of the week. Ragnar did not keep Jida any longer. He, too, had many administrative matters to attend to in the upcoming days. For starters, he needed to draft a series of official press releases regarding Edwig's tragic accident and his own assumption of the title of Lord Protector of the Midlands. Of course, he would only publish it after the Iron Legion was in position for the transition of power. Thus Ragnar and Jida quickly got to work on preparing for the upcoming market crash. Though it was entirely possible that the other thanes would respect his majority share and sign the non-compete clauses peacefully, Ragnar was not a CEO who believed such a thing was statistically likely. To him, it was better to be fully capitalized for a trade war, even if it didn't happen, than it was to hope for the best and leave his supply lines vulnerable. Ragnar had an algorithmic projection in his head of how this civil war would play out, but he needed hard data. Thus he had tasked Jida to audit his competitors. However, Ragnar was highly confident that Thane Leofric, who managed the southern rails, General Bjorn, who currently garrisoned Leicester, and Foreman Wulfstan, who under Ragnar's direction had replaced his brother in the Nottingham mines, would be aligned with the Directorate. As for the independent guilds of Derby, Lincoln, and the Welsh borderlands, Ragnar did not know how they would react to the figurehead's termination or who they would short sell. Thus he needed to prepare the foundries for the absolute certainty of an aggressive restructuring, while Ragnar and Jida were preparing for the absolute certainty of a corporate civil war in the Midlands. The Abbasid princess had an important prospect visit her. At the moment, Zainab was entertaining herself in the geometric courtyard with her pet caracal, Al-Jabber, utterly unaware that her arranged merger was about to finalize. Since Zainab was 5, she raised the desert lynx as her pet, and it was quite honestly her only sounding board for complex equations. She was the only daughter of the current caliph, and to say her relationship with her mathematically illiterate brothers was strained could be considered an understatement. Since a young age, she had been heavily sheltered by her father's administration, the point where she had never even audited the markets outside the palace walls. The only men she had met outside of her family were either her father's viziers or the various suitors who had heard of her legendary intellect and traveled a long way to secure her dowry. Despite this, she found every man who attempted to gain her hand in a joint venture to be genuinely mathematically deficient. Thus she had rejected their proposals ruthlessly, to the point where she was now 20 and close to the age of asset depreciation, without a partner. That is, until relatively recently, when her father had, against her projections, signed a binding contract engaging her to the crown prince of the Franks. Zainab wore a rare, genuine smile and chuckled as she played with her pet caracal. Its tufted ears swiveled as it batted at a silver pendulum she swung back and forth, like a furry guardian of physics. However, seeing an unknown man approach Zainab's sector, the caracal instantly dropped into a predatory crouch and hissed, blocking the man's path. This man was Charles the Bald, though he currently possessed a full head of hair, the crown prince of the Franks and Zainab's contractual partner. He had traveled a great distance to audit the assets of the gorgeous young princess whom he was engaged to. However, the moment Zainab processed the man in front of her, a scowl instantly spread across her olive-toned face, and she merely recalculated her escape vectors. Charles was by no means an intellectual heavyweight, even though he was said to be a talented jouster. The young man was overtly vain, not just in his heavily embroidered silk tunic, but also in the amount of perfumed oils he wore. He was preening, self-important, and had the arrogant swagger of a man who believed his bloodline was a substitute for a balanced budget. He had curled, shoulder-length hair and a vacant expression in his pale blue eyes. If one did not know his net worth, they might mistake him for a court jester upon first glance. This was one of the reasons Zainab was not fond of the prospect. Another was that he was a well-known squanderer of capital. Despite the Frankish kingdom's vast agricultural wealth, Charles was infamous for blowing his quarterly allowance on extravagant feasts and useless baubles. Seeing his contractual partner in front of him and a large, angry feline blocking his path, Charles put on a practiced, vapid smile as he maintained his distance, the sight of which instantly disgusted Zainab's logical mind. Afterward, Charles spoke in a voice so dripping with unearned confidence it made her teeth ache. "Princess Zainab, I am so thrilled to finally consolidate our houses. I am Prince Charles of the Franks. The Caliph said you were a jewel of the East. It appears his ledger was accurate. How do you keep your silks so pristine in this heat? I must have your tailor's requisition form." The man did not even try to hide the fact that he was not the slightest bit interested in Zainab's intellect. The way he complimented her was as if he was evaluating a decorative rug for his hunting lodge. Zainab was convinced that if the man were handed a basic abacus, he would try to wear it as a necklace, and nobody in his court would be any the wiser about his actual cognitive deficit. As such, Zainab merely snubbed the prospect and snapped her fingers before issuing a command. "Al-Jabr, return." With that, the caracal padded back to her side and sat at attention, where the young princess proceeded to turn her back on the prince without offering him the slightest bit of market data. Seeing his asset turn away, the young man attempted to close the distance. However, the moment he stepped into her personal radius, the caracal quickly bared its fangs and let out a low, vibrating growl at the Frankish prince. Though Charles was a knight, the overprotective nature of the beast sent a shiver down his spine as he could very clearly calculate the risk to his shins. He immediately became aware that with the feline protecting Zainab, he would have no way to approach her and accomplish the goal his father had set for him, which was to secure her dowry. After all, the kingdom of the Franks needed a massive capital injection. It was currently engaged in a trade war with the Norsemen. Their neighbors to the north were presently restructuring the entire British Isles, with a notably ruthless industrialist holding a monopoly over the iron trade. If the Franks wanted to maintain their economic dominance over Western Europe, they would need to cultivate a strategic partnership with the major financial power of the Mediterranean, and that was the Abbasid Caliphate. However, before he could even begin to pitch his proposal, the princess had dismissed him as if he were a bad investment. Charles quickly let out an exasperated sigh, and seeing that he was the only one around, he promptly began to complain as he expressed his thoughts. "If only I could just marry the treasury directly. It is much easier to spend gold than it is to woo a woman who stares at me like I am a math problem she can't solve, and no merchant can resist my royal seal." After leaving Charles behind with his depreciating thoughts, Zainab swept into the palace with Al-Jabr at her heels before leading him up to her private observatory, where she quickly threw the heavy brass bolt behind her. Afterward, the caracal leaped onto a pile of scrolls and rested upon them while gazing at his master. With a feline smirk, the caracal was brilliant and was essentially mocking the fact that Zainab would be forced to merge with someone who was more of a liability than an asset. Seeing the smug look on Al-Jabr's face, Zainab tossed a rolled-up parchment at the beast before chastising it. "What are you looking at?" Al-Jabr, of course, dodged the projectile and began to groom a paw. Zainab slumped onto her silk cushions and began to aggressively recalibrate her astrolabe, the brass rings clicking sharply in the quiet room. After releasing her pent-up academic frustrations, Zainab felt a little bit better about the variables, and she began to think aloud. She so often did when calculating probabilities. Am I destined to be traded off to the bankrupt Frankish prince and live out the rest of my days balancing the books for a man who can't count his own toes? Zainab instantly began to tap her stylus against her chin as she continued to analyze the deficit she was in. Isn't there a third-party buyer who can disrupt this merger? At that moment, she heard a polite knock on the door and the measured tone of a familiar voice came from the outside. Princess, are you logging data in there? I noted that you terminated the meeting with the Frankish envoy prematurely. Are your metrics stable? Zainab instantly began to scowl once more before yelling at the heavy teak door. Access denied. She knew exactly who was behind the door, and she did not feel like submitting a status report at the moment. The man standing in the corridor was Vizier al-Hakam, and he heavily sighed when he heard her rejection before acquiescing to the princess's demands. As you dictate, Your Highness. Shortly after hearing his footsteps recede, Zainab processed a new variable. She was intensely curious about the data al-Hakam had brought back from the north, specifically the intelligence he had shared with her father in the gardens. Thus she quickly ran to the door and slid the brass bolt. Back. The sudden sound surprised al-Hakam, and her subsequent demand further confused him. Zainab avoided eye contact and looked at her astrolabe before stating in a clinical tone, Enter. I require clarification on a few variables. Hearing that his presence was requested, he stepped into the observatory, carefully navigating around stacks of complex geometric proofs, where he quickly sat down on a cushioned stool. The princess herself sat back on her cushions and stared analytically at the man who had acted as an economic mentor to her growing up. Al-Hakam was one of the caliph's best trade ministers, and was a close logistical advisor. He had been away securing supply chains for the last few quarters. He commonly acted as a sounding board for the princess since she did not have any intellectual peers other than her tutor. After a few moments of silence, Zainab finally set down her stylus and voiced the inquiry on her mind. I require a full dossier on the CEO known as Ragnar. Al-Hakam was genuinely surprised when he heard this request. Just where had the girl intercepted that data? And why was she interested in a brutal industrialist from across the continent? Nevertheless, since she had submitted the inquiry, he had no choice but to provide the data to the best of his ability. What specific metrics do you wish to review? Hearing that al-Hakam was willing to open the books, Zainab became slightly flustered. She had not organized her queries, and so she took a few moments to calculate before the first question was formalized. What is his management style? Al-Hakam thought about this question for a few minutes before giving an honest audit of the man. Director Ragnar is a ruthless and highly efficient CEO who will leverage whatever assets it takes and liquidate whoever he desires so long as it maximizes his market share. Hearing this, Zainab was about to close the file, though she wanted to partner with an ambitious and logical man. She did not care for mere barbarism. However, before she could entirely dismiss the prospect, Al-Hakam continued his evaluation. Despite his aggressive corporate strategy, he provides excellent benefits to his executives, his workforce, and the infrastructure under his monopoly. Every time I inspect the region he has acquired, the contractors seem more productive and better compensated than they were under the feudal lords. He has invested massive capital into building iron railways that rival the Roman roads to protect his supply chain, and has even developed an enhanced system of steam-powered sanitation to ensure the operational uptime of his labor force. From the interactions I have observed with his CFO and his inner circle, he seems to calculate their safety and efficiency as his highest priority. If I had to grade his credit rating, I would say he is an invaluable asset to his partners, but a devastating liability to his competitors. He will breach any tradition to protect his monopoly, no matter how volatile the market becomes. Director Ragnar is undoubtedly a market disruptor, one who is destined for a global monopoly, assuming his infrastructure doesn't collapse under its own weight. Hearing Al-Hakam, the greatest trade minister of the caliphate, so thoroughly endorse the man's business model further fueled Zainab's intellectual fascination with Ragnar. A sharp glint appeared in her dark eyes as she blurted out the next variable on her mind. Is his aesthetic symmetrical? Al-Hakam was taken aback by the statement, Though he never wanted to admit it, Ragnar possessed a striking, terrifying charisma, and his iron and smoke aesthetic was undeniably commanding, something that Al-Hakam greatly respected from a branding perspective. However, when the princess was the one to ask him the question, he had no choice but to provide the data. He nodded his head in agreement rather than waste breath describing Ragnar's tailored black suits and mechanical leg brace. Hearing that Ragnar was aesthetically pleasing on top of his exceptional corporate acumen made Zainab even more interested in the prospect. Thus the last question was one of critical legal importance to her. She began to tap her stylus rapidly against her palm, avoiding Al-Hakam's gaze. Is he legally bound to a partner? It took Al-Hakam a moment to process the query, but he finally calculated why this genius girl was auditing Ragnar. As such, he began to chuckle before giving her the hard numbers. I wouldn't project a merger if I were you, my dear princess. Not only is his capital entirely merged with his CFO, her intellect is not inferior to your own, just applied differently. I am sorry to say, but a hostile takeover of his affections would yield a negative return. Even if Ragnar is a valued vendor of the caliphate, and one day becomes the chairman of Europe, father will never allow you to become a minority shareholder in a Viking firm, and I doubt Ragnar will dilute his stock by breaking his partnership with Jida. I hate to deliver a bad quarterly report, Zainab, but you have to face the market realities. You are currently contracted to the Crown Prince of the Franks, and despite your protests, that deal is finalized. Hearing this data, Zainab's logical framework nearly suffered a fatal error. She felt like she had found the perfect intellectual peer, but his assets were already tied up, which means there was zero equity available for her. On top of that, Al-Hakam had reminded her of her dreaded, unprofitable merger. As such, her expression immediately flattened, and she nodded her head, calculating the depressing reality. Seeing the state of the princess's plummeting morale, Al-Hakam felt a twinge of pity, but the contract was binding. As such, he decided to leave her be to recalculate her options. After logging out of her room and shutting the heavy teak door behind him, Zainab slowly rested her head on her desk. She would spend the rest of the day running depressing simulations about her future. The icy wind of the North Sea howled, biting at the exposed faces of the crew, but Ragnar hardly felt it. He stood at the prow of the Jida, his hands resting heavily on the brass railing. Thick plumes of black coal smoke belched from the twin smokestacks, staining the pristine, snow-white sky of his homeland. They were entering the great fjord of his youth. The towering, jagged cliffs of Norway rose on either side like the teeth of a sleeping leviathan, casting long, dark shadows over the freezing water. Drafts too shallow on the starboard side. Bjorn roared over the grinding of the gears, his massive fur-cloaked frame leaning over the railing. We're going to scrape the rocks, Ragnar. Hard to port. Ragnar barked, snatching the brass speaking tube connected to the engine room. Leif, half speed on the screws. If you tear the hull open on my homecoming, I'll dock your wages for the next 10 lifetimes. A metallic hiss of steam and a muffled shout echoed up the tube. Behind them, 2 smaller steam frigates followed in perfect formation, their paddle wheels churning the icy water into a frothy white wake. Jida stepped up beside him. She wore a heavy cloak of black fox fur over her tailored wool dress, a thick ledger clutched under her arm. You're burning coal at a terrifying rate fighting this current, she said, her voice sharp and calculating. If your people do not have a deep water port, we cannot dock the fleet. We'll be stranded. Ragnar adjusted his monocle, his breath pluming in the freezing air. They don't have a port, my love. They have wooden docks tied together with rope and prayers, but we aren't going to dock. He pointed his heavy, iron-tipped cane toward the settlement coming into view through the mist. We're going to drop anchor in the center of the bay and let them row out to us. Let them see the iron. As the fleet rounded the final bend of the fjord, the village of Kattegat revealed itself. It looked exactly as Ragnar remembered, and yet impossibly small. Clusters of wooden longhouses with turf roofs huddled around the shoreline. A dozen wooden longships were pulled up on the frozen shingle. As the Jida let out a deafening, unnatural shriek from its steam whistle, the entire village froze. Tiny figures spilled out of the longhouses. Fishermen dropped their nets. Warriors grabbed their axes, rushing to the shoreline. Look at them, Bjorn laughed, a deep, booming sound. They think the world is ending. They're grabbing their shields. Hold fire, Ragnar ordered sharply, glaring at the gunnery crews manning the heavy swivel cannons. Keep the gun ports closed. We're here to open a new trade route, not to conquer. Yet, with a screech of heavy chains, the massive iron anchors were dropped, plunging into the icy depths and halting the fleet in the center of the bay. The churning water settled, but the low, intimidating hum of the boilers remained. Ragnar turned to his high steward. "Jida, prepare the ledgers. Bring the samples of tightened steel, the woven wool, and the refined salt. Bjorn, load my longboat and leave your battle axe behind." "What? Leave my axe?" Bjorn scoffed, looking offended. "Ragnar, you've been gone for 5 winters. A man doesn't come back to these shores wearing brass buttons and empty hands without getting his throat slit." "I am not empty-handed," Ragnar said, tapping the silver handle of his cane. "I am carrying the wealth of the Midlands. Bring a pistol, keep it hidden. Now move." The longboat, rowed by 10 disciplined guards in blackened steel breastplates, cut through the icy water toward the shore. A massive crowd had gathered on the pebble beach. A wall of wooden shields and drawn iron swords awaited them, wielded by men clad in furs and ring mail. As the boat ground against the gravel, the guards stepped out in perfect unison, forming a tight perimeter. Ragnar stood, the mechanical gears of his leg brace clicking loudly in the tense silence as he stepped onto the shores of his berth. He wore a pristine, fur-lined coat of midnight blue wool, brass buttons polished to a mirror shine. And his signature top hat, the shield wall parted, and a massive man with a graying beard and a heavily scarred face stepped forward. It was Jarl Hakon. "What sorcery is this?" Hakon bellowed, pointing a thick, calloused finger at the ironclad smoking in his bay. "Who dares bring these foul, burning hulks into my waters? Identify yourself before we feed you to the crows." Ragnar leaned on his cane, a calm, mercantile smile spreading across his face. "You haven't changed a bit, Hakon, still threatening first and asking questions later." Hakon narrowed his eyes, stepping closer. He squinted at Ragnar's face, then down at the mechanical brace strapped to his leg. Recognition dawned slowly, followed by sheer disbelief. "Ragnar the exile, Ragnar the restless. I go by the Iron Father now," Ragnar replied smoothly, "or Director if you prefer formalities. But yes, Hakon, I've returned." Before Hakon could respond, the crowd violently parted again. A woman, her hair streaked with silver but her posture as straight as a spear, pushed her way to the front. She wore heavy furs and held a walking stick carved from ash wood. Her eyes, as sharp and blue as glaciers, locked onto Ragnar. "Mother," Ragnar said, his corporate facade dropping for just a fraction of a second. Sigrid marched up to him. She didn't hesitate. She raised a weathered hand and slapped him directly across the face. Bjorn flinched. The iron guards instantly reached for the concealed pistols beneath their cloaks. Ragnar raised a hand, stopping them dead. He slowly turned his head back, rubbing his stinging cheek, a genuine smile breaking through. "You look well, mother." Sigrid grabbed the lapels of his expensive wool coat, pulling him down to her eye level. 5 winters, she hissed, her voice trembling with a mix of fury and relief. 5 winters and not a single word. No silver, no thralls, no glairy. Now you return on a ship made of anvils, dressed like a Frankish coin counter. "I missed you too," Ragnar said softly, wrapping his arms around her. She stiffened for a moment before burying her face in his shoulder, gripping him tightly. "What happened to your leg?" she whispered fiercely into his ear. "A miscalculated risk in a siege," Ragnar replied, pulling back to look at her. "But I rebuilt it, stronger than before. Enough of this touching reunion." Jarl Hakon barked, slamming the butt of his spear into the gravel. His pride was wounded by the spectacle. "You bring foreign magic to my shores, Ragnar. You bring ships that belch black poison into the sky. By the old laws, you owe a toll for entering my fjord, 1/10 of your cargo payable immediately." Ragnar let go of his mother, turning back to the Jarl. The warmth vanished from his eyes, replaced by the cold, calculating stare of a man who owned entire cities. "A toll," Ragnar chuckled, the sound devoid of humor. "Hakon, those ships out there burn more wealth in coal every hour than your entire village produces in a decade." Hakon's face flushed red with rage. "You mock me in my own lands. I am the Jarl. I will seize those iron hulks and melt them down for swords if you do not pay the tribute." Ragnar sighed, slowly pulling a silver pocket watch from his vest. Clicked it open, checked the time, and snapped it shut. "Bjorn," Ragnar said quietly. "Yes, Lord, signal the Jida. Let us show the Jarl how we negotiate." Bjorn reached into his cloak, pulled out a brass flare pistol, and fired it straight into the gray sky. A brilliant streak of red phosphorus illuminated the clouds. A tense silence fell over the beach. 10 seconds passed. Then, the Jida responded. First came the steam whistle, a deafening, bone-rattling shriek that made half the Viking warriors drop their weapons to cover their ears. Immediately following the shriek, was a flash of blinding orange light from the ship's bow, accompanied by a roar so loud it felt as though the sky had torn open. A 32-pound high explosive iron shell ripped across the bay. It bypassed the village entirely, slamming directly into the barren, rocky cliff face a mile down the shore. The explosion was catastrophic. Thousands of tons of ancient granite shattered in a bloom of fire and smoke, tumbling down into the churning water below in an avalanche of sheer destruction. The shockwave hit the beach a moment later, a physical gust of wind that rattled the teeth in Hakon's skull. The Vikings were paralyzed. Some fell to their knees in prayer to Thor, others simply stared in abject horror at the smoking crater in the side of the mountain. Ragnar leaned his weight onto his iron-tipped cane, looking Hakon dead in the eyes. "I didn't come here to pay tolls, Hakon," Ragnar said, his voice cutting through the ringing silence like a scalpel. "I came to buy the fjord. Now, are we going to stand here freezing in the mud? Or are you going to invite me into the great hall to sign the treaty?" Jarl Hakon did not walk toward the high seat. His eyes were still wide, his ears likely still ringing from the concussive force of the high explosive shell that had vaporized a piece of his mountain. Instead, he gestured to a rough-hewn bench near the fire. "Sit," Hakon muttered, his voice hoarse. Ragnar stood tall, planting his iron-tipped cane into the dirt floor. Jida stood at his right, her fox fur cloak draped over her shoulders, already unrolling a thick parchment scroll of tallies and weights. Bjorn stood at the door, arms crossed, a cruel smirk playing on his scarred lips as he watched the terrified villagers. Sigrid, Ragnar's mother, sat near the hearth, her sharp eyes studying every brass button, every stitch of fine cloth her son wore. "Let us speak of oaths and silver," Ragnar said, his voice carrying easily through the silent hall. "I have no desire to burn Kattegat to ash, Hakon. My forges in the west hunger for timber, straight old-growth pine, oak, the kind that grows thick in these valleys. I want the rights to harvest it, and I want this bay to harbor my iron fleet." Hakon blinked, struggling to comprehend the demands. You want to buy the forest and the sea." "I want exclusive rights," Ragnar corrected, leaning on his cane. "In exchange, I will make Kattegat wealthier than any hold in the north." Jida stepped forward. "We offer refined sea salt white as snow, woolen cloth woven tighter than any loom in Scandinavia can manage, and steel, not brittle iron dug from bogs, but true steel." She reached under her cloak and tossed a dagger onto the wooden table between them. Hakon stared at the dagger as if it were a poisonous snake. He reached out with trembling fingers and picked it up. He tested the edge with his thumb, and a thin line of blood immediately welled up. The jarl gasped. "You offer this for trees?" Hakon asked, disbelief breaking through his fear. "For trees, for deep water. For your sworn word that no other ships drop anchor here without my seal," Ragnar said. "Ragnar," Sigrid spoke up. She looked at her son's eyes. "You come back after 5 winters, you blow a hole in our home, you throw riches at our feet. What are you truly building over there in the fog, my son?" Ragnar's expression softened slightly. "A new age, mother. The age of axes and raiding is dying. The future is built on steam, coal, and iron. I am just laying the foundation stones." Hakon set the dagger down, his hands shaking. He looked from the blade to Ragnar, then down at the dirt floor. "I cannot take your steel, Ragnar. Nor your salt." Bjorn snorted from the doorway. "Are you deaf as well as stupid, Hakon? He isn't asking. He's offering you the carrot before he brings down the stick." "Quiet, Bjorn," Ragnar commanded, his eyes narrowing at the jarl. "Why, Hakon, are the scales unbalanced? Do you want more? It is not a matter of weight or wealth," a ragged voice shouted from the back of the hall. The crowd of warriors parted. A man limped forward. His furs were torn, and a crude, bloody bandage was wrapped tightly around the stump of his left arm. He looked half-starved, his eyes wild with a feverish terror. Ragnar recognized him vaguely. "Thorstein, a hunter who used to run the northern traps." "Thorstein," Sigrid murmured, standing up. "We thought you perished in the first snows." "I wish I had, Sigrid," the man rasped, collapsing against the wooden table. He looked up at Ragnar, his eyes wide and haunted. "You have iron ships, Ragnar. You have fire that breaks mountains." "I do," Ragnar said slowly, sensing the shift in the room's atmosphere. "Then take them and sail back into the mist." Thorstein coughed, spitting a wad of bloody phlegm onto the floor. "You cannot buy Kattegat. Hakon cannot swear oaths to you. Kattegat already belongs to the Gore King." Ragnar frowned. "The Gore King? I know of no such title." "Who rules Norway?" "King Eric," Hakon whispered, the name alone seeming to steal the warmth from the hearth. "Eric Bloodtooth. He usurped the high seat 3 winters ago. He is not a man of honor, Ragnar. He is a butcher." Every king is a butcher, Ragnar stated flatly. It is a requirement of the crown. What makes this Eric different? He eats the flesh of the fallen. I saw it. His warband raided my hunting camp. They took my arm, and they roasted it on a spit while I bled. A suffocating silence fell over the great hall. Even Bjorn shifted uncomfortably by the door, his hand instinctively dropping to the hilt of his sword. Jaida's face paled. She looked at Ragnar. Cannibalism? It is madness, Hakon yelled, slamming his fists on the table. He demands a blood tax from every village, half our winter stores, half our silver, and a dozen thralls every season. If a jarl refuses, Eric's army comes in the night. They burn the longhouses with the children inside. They eat the warriors. Where is this king now? Ragnar asked, his voice deathly quiet. His tax collectors, Hakon stammered, his eyes darting toward the heavy oak doors. They are marching across the snowpack. They are coming to Kattegat. They will be here by tomorrow's dawn. Sigrid looked at her son, her hands clutching her walking stick. If they see your ships, Ragnar, if they see your wealth, they will slaughter us all just to claim it. Let them try, Bjorn growled, a savage grin finally breaking across his face. My axe is thirsty. Let's see if these cannibals like the taste of Titan steel. Ragnar raised his cane, silencing his general. He looked down at the flawless steel dagger resting on the rough wooden table. He had come to negotiate a peaceful trade pact, but it seemed the market required a more aggressive restructuring. Hakon, Ragnar said, his voice echoing with absolute, terrifying calm. You say this king demands half your winter stores. Half your silver? Yes, the jarl whispered miserably. And if you do not pay, you die? Yes, Ragnar smiled. Then we will pay his collectors, Ragnar declared, adjusting the cuffs of his fine wool coat. Jaida, prepare the ledgers. We will tally exactly what King Eric is owed. He turned his icy gaze to Bjorn. Bjorn, go back to the Jaida, uncase the repeating crossbows, wake the grenadiers. Tell Leif to prime the heavy mortars. Hakon stared at him, bewildered. You will fight them. They bring 300 men, berserkers, monsters who feel no pain. Ragnar leaned in close to the terrified jarl. They have never fought men of iron, Hakon. Ragnar watched a trio of children, their faces smeared with soot and snot, chasing a half-starved dog through the freezing slush. One of them held a wooden sword, swinging it wildly at the biting wind. Their tunics were threadbare, patched with mismatched scraps of rabbit fur. Ragnar stopped, his gloved hands tightening over the silver head of his cane. What am I doing here? He looked around at the turf-roofed longhouses, the smoking fire pits, the miserable, freezing squalor of the Viking age. This was the land he had bled to escape. It was nothing but ice, rocks, and the stubborn fools who chose to freeze on them. Across the sea, he was the Iron Father. He owned the soot-choked skies of the Midlands. He had steam engines pounding day and night, foundries pouring molten steel, and thousands of contractors bound by ink and silver to his will. He was halfway to forging a unified kingdom of England under a monopoly of iron. And yet, here he was, standing in frozen sheep dung, preparing to wage war over a stretch of barren pine trees. Why? Because a savage wearing a crown of bones wanted tribute. The ledger does not balance. Jaida stepped up beside him. You are burning coal to keep those ships idling in the bay, Jaida continued, her voice devoid of sentiment. You are preparing to expend high-explosive shells, black powder, and the time of our best grenadiers. Defend this, she gestured to a collapsed fishing rack. We came to secure a timber supply line, not to engage in a tribal blood feud. I am aware of the costs, Jaida, Ragnar muttered, his jaw tight. Then why did you promise Hakon the fire of our fleet? She finally turned to him, her brow furrowed in rare confusion. 300 men with axes. We could simply board the Jaida, weigh anchor, and leave them to their gore king. We owe them nothing. Your mother can sail with us to Titan. She won't leave, Ragnar said softly. You saw her in there. Her roots are wrapped around the stones of this fjord. So you drag your empire into a war of pride, Jaida challenged, stepping in front of him. You are the Iron Father. If you let emotion dictate your ledgers, the whole foundation crumbles. We have the Franks probing our southern ports in England, and you want to fight a cannibal in the snow. I said I am aware. Ragnar snapped, the sudden volume making a nearby villager flinch and hurry away. He closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. She was right. Every instinct that had built his industrial empire was screaming at him to cut his losses. Fighting King Eric's berserkers was a waste of munitions. It was a sentimental, foolish decision. You sound like two merchants haggling over a rotten fish. Ragnar and Jaida turned. Sigrid stood on the porch of a nearby longhouse, her ashwood walking stick planted firmly in the snow. She walked toward them. "Mother," Ragnar started, "we are merely discussing the logistics. You are discussing running away," Sigrid interrupted, stopping a foot from Jida. She looked the younger woman up and down. "You have a mind for silver, girl. I see it. You count the cost of the arrows before you shoot the wolf, but you do not understand the north." "I understand a bad investment, Lady Sigrid," Jida replied evenly, not backing down an inch. "Your son is a king in all, but name across the sea. He has no business bleeding in this mud." "He was born in this mud," Sigrid shot back. She turned her fierce gaze to Ragnar. "You dress in fine cloth, Ragnar. You wear glass over your eye and iron on your leg. You call yourself an iron father. But beneath that brass-buttoned coat, your blood still boils when a rival jarl claims what is yours. You are trying to act like a coin counter, but you are a Viking." "I am a builder, mother," Ragnar said, his voice hardening. "I don't see the value in conquering a land that offers nothing but frostbite and misery." "Nothing," Sigrid laughed, a harsh, grating sound. She raised her stick and pointed toward the towering cliffs of the fjord, and to the massive men sharpening their axes by the longhouses. "Look at the mountains, boy, look at the men. You think you need coal to build an empire? You need iron in the spine. If you let Eric Bloodtooth take this village, you tell the whole north that the Iron Father is a coward with fancy toys." Ragnar stared at the cliffs. He stared at the men. The gears in his mind, which had been jammed with conflicting emotions, suddenly caught. They began to spin. "The fjord," Ragnar whispered. Jida frowned. "What about it? The water is deep enough for the heaviest dreadnoughts we could ever build. The cliffs are natural bastions. If we mount heavy steam cannons on those ridges, no navy in the world could sail into this bay without being blown to splinters." Jida's eyes narrowed as she began to see the board as he did. A secure naval base, untouchable by the Franks or the Caliphate. "Exactly," Ragnar said, his voice dropping into its familiar, calculating rhythm. He pointed his cane at the men by the fire. "And the workforce. They are starving, but they are hardy. They survived this winter. Put them in the foundries, feed them regular rations, and they will work harder than any conscript in Mercia." He turned to his mother, a cold, predatory smile spreading across his face. "You're right, mother, but to claim it I have to liquidate the current management." Sigrid smirked. "Now you sound like my son." "Jida," Ragnar said, turning to his partner. "King Eric is a liability to the trade routes. We will remove him." "How?" Jida asked, pulling a charcoal pencil from her cloak. 300 berserkers arrive at dawn. They know the terrain. We are fighting an unarmored, unpredictable enemy. They are predictable because they are hungry," Ragnar countered. He looked around the village layout, mapping the kill zones in his head. "They want to break the shield wall. So, we won't give them one." "Bjorn," Ragnar bellowed. A moment later, the massive general came jogging down from the great hall, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. "You called, Director. We have work to do before the sun rises," Ragnar ordered, pointing toward the narrow valley entrance that led into Kattegat. "I want the villagers evacuated to the ships. Every single one of them. Clear the longhouses." Bjorn grinned. "We're burning it." "We are creating a funnel," Ragnar corrected. "Have Leif and the engineers drag 4 of the repeater cannons off the ships. I want them mounted at the end of the main thoroughfare, hidden behind the chieftain's hall, set up overlapping fields of fire." "And the grenadiers?" Jida asked, jotting down the logistics. "Put them on the roofs of the longhouses lining the path," Ragnar said, his eyes gleaming behind his monocle. "Issue them the quick-load clips. When King Eric's tax collectors march into the village expecting terrified peasants, they are going to find an empty street. And then we introduce them to the Industrial Revolution." Bjorn threw his head back and laughed, a sound that carried over the howling wind. "I'll get the men moving." The great hall of Kattegat, Ragnar picked up a chunk of roasted venison, inspecting the charred edges before taking a cautious bite. He chewed and chewed. "This is remarkably tough," Ragnar muttered, swallowing hard. He picked up a piece of flatbread, tapping it against the wooden platter. "And tasteless. Is there no salt in Kattegat?" Jarl Hakon, sitting across from him with a horn of ale, scowled deeply. "It keeps us alive in the freezing dark, Ragnar. We do not all dine on Frankish wine and spiced peacock. The winter is harsh, and the Gore King's taxes took our salt months ago." "You should eat better," Ragnar replied, dropping the hard bread. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, silver-chased flask, taking a sip of distilled grain spirit. "My foundry workers eat better than this. Even the men hauling slag from the furnaces get salted pork and fresh ale every evening." Jida, sitting to his right, hadn't touched her plate. A starving workforce is an inefficient workforce, Hakon. Your men look like they would collapse after a single shift in the mines. We are warriors, girl. An old, scarred Viking spat from down the table, slamming his fist down. We don't dig in the dirt, we fight. You bleed, Bjorn interrupted loudly from his place by the fire, tearing a massive bite out of a bone. He grinned, grease shining in his beard. That's all I see you doing tomorrow, bleeding. You call yourselves warriors, but you're shaking in your boots over 300 men. 300 berserkers. Hakon roared, standing up, his pride finally breaking through his fear. Listen to me, Bjorn, you mock us, but I have counted the men who rowed you ashore. 200, that is all you brought. You speak of fire and iron, Ragnar, but when dawn breaks, it will be 200 of your guards against a horde of hardened killers. A tense silence fell over the hall. The villagers looked at Ragnar, their eyes wide with desperate doubt. Though they had seen the explosive power of his ships, a ship could not fight in the narrow streets of the village. Ragnar slowly lowered his silver flask. He let out a low, rumbling chuckle. The chuckle grew into a genuine, booming laugh. Killers, Ragnar laughed, adjusting his monocle. You call men who swing sharpened iron on wooden sticks killers. They eat the flesh of their enemies. Torstein yelled from the corner, his missing arm a grim reminder. Do not underestimate them. I don't underestimate anyone, Ragnar said. He planted his hands on the table and pushed himself up. He looked around the room, meeting the eyes of every terrified man and woman. You think I am trapped here? Ragnar asked, spreading his arms wide. You think 200 men is the limit of my reach? Hakon, listen to me closely. I came here to fetch my mother and shake your hand over a simple trade agreement. I brought 200 men because that is an honor guard. Hakon blinked, confused. Do you know what waits for me across the narrow sea? Ragnar shouted, his voice vibrating with absolute authority. 30,000 men. The hall erupted into gasps and murmurs of disbelief. 30,000. Hakon sputters, ale spilling onto his furs. Impossible, no king commands such a horde, not even the Franks. My men do not wear scavenged ringmail. I have cannons that can level your entire valley in an afternoon. I have trains of iron that haul mountains of coal across the land. Ragnar sneered, his eyes flashing in the firelight. He speaks the truth, Bjorn grunted, tossing his bone into the fire. Ragnar began to pace, his iron-tipped cane striking the dirt floor. I left this frozen wasteland because it offered nothing but misery and short, brutal lives. Ragnar continued, his gaze sweeping over the impoverished crowd. I built an empire of industry, an empire of wealth where the skies burn with progress. And why did I return? Because I needed timber. I needed deep water. I thought I could simply buy it from you. He stopped, turning his piercing gaze toward the doors, pointing his cane toward the snowy darkness outside. But what do I find? Ragnar demanded. I find a land terrorized by a savage playing dress-up with a bone crown, a gore king who starves his own people, who burns villages. I ask myself, why should I bleed my men for this ice? Why should I fight this King Eric? Ultimately, I am a man of logic, a man of iron. He slammed his cane into the ground. However, I cannot stomach the waste. I look at this land and I see strong men freezing. I see deep waters sitting empty. I see a kingdom ruled by a cannibal fool who does not know the true value of the earth beneath his feet. You let a beast dictate your lives because you do not have the steel to stop him. Sigrid watched her son from the hearth, a fierce, proud smile slowly spreading across her weathered face. You want to know what I am doing here? Ragnar bellowed. I am putting an end to this pathetic age of mud and blood. I will not just take your timber, Hakon, I will take it all. I will drag Norway into the age of iron even if I have to drag it kicking and screaming. You mean to conquer us? Hakon whispered, stepping back, completely overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of Ragnar's ambition. I mean to save you from your own incompetence, Ragnar stated coldly. Thus King Eric's reign ends tomorrow at dawn. Jida stood up gracefully, her voice cutting through the heavy tension like a silver blade. The director has made his declaration. By tomorrow afternoon, the current regime of Norway will be permanently dismantled. Eventually, you will thank us for the stability. Wait, Torstein cried out, stepping forward. 300 men. Even with your fire, they are too many. They will scatter and flank you in the village. Ragnar chuckled, a dark, terrifying sound. Let them scatter, they will only die tired. He turned to Bjorn. Are the quick-load tubes distributed to the grenadiers? Every man has 10 clips loaded and ready, Bjorn grinned, patting a heavy leather pouch on his belt. The repeater cannons are sighted down the main path. The kill box is perfect. Good, Ragnar said, walking back to the table and picking up his silver flask. He looked at the awe-struck, terrified faces of the Vikings in the great hall. They had never seen a man speak with such absolute, unquestionable certainty in the face of death. "To the Iron Father!" Bjorn roared, drawing a hidden pistol and firing a blank shot into the wooden rafters. "To the Iron Father!" With this said, Ragnar took a long, burning swallow from his flask. Hours passed in the freezing dark. Since the tactical meeting concluded in the Great Hall, Bjorn had organized the laborers to haul two massive, brass-trimmed field cannons from the ironclads holed all the way to the highest rocky outcropping overlooking the village's narrow valley entrance. Grunting under the immense weight of the iron barrels, the men hauled the thick hemp ropes over their broad shoulders, their boots slipping in the icy mud as they fought the steep incline of the fjord. At the moment, Ragnar stood atop the ridge, leaning heavily on his iron-tipped cane while watching his gun crews anchor the artillery carriages securely into the frozen dirt. 4 men were assigned to each gun, expertly checking the steam pressure valves and ramming the heavy canister shot down the barrels with long wooden poles. Eventually, the heavy weapons were locked into position, their dark muzzles pointing down into the muddy thoroughfare of the village. With this said, the kill zone was perfected, leaving nothing to do but wait for the trap to spring. Dawn began to bleed over the horizon, painting the snow-capped peaks in bruised shades of purple and gold. Ragnar checked his silver pocket watch, snapping it shut. "The angle is optimal," Jidar observed. "Ultimately, a crossfire from this elevation should yield a devastating harvest. These 2 guns alone could slaughter 70, perhaps even 100 of them in the opening volley." "Let us hope they group up tightly," Bjorn grunted, drawing his heavy broadsword and testing its razor edge against his thumb. "After all, it is far less work for my blade if the cannons grind them into the mud first." A low, rhythmic thumping suddenly echoed from the misty tree line at the edge of the valley. It was the heavy, terrifying sound of war drums. Though Ragnar had expected a disorganized horde of screaming savages, the force that emerged from the fog moved with a chilling, predatory purpose. Leading the pack were massive men clad in bare pelts and bone jewelry. However, it was not the cannibal berserkers that caught Ragnar's eye. Trailing just behind the vanguard was a disciplined line of men carrying tall, curved lengths of polished wood. By the forge, Ragnar hissed, his eye narrowing behind his monocle as he recognized the weapons. "Those are English longbows," you would with a heavy draw. "Longbows?" Jida questioned, her brow furrowing in deep irritation as she hastily updated her tactical ledger. How did a ragged band of Norwegian cannibals acquire advanced ranged weaponry from the Isles? Seeing his men armed with such weapons, King Eric must have raided a Mercian merchant vessel that drifted too far north, Ragnar deduced, his jaw tightening as the enemy marched closer. Despite this new variable, the plan remains unchanged. We hold the high ground, and they are walking blindly into the furnace. The cannibal tax collectors march deeper into the valley, sneering at the seemingly abandoned village of Kattegat. They expected to find cowering peasants offering tribute and begging for their lives. That is, until they reached the exact center of the designated kill box. Ragnar raised his cane high into the freezing air, his voice booming down the valley. "Fire!" The gunners yanked the heavy lanyards. The twin field cannons roared to life, unleashing a blinding flash of orange fire and a deafening shockwave that shook the heavy snow from the surrounding pine branches. A storm of lead and iron canister shot ripped through the crisp morning air, tearing directly into the tightly packed ranks of the vanguard with unstoppable momentum. The devastation was absolute and instantaneous. Dozens of berserkers were reduced to a red mist in a fraction of a second, their bodies shredded by the high-velocity shrapnel before they could even raise their axes. Thus, the entire front line simply ceased to exist, leaving a cratered, bloody mess in the pristine snow. Nevertheless, the surviving warriors did not break and run as Ragnar had projected. Instead, a guttural roar of fury erupted from the rear ranks, and the disciplined longbowmen stepped forward with terrifying speed. Drawing the heavy yew-bows back to their ears, they loosed a dense, whistling volley of arrows into the sky, the deadly shafts arcing directly toward Ragnar's elevated position. "Shields up!" Bjorn bellowed, throwing his massive body in front of Ragnar and raising a heavy, iron-bound buckler to cover them both. The arrows rained down like deadly hail, clattering violently against the blackened steel breastplates of the iron guard and embedding themselves deep into the wooden gun carriages. One of the artillerymen cried out in sudden agony, clutching his shoulder where a broadhead arrow had punched through the small gap in his armor. "They have the range to reach us." Jida shouted over the din, pressing herself flat against a large granite boulder to avoid the incoming fire. "This is an unacceptable liability, Ragnar. Then we settle their debts." Ragnar snarled, ducking behind the reinforced carriage of the cannon. He pulled his silver whistle from his coat and blew 3 sharp, piercing blasts that cut through the sounds of battle. On the snow-covered roofs of the longhouses below, the hidden grenadiers stood up in perfect unison. Armed with their repeating crossbows, they slammed the tin quick-load clips into their weapons. "Unleash the iron," the shift supervisor yelled from the rooftops, pointing his sword at the trapped enemy. A continuous mechanical thwack-thwack-thwack filled the narrow valley. Steel bolts rained down upon the cannibal army from every conceivable angle, turning the narrow dirt street into a brutal meat grinder. The longbowmen, desperately attempting to knock their second arrows, were instantly pinned down and slaughtered by the sheer volume of suppressing fire from the rooftops. Afterward, the valley descended into pure, unadulterated chaos. The surviving berserkers, realizing they were trapped in a deadly crossfire between the high-ground artillery and the rooftop marksmen, finally broke their discipline. Screaming in blind, animalistic rage, they charged wildly toward the longhouses, swinging their axes at the heavy timber doors. Yet, they could not reach the walls before the grenadiers cycled their levers with practiced efficiency and fired again, dropping the charging madmen into the bloody snow one by one. Ragnar stood back up, calmly brushing a stray arrow from the sleeve of his blue wool coat. At the moment, the once fearsome horde of cannibal tax collectors was reduced to a shattered, desperate remnant, struggling to comprehend the industrial slaughter that had just rained down upon them. Since the opening volley of the field cannons, the battle had transformed into a one-sided massacre, leaving the pristine snow stained a deep, horrifying crimson. Eventually, the terrifying reality of their situation sank into the minds of the survivors. Men who had believed themselves invincible under the Gore King's banner now dropped their heavy iron axes and fled into the icy woods, scrambling over the frozen rocks. However, not all of the invaders was so quick to surrender to panic. A core group of battle-hardened berserkers stood amidst the carnage of their fallen brethren. Leading them was a towering brute adorned in blood-stained wolf pelts. Despite this overwhelming defeat, the brute threw his head back and laughed. "You think your fire and thunder frighten us?" The brute roared, pointing his chipped blade toward Ragnar's elevated position on the ridge. "King Eric will hear of this. He will march his true host down from the mountains, and he will slaughter every man, woman, and child who cowers behind your black shields. He will butcher you, string your guts from the pine trees, and piss on your dead faces to warm the snow." With this said, the remaining berserkers pounded their weapons against their splintered wooden shields, chanting their king's name in a deafening display of fanatical devotion. That is, until Bjorn let out a bellow of pure rage, vaulting over the earthen berm with a heavy Danish axe gripped tightly in his massive hands. Seeing his lord insulted with such crude, barbaric vulgarity, the giant general charged down the snowy embankment, his eyes locked entirely onto the loud-mouthed captain. "I will chop that foul tongue from your mouth and feed it to the hounds," Bjorn thundered, raising the axe high above his head to split the berserker's skull in twain. "Hold your blade, Bjorn." Ragnar's voice cut through the frigid air. Stepping carefully down the icy path, Ragnar leaned heavily on his silver-tipped cane, though Bjorn's muscles trembled violently with the desire to strike. He reluctantly lowered his axe, shooting a venomous glare at the chuckling brute who stood unfazed by the near-death experience. Ragnar approached the captive leader, his monocle catching the pale morning light as he studied the man's feral features with clinical detachment. "You speak with a great deal of pride for a man standing in the ruins of his own raiding party. After all, your king sent you here to collect a heavy tribute, and instead, you have delivered nothing but your own corpses. Tell me, what is your name, and what is your rank in this foul trade of blood and extortion?" The brute spat a glob of bloody phlegm at Ragnar's polished leather boots, sneering defiantly through rotting teeth. "I am Kjell, High Chieftain of the Vanguard, and you are a dead man walking, you soft southern coward." Ragnar did not even flinch at the provocation. "Kjell, a fitting name for a brute, yet I find myself intensely curious about your master. King who is supposedly so obsessed with dining on his enemies and urinating on their corpses must have a fascinatingly broken mind. Such madness is an unpredictable variable in my newly acquired territory, and I require information on his supply lines, his mountain strongholds, and the exact number of men he commands." "I will tell you nothing," Kjell snarled, straining against the heavy iron chains that Ragnar's elite guards were quickly wrapping around his thick, hairy wrists. "The Gore King will feast on your marrow. We shall see about that," Ragnar replied smoothly, turning his back on the struggling captive to survey the rest of the battlefield. "Ultimately, every man has a breaking point, and my interrogators have spent years perfecting their craft in the dungeons of Mercia. Take him to the deepest hold of the Jida and secure him to the bulkhead. I will extract the layout of this Gore King's domain from his lips, piece by agonizing piece." As the guards dragged the screaming chieftain toward the longboats, Ragnar turned his attention to the handful of trembling, disarmed survivors who had fallen to their knees in the bloody snow, praying to gods that had seemingly abandoned them. Thus, he raised his voice, ensuring that every terrified survivor could hear his royal decree echoing through the valley. "I am releasing you from this slaughter, not out of any misplaced mercy, but because I require messengers to carry my words," Ragnar proclaimed. "Run back to your master in the mountains. Tell him that the Iron Father has claimed this fjord and all the timber that surrounds it. Tell him that his era of mud, fear, and cannibalism is officially over, and if he wishes to test my resolve, he will find only fire and ruin waiting for him." The survivors did not hesitate, scrambling to their feet and fleeing into the dense, snow-covered forest as fast as their trembling legs could carry them, leaving their weapons and their pride buried in the snow. Afterward, Ragnar looked out over the grim harvest of the morning, sighing softly as the blinding adrenaline of the battle faded into cold, methodical calculation. "Nevertheless, we cannot leave this rot to fester in the center of the village," Ragnar commanded, gesturing toward the piles of shattered, bleeding bodies that littered the main thoroughfare. "Gather their dead, strip them of any useful iron or steel, and build a massive pyre at the edge of the valley where the wind blows toward the peaks. Let the flames burn high enough that the Gore King can smell the ash from his throne." As the villagers and guards began the grueling work of dragging the corpses toward the center of the clearing, Jida stepped up beside Ragnar, her sharp eyes scanning the distant horizon where the survivors had vanished. Holding her thick ledger tightly against the freezing wind, she documented the expended munitions with rapid, precise strokes of her charcoal pencil. "By sparing those messengers, you have guaranteed that King Eric will marshal his entire host against us. We must fortify the valley entrance with defensive earthworks before their main army arrives to contest our claim." "Indeed, my dear," Ragnar agreed, pulling his silver pocket watch from his vest and noting the time with a satisfied nod. At the moment, Bjorn was tirelessly pacing along the freshly turned earth of the new defensive trench, arcing harsh commands to the exhausted villagers and the disciplined grenadiers who hauled heavy timber logs into place. Since the sun had dipped below the jagged peaks of the fjord, the looming threat of the Gore King's retaliation hung over Kattegat like a suffocating shroud, driving the men to work with desperate, feverish energy. Seeing his men shivering in the biting, coastal wind, Bjorn struck his massive, fur-clad chest, his voice booming effortlessly. "Keep those pikes angled outward toward the trees," the giant general roared, kicking a loose clod of frozen dirt into the ditch. "If those cannibals charge blindly in the dark, I want them skewered through their bellies before they can even smell the smoke of our campfires." The laborers redoubled their efforts, their breath pluming in the freezing air as they hoisted another massive pine trunk into the growing barricade. That is, until a sudden, unnatural rustle in the distant, snow-laden pines caused the giant warrior to freeze in his tracks, his calloused hand instinctively dropping to the hilt of the heavy broadsword at his hip. Bjorn narrowed his eyes, peering into the pitch-black abyss of the forest, waiting for the glint of iron or the rush of a berserker's charge. Only the howling wind answered him, tossing the branches in a mocking dance. "Keep your crossbows cranked and your eyes open," Bjorn warned the rooftop sentries, finally relaxing his grip on his blade. "The Gore King's hounds are out there, licking their wounds. We will not be caught sleeping." While the formidable defenses of the surface were being hastily erected, a vastly different kind of preparation was underway deep beneath the freezing waters of the bay. Encased within the iron belly of the Jida, the temperature was suffocatingly hot. Eventually, Ragnar descended the narrow, spiraling metal staircase into the deepest hold of his flagship. Though the captured chieftain, Kjell, was bruised, battered, and bound by heavy iron links to a thick steel pipe, Ragnar stepped into the dim, pulling a polished wooden cup from a nearby barrel of fresh water. Ragnar extended it toward the chained prisoner. "Drink, Kjell," Ragnar offered, his voice smooth and devoid of any malice. After all, a man cannot speak clearly when his throat is parched from a lost battle, and we have a great many ledgers to balance tonight regarding your king's territories. Rather than accept the mercy, Kjell bared his rotting, blood-stained teeth, hacking up a glob of dark phlegm and spitting it directly onto the polished leather of Ragnar's right boot. The captive threw his head back and laughed, a harsh, grating sound that bounced violently off the confined iron walls of the dungeon. I will drink nothing but the blood of your iron guard. You soft southern coward. Kjell bellowed, straining against his unforgiving chains until the veins in his thick neck bulged. You think these metal walls can hold me? You think your fire sticks can stop the true masters of the North? Despite this blatant disrespect, Ragnar did not flinch, nor did his polite facade waver for a fraction of a second. With this said, I see you prefer the crude language of agony over the civilized discourse of a negotiated settlement, Ragnar sighed. He turned his gaze to the shadowy corner of the hold, where a lean, terrifyingly quiet man named Silas stood waiting. Master Silas, Ragnar commanded, gesturing toward the defiant berserker with the tip of his cane. The subject is stubbornly retaining the information we require regarding King Eric's supply lines, his mountain strongholds, and the numerical yield of his forces. Please begin your audit. Silas offered a stiff, formal bow, stepping into the light while unrolling a heavy leather satchel filled with gleaming, sterilized surgical tools, iron pincers, and a small, glowing brazier of hot coals. As the master of the forge commands, efficiency is victory. Nevertheless, Kjell continued to mock them, his bravado entirely unshaken as the Inquisitor approached him with a pair of red-hot iron tongs. Do your worst, you pathetic tinkerer. The Gore King sees all. He will feast on your marrow, and he will drink the blood of your women from their own skulls. A second later, a horrific, blood-curdling scream ripped through the thick metal door. However, the director remained as cold and unyielding as the hull of his ship. Afterward, Ragnar slowly made his way back up to the upper decks of the ironclad. Stepping over the brass railing onto the gangway, he looked out across the dark waters toward the shoreline of Kattegat. Ultimately, his meticulous planning and the back-breaking labor of his loyal men had borne fruit. The first defensive walls were finally raised. Towering wooden palisades reinforced by deep, treacherous earthworks that completely sealed the narrow valley entrance. The grenadiers stood vigilant upon the parapets. Yet, as Ragnar listened to the distant, howling wind sweeping down from the unforgiving Norwegian mountains, he knew that the true war was only just beginning. The Gore King would not ignore the massacre of his vanguard, nor would he allow an invading industrialist to claim his lucrative timber resources without a brutal, apocalyptic fight. The savage hordes of the North would descend upon them with a fury the world had never seen, testing the very limits of their steel. Operating the intricate valves of a nearby steam pipe, Silas released a controlled hiss of scalding vapor that rattled the chains binding Kjell to the central steel pillar. Eventually, the towering brute spirit shattered entirely, the arrogant fire that had once burned in his eyes completely extinguished by the grinding gears of Ragnar's relentless machinery. Kjell's head slumped forward against his chest, his breathing ragged and shallow as he finally surrendered to the inevitable. Rising from his wooden stool, Ragnar grasped his silver-tipped cane. Opening a thick, leather-bound ledger, Ragnar uncapped his ink quill, hovering the sharp nib over the pristine parchment. Tell me everything there is to know about the Gore Kings. Domain from the depth of his grain silos to the thickness of his fortress walls. Coughing up a mixture of bile and blood, the broken berserker slowly lifted his heavy head, his voice reduced to a hoarse, trembling whisper that barely carried over the thrum of the engines. The Fang. He calls his stronghold the Fang, Kjell rasped, his eyes darting frantically around the dark hold as if expecting his master's ghost to strike him dead for the betrayal. It sits high atop the frozen peaks of the Black Ridge, surrounded by sheer drops of jagged ice on three sides. It is a fortress carved from the living stone, impenetrable by any mortal army. How many men currently garrison this mountain redoubt, and how do they feed such a massive host in the dead of winter? 3,000. Maybe more, Kjell wheezed, shivering violently as Silas stepped slightly closer. They survive because of the Serpent's Pass. It is a hidden goat trail, barely wide enough for two men to walk abreast, winding through the eastern ravines. It connects the fortress directly to the coastal raiding camps, allowing the king to funnel stolen grain, salted fish, and thralls up the mountain without ever exposing his supply lines to the main valleys. Ragnar paused his writing, his sharp mind instantly calculating the logistical implications of this newly revealed route. If the Gore King commanded an army of 3,000 hardened killers and possessed a concealed avenue to bypass the main roads, the current defensive palisade blockading Kattegat's valley entrance would be completely flanked and rendered utterly useless. With this said, I believe we have extracted the necessary variables to complete our strategic assessment, Ragnar declared, snapping the ledger shut with a decisive, echoing thud. Though I despise the foulness of his master's reign, this brute has provided us with the exact blueprints required to dismantle it entirely. Turning away from the shivering captive, Ragnar ascended the spiraling metal staircase and emerged onto the freezing, wind-swept deck of the ironclad, taking a deep, cleansing breath of the icy coastal air. Striding down the wooden gangplank toward the fortified village of Kattegat, he found Jida and Bjorn standing over a large oak table inside the great hall, reviewing a series of rough parchment maps illuminated by flickering candlelight. The audit of the prisoner is complete, my dear, Ragnar announced, tossing his ledger onto the table so that the keeper of the ledgers could review the freshly gathered intelligence. However, the numbers are vastly more troubling than our initial projections indicated. King Eric does not merely command a raiding party. He sits upon a mountain fortress garrisoned by 3,000 men, and he utilizes a hidden gorge known as the Serpent's Pass to move his forces unseen. Jida's piercing eyes scan the handwritten notes with lightning speed. 3,000 warriors constitute a massive horde, Ragnar, she murmured, tracing a slender finger along the estimated route of the hidden mountain pass. Our current earthworks are designed to funnel a frontal assault into the firing arcs of our field cannons, but if they utilize this Serpent's Pass, we can bypass the valley choke point entirely and strike our foundries from the eastern ridge. We are heavily exposed. Thus, we must immediately restructure our defensive portfolio, Ragnar commanded, pointing his silver-tipped cane directly at the eastern flank of the map. I want the laborers redirected from the main palisade to the eastern ridge before the sun rises. We will drag the repeater cannons up the slope and position them to overlook the mouth of that hidden gorge. Furthermore, instruct Master Leif to empty the ship's magazines. I want the entirety of the Serpent's Pass seeded with buried explosive charges, wired to a central detonator. A beautiful trap, Bjorn grunted approvingly, crossing his massive arms over his steel breastplate as a savage grin spread across his scarred face. We let the vanguard of their army march deep into the narrow gorge, thinking they have outsmarted us. Then we ignite the black powder, bringing the entire mountain crashing down upon their heads. We'll bury half their host in a tomb of ice and stone before they even draw their blades. Ultimately, raw numbers mean nothing against the disciplined application of industrial power. Jida agreed, her tension easing slightly as the new tactical framework began to solidify in her brilliant mind. I will personally oversee the deployment of the grenadiers to the upper ridges, ensuring they have overlapping fields of crossfire to eliminate any survivors who manage to crawl out of the rubble. The Gore King's hidden asset will become his greatest liability. As Ragnar and Jida seamlessly coordinated the massive logistical shift, discussing powder reserves and supply lines, Bjorn remained uncharacteristically silent, his mind drifting back to the dark, oppressive hold of the ironclad. Yet a strange, creeping unease had settled deep within the giant warrior's gut, a primal instinct born from decades of surviving the blood-soaked battlefields of the north. Excusing himself from the war council, Bjorn quietly slipped out of the great hall and made his way back down to the frozen docks, his heavy boots crunching softly in the freshly fallen snow. Descending back into the sweltering dungeon of the Jida, he found Silas meticulously cleaning his surgical instruments, while Kjell hung limply from his chains in the center of the room. Stepping into the dim light of the lantern, Bjorn grabbed the captive chieftain by his matted hair, hauling his heavy head upward so that they were entirely face to face. Despite this brutal treatment and the extensive, agonizing torment he had endured for days, Kjell did not flinch, nor did he beg for mercy. Instead, the broken berserker stared directly into Bjorn's eyes, a slow, horrifying smile spreading across his cracked and bleeding lips. A cold shiver raced down Bjorn's spine, entirely unrelated to the freezing Norwegian wind outside the ship's hull. You told the Iron Father everything he wanted to hear without a single lie, Bjorn whispered, his grip tightening on the berserker's hair as the terrifying realization finally washed over him. You gave us the fortress, the numbers, and the hidden pass, But you did it too willingly at the end. Why are you smiling, you rotten bastard? Kajel's smile widened into a bloody, terrifying grin, his voice barely a rasping breath in the suffocating heat of the boiler room. Because, giant, the Gore King already knew you were here, Kajel whispered, his eyes gleaming with mad, fanatical devotion. He knew you would interrogate me, and he knew you would move your mighty iron weapons to the Serpent's Pass to block the horde. You have shifted your shield to the east, Iron Man, leaving the sea completely undefended. Bjorn's heart plummeted into his stomach, his eyes widening in sheer, unadulterated horror as the true scope of the Gore King's strategy finally clicked into place. Throwing the captive aside, the massive general sprinted up the spiraling metal staircase as fast as his legs could carry him, bursting out onto the top deck of the ironclad and looking frantically out toward the darkened horizon of the North Sea. Through the thick, rolling fog of the ocean, the terrifying, unmistakable silhouettes of 50 massive Viking longships were silently gliding into the bay. In an instant, a massive blizzard swept down from the jagged peaks of the Norwegian mountains, swallowing the valley of Kattegat in an impenetrable wall of howling, freezing white. The sudden, violent drop in temperature transformed the muddy defensive trenches into solid rock, while the wind whipped the falling snow into blinding vortexes that severely limited visibility to mere paces. Since the temperature had plummeted so drastically, the delicate mechanics of the Iron Empire's weaponry began to suffer. The lubricating oil within the brass gears of the repeater cannons thickened into a stubborn paste, making the cranks stiff and unyielding, while the iron barrels themselves became so painfully cold that they would rip the skin from a bare hand. Standing on the elevated eastern ridge overlooking the Serpent's Pass, the grenadiers shivered violently beneath their thick wool coats, desperately trying to keep the firing mechanisms of their crossbows clear of the rapidly accumulating ice. Despite this severe mechanical handicap, the guards gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes straining against the dark, swirling snowstorm. It had been told that a horde of 3,000 cannibal berserkers was marching down this very mountain pass, and the paralyzing fear of being eaten alive gnawed at the edges of their discipline. The eerie, whistling wind sounded entirely too much like the whispers of ghosts, keeping every man on the precipice of pure panic. That is, until a chorus of blood-curdling shrieks actually tore through the howling gale. Bursting from the impenetrable wide-out, dark, hulking shadows charged directly at the outer trench line. They were screaming with a terrifying ferocity, swinging heavy axes wildly as they bounded over the frozen earthworks. "They're here! The horde is upon us!" A young, inexperienced sentry screamed, his voice cracking with sheer terror as he fumbled with his firing lever. Seeing his men lose their nerve in the blinding snow, the trench captain bellowed for them to hold their fire and wait for a clear target. But his voice was completely drowned out by the roaring wind and the panic of the green recruits. Without waiting for the command, the terrified artillerymen yanked the heavy-firing lanyards of the primary field cannons. The twin guns erupted with a deafening, earth-shattering roar, belching massive plumes of orange fire that briefly illuminated the blizzard. A devastating storm of heavy iron canister shot ripped through the darkness, tearing the charging shadows to absolute shreds and sending geysers of red snow spraying into the air. The sheer concussive force of the blast shook the foundations of the nearby longhouses, leaving a ringing silence in its immediate wake. "Reload! Reload the tubes before the rest of them breach the line," the captain shouted, striking a panicked gunner on the helmet to break him out of his shock. Ragnar, who had been reviewing defensive maps in a nearby command tent, burst through the canvas flaps with his silver-tipped cane in hand, his monocle catching the faint light of the trench torches. Beside him, Jida, his fiercely intelligent keeper of the ledgers, emerged with a furious scowl, immediately tallying the wasted munitions in her mind. "Cease fire, stand down, you undisciplined fools," Ragnar roared, limping rapidly toward the barricade while pushing a trembling crossbowman aside. He stared out into the smoking, cratered snowfield, waiting for the inevitable secondary charge of the Gore King's massive army. Eventually, the swirling snow settled just enough to reveal the absurd, infuriating truth of the engagement. There was no army of 3,000 men. There was no horde waiting in the tree line. Lying in the center of the devastated kill zone were the mangled, bloodied remains of exactly 5 men. Jida stepped up to the palisade, her eyes narrowing as she calculated the staggering deficit of the last 10 seconds. "You panicked over 5 wild men. You expended a full measure of premium black powder and 2 heavy canister shells to eliminate a mere handful of scavengers. After all, those high explosive reserves were strictly allocated for breaking a mass infantry charge, not for shooting shadows. Ragnar reprimanded the gun crews, his iron-tipped cane striking the frozen timber of the barricade with a sharp crack. He turned his piercing gaze to the shattered corpses in the snow, a deep realization beginning to turn the gears in his mind. 5 men did not charge a fortified cannon position expecting to win. They charged expecting to die. They charged to make a noise. However, before Ragnar could fully articulate this rising dread, heavy, frantic footsteps crunched through the snow behind them. Bjorn, the giant general of the Iron Guard, sprinted up the icy incline from the village docks, his chest heaving violently and his broadsword already drawn. Though Bjorn was a hardened veteran of the North who had bathed in the blood of countless battles, he looked as pale as the snow beneath his boots. "The sea," Bjorn roared, grabbing Ragnar by the shoulder of his blue wool coat, entirely forgetting his formalities in the face of imminent disaster. "Ragnar, you must turn the guns around. The prisoner lied or he told us a half-truth. I was patrolling the docks, looking through the fog and the snow." "Calm yourself, Bjorn, and give me a precise report," Ragnar demanded, shrugging off the giant's grip while gripping his cane tighter. "What did you see in the water?" "Longships," Bjorn breathed, pointing his heavy blade back down the valley toward the dark, churning waters of the fjord. 50 of them, massive oak hulls slipping through the fog, they are sailing directly into our undefended harbor. A suffocating silence fell over the command group, broken only by the whistling wind. Jaida's eyes widened slightly as the pieces of the puzzle aggressively snapped into place. "Thus, the prisoner's confession was a calculated maneuver," she murmured. 50 ships. That is easily 2,000 seasoned warriors, bypassing our cannons entirely while we freeze on this ridge. Yet, instead of flying into a panicked rage at the deception, Ragnar's mind went eerily still. The frustration of the wasted ammunition melted away, replaced by the terrifying clarity of a grandmaster who had just realized his opponent was not playing checkers, but chess. "He sacrificed 5 of his own men to trigger our guns," Ragnar whispered, looking back at the mangled corpses in the snow. "He sent them to scream and die in the dark, knowing our green recruits would panic and fire the cannons. A brilliant expenditure of disposable assets," Jaida agreed, her voice laced with a dark, grudging respect. "He knows our heavy guns are locked facing the mountain. Pass and moving them back through this blizzard will take hours we do not have." "I took him for a mere savage," Ragnar confessed, a cold, predatory smile slowly spreading across his scarred face. "King Eric is a strategist. We can admire his intellect after we sever his head from his shoulders," Bjorn interrupted, slamming his fist against his breastplate. "They are landing on the shingle right now. Our longhouses are exposed, our ships are anchored, and our men are completely out of position." With this said, the Iron Father turned to his master of the ledgers. The element of surprise had been violently ripped from there. "Grasp. Jaida, take the grenadiers and hold this ridge," Ragnar commanded. "If this is a pincer movement, we cannot leave our flank exposed. Bjorn, gather every man with a blade and follow me down to the shoreline. You must hold the docks until Master Leif can build steam in the Jaida's boilers. You cannot hold off 2,000 men on an open beach with swords," Bjorn protested, falling into step beside Ragnar as the Iron Father began to limp rapidly down the icy path toward the village. "We do not need to defeat them on the beach, my friend," Ragnar grinned. "We merely need to delay them long enough for our ironclad to pivot its broadside. Let us go down and properly welcome the King of Norway to the new age." Ragnar and Bjorn reached the pebble-strewn shoreline. Just as the massive oak hulls of the Gore Kings, longships ground against the gravel. Bursting from the freezing surf, hundreds of fanatic berserkers poured onto the beach, their rusted axes raised high against the swirling blizzard. At the moment, the sheer volume of the invading horde seemed to swallow the narrow coastline entirely. Since the heavy field cannons and the majority of the grenadiers were locked into position on the eastern ridge, Ragnar was entirely dependent on Captain Leif to operate the Jaida's primary batteries from the bay. If the massive steam-powered dreadnought did not provide immediate covering fire, the small band of iron guards holding the beach would be utterly liquidated. "Form the iron wall," Bjorn bellowed over the howling gale. "Lock your shields and brace your footing. We do not yield a single inch of this shore." Responding with absolute discipline, the Iron Guards slammed their heavy, blackened steel bucklers together, creating an impenetrable barricade of overlapping metal that immediately halted the first wave of the berserker charge. Drawing his hidden blade from the silver shaft of his cane, Ragnar stepped into the center of the formation, expertly parrying a jagged axe before discharging his flintlock pistol directly into the chest of a howling warlord. "Cycle your levers and fire at will," Ragnar commanded, tossing his spent pistol aside and drawing a secondary blade from his belt as the terrifying crush of bodies pressed heavily against his men. "We only need to delay them until the boilers reach maximum pressure. Hold the line, and the forge will deliver our salvation." Though the Iron Guard possessed vastly superior steel and the devastating advantage of repeating crossbows, the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Gore King's forces began to exact a horrific toll. Striking with animalistic ferocity, the berserkers threw their own bodies onto the points of the Guard's spears, using their dead comrades as stepping stones to launch themselves over the shield wall. The pristine, white snow of the shoreline quickly turned into a churning, slippery mire of crimson mud and shattered bone. Men in blackened armor began to fall, their disciplined ranks buckling under the sheer, suffocating weight of the endless horde. A young contractor to Ragnar's left took a heavy throwing axe to the throat, collapsing into the freezing surf with a gurgling gasp, while another was dragged screaming into the mass of fur and rusted iron. Yet not a single man in the remaining formation broke ranks or attempted to flee, clinging fiercely to the promise of the Jaida's devastating broadside. They fought with the desperate, unyielding strength of men who knew that their survival hinged on the roaring furnaces of their flagship. Cleaving a massive cannibal in twain with a brutal two-handed downward strike, Bjorn spat a mouthful of blood into the snow, his chest heaving violently beneath his dented breastplate. "They are endless, Ragnar," the giant warrior panted, ducking a spear thrust before driving his armored fist into his attacker's face. "If Leif does not wake those guns soon, we will be entirely bankrupt of breathing men. The steam pressure requires time to build in this freezing hell." Ragnar shouted back, driving his cane through the knee of a charging berserker before finishing the man with a swift strike. Of his blade, "Hold your ground, Bjorn. Leif is a master of the engines. He will not default on his duty." The battle raged on with grinding, merciless intensity, reducing the grand ambitions of the Iron Empire to a primal, desperate struggle for survival in the freezing mud. Every passing minute felt like an eternity, measured only by the rhythmic clash of steel and the agonizing screams of the dying. Eventually, a deafening, mechanical shriek pierced the howling gale, vibrating through the icy waters of the fjord and shaking the very stones of the beach. It was the Jaida's primary steam whistle, a glorious, terrifying sound that signaled the boilers had reached critical pressure, and the heavy naval cannons were finally primed for a devastating bombardment. Hearing the majestic roar of the ship's engines, Bjorn exhaled a massive, shuddering breath of relief, leaning heavily on his blood-soaked broadsword while a savage grin spread across his scarred face. "The Iron Father delivers." Bjorn laughed, pointing a thick, calloused finger toward the hulking silhouette of the dreadnought resting in the misty bay. "Look upon your doom, you mud-eating savages. The forge has awakened." Even the berserkers paused their relentless assault, their bloodlust momentarily overridden by sheer awe and terror as they turned their gaze toward the massive metal beast sitting in the water. Deep, grinding groans of shifting iron echoed across the bay as the Jaida's heavily armored turrets began to rotate slowly, the massive, soot-stained barrels sweeping across the horizon to acquire their targets. Ragnar allowed himself a fleeting smile, adjusting his monocle as he prepared to order his men to hit the dirt before the high-explosive shells decimated the enemy fleet. However, to the absolute horror of the Iron Father, the grinding gears of the ship's turrets did not halt when their muzzles aligned with the packed clusters of wooden longships. The massive barrels kept turning, sweeping past the enemy fleet entirely until their cavernous black muzzles were aimed directly at the shoreline. They were aimed directly at Ragnar and the remnants of his bleeding shield wall. "What in the 9 realms is Leif doing?" Bjorn whispered. "He has overshot the coordinates. He is targeting our position." Snatching a brass spyglass from his coat pocket, Ragnar extended the lenses with trembling hands and pressed it to his eye, peering desperately through the swirling snow and the thick plumes of coal smoke billowing from the ship's stacks. Standing on the elevated command deck of the Jaida, silhouetted against the roaring orange glow of the ship's furnaces, was a familiar figure. The man was not wearing the grease-stained leather apron of Captain Leif, nor did he possess the disciplined, rigid posture of an Iron Empire engineer. Instead, he was draped in a heavy, ornate cloak of white wolf fur, leaning casually against the ship's brass railing. Ultimately, as the snow momentarily cleared, the spyglass brought the traitor's face into sharp, agonizing focus. It was Jarl Hakon, the supposed ally who had cowered in his great hall, the man who had claimed to fear the Gore King above all else, was standing on the bridge of Ragnar's most prized technological marvel. Catching sight of Ragnar staring at him from the bloody beach, Jarl Hakon raised a hand and waved coldly. A smug sneer plastered across his weathered face as he casually signaled the gunnery crews to prepare to fire. "He sold us out," Ragnar whispered, lowering the spyglass as the horrifying reality of the betrayal crashed down upon him. The Jarl had not feared the Gore King. He had struck a cowardly bargain with him, trading the greatest warship in the known world to spare his miserable village from the tax collectors. "Brace yourselves," Ragnar roared, his voice cracking with absolute desperation as he threw himself toward the frozen mud, tackling Bjorn down with him just as the massive naval guns sparked with blinding, catastrophic light. High up on the precipice of the eastern ridge, the blizzard howled with a vengeance, but the biting cold was nothing compared to the ice flooding Jaida's veins. Pressing the heavy brass spyglass to her eye, she watched the nightmare unfold in the dark waters of the bay below. The massive, steam-powered turrets of her namesake, the ironclad Jaida, were not tracking the encroaching fleet of Viking longships as they were supposed to. Instead, the cavernous black muzzles of the heavy naval guns had locked squarely onto the bloody shingle of the shoreline, aiming directly at the desperate, dwindling shield wall where Ragnar fought for his life. Her breath caught in her throat as her mind raced through the terrible arithmetic of the battlefield. There was absolutely no time to dispatch a runner through the blinding snow, and the heavy brass field cannons anchored on the ridge were far too cumbersome to pivot and fire before the ironclad unleashed its devastating payload. In mere seconds, the man she valued more than any hoard of silver would be reduced to ash and red mist. Despite this paralyzing terror, Jaida did not freeze. She knew the anatomical blueprints of that mechanical beast better than any living soul, save perhaps the Iron Father himself. Dropping the spyglass into the snow, she whirled around to face the disciplined ranks of the Iron Guard grenadiers. "Ready the explosive shafts and prime the powder pots," Jaida screamed. "Aim for the ironclad's deck directly midships. Target the copper ventilation grate situated above the primary boiler room. The plating there is as thin as an eggshell, meant to release steam, not repel fire." The veteran soldiers did not hesitate to follow the commands of the master of the ledgers. Drawing back the heavy strings of their repeating crossbows, they loaded bolts tipped with volatile black powder pouches, while the stronger men struck flint to the tarred fuses of spherical iron hand grenades. A deadly volley of fire and sparking fuses rained down from the high precipice, plunging through the swirling blizzard like a swarm of angry fireflies, descending upon the metal leviathan anchored in the dark waters below. Down on the bridge of the dreadnought, Jarl Hakon stood wrapped in his luxurious white wolf fur, an arrogant sneer stretching across his weathered face as he raised his hand to signal the gunnery crews. He was savoring the sweet taste of his treacherous victory. Entirely focused on the slaughter he was about to unleash upon the man who had dared to claim his fjord. That is, until a heavy, sparking iron sphere plummeted from the stormy sky, crashing straight through the flimsy copper louvers of the ventilation grate and vanishing into the sweltering, pressurized depths of the ship's engine room. As the grenade ignited the highly pressurized steam, boilers and the volatile coal dust swirling in the lower decks, a catastrophic chain reaction tore the impregnable warship apart from the inside out. The Jaida ballooned outward for a fraction of a second before its solid iron hull shattered, transforming the absolute pride of the Iron Empire into an erupting volcano of molten slag and blinding white fire. The concussive blast wave raced across the freezing waters of the bay with the force of a hurricane, slamming into the pebble-strewn shoreline with devastating impact. It hurled Ragnar, Bjorn, and hundreds of screaming berserkers off their feet, tossing them into the freezing, blood-soaked mud. The air was instantly sucked from Ragnar's lungs as he crashed hard against the unforgiving gravel, his vision swimming in a sea of disorienting black spots while a high-pitched, agonizing ring completely deafened him to the chaos around him. Groaning in pain, the Iron Father pushed himself up from the frozen mire. He turned his gaze toward the bay, and his heart physically ached within his chest. Seeing his greatest invention, a magnificent titan of industry named after the woman he cherished, sinking rapidly as a mass of burning, twisted scrap metal was a blow more agonizing than any axe strike. The burning debris hissed violently as it slipped beneath the freezing waves, dragging the treacherous Jarl Hakon and his stolen prize down to the dark. I see abyss of the sea floor. After all, Ragnar had poured his very soul and countless tons of precious, refined steel into that vessel, believing it to be the invincible vanguard of his new world order. Afterward, as the blinding flash faded and the ringing in his ears slowly began to recede into the howling wind, the grim reality of his situation crystallized in the freezing air. The explosion had instantly vaporized the traitorous crew and sent a wall of scalding water crashing over the vanguard of the Gore King's forces, drowning dozens of screaming men in the surf. Nevertheless, the vast majority of the invading horde had survived the shockwave. Slowly picking themselves up from the mud with rusted blades gripped tightly in their hands, Bjorn spat a mouthful of bloody slush onto the ground, using his massive broadsword as a crutch to haul his giant frame upright. By the blood of the gods, the scarred warrior breathed, staring at the bubbling, fiery wreckage sinking into the fjord. Your Lady of Iron certainly knows how to make an exit, Ragnar. I suppose we won't be sailing home to England in that one. No, Ragnar replied, his voice eerily calm as he gripped the silver handle of his cane, pulling his hidden sword free from its sheath. We will not, but neither will they. Shaking the disorientation from their heads, the surviving berserkers realized that the terrifying metal beast in the bay was gone, leaving the invaders with a massive numerical advantage. A towering warlord, his face painted with the blood of the fallen, stepped over the corpses of the Iron Guard and pointed his jagged spear directly at Ragnar's chest. Your fire-breathing dragon is dead, Iron Man, the warlord roared. You are trapped on the edge of the world. Surrender your weapons, and King Eric may allow you to watch as we feast upon your flesh. Bjorn chuckled darkly, rolling his broad shoulders as he eyed the sea of enraged, bloodthirsty warriors slowly forming a ring around their position. 2,000 angry cannibals. We are trapped on the shoreline with the freezing sea at our backs. It is a terrible day to die, Iron Father. We are not dying today, Ragnar commanded. We still have the high ground raining death upon their rear from the mountain, and we hold the choke point on this beach. Lock your shield with mine. We will make them pay for every inch of this mud with a pound of their own flesh. I thought you'd never ask. Bjorn grinned savagely, raising his dented buckler and stepping shoulder to shoulder with his lord. You think you can fight the entire north? The warlord mocked, stepping into striking range with a cruel, mocking laugh. You have no ships. You have no retreat. You are just a man with a broken leg and a shiny coat. With Ragnar and Bjorn anchoring a pitifully thin line of defenders against an ocean of howling madness. Barely 100 men of the Iron Guard stood with their lord, bracing their blackened steel shields and leveling their ash spears against the crushing weight of 2,000 enraged, cannibalistic berserkers. Since the devastating internal explosion of the Jida had robbed them of their heavy naval support, the sheer arithmetic of the battlefield dictated a swift, brutal demise for the outmanned industrialists. Seeing his lord hopelessly outnumbered in the churning, icy mud below, Jida did not allow the paralyzing grip of despair to cloud her fiercely analytical mind. Standing tall upon the precipice of the eastern ridge, the master of the ledgers commanded a reserve force of nearly 150 fresh grenadiers, their repeating crossbows fully loaded and their heavy iron powder pots primed for ignition. Do not let them swallow the director's line, Jida screamed over the shrieking gale. Ignite the fuses, rain the absolute fury of the forge upon their heads. I want every square inch of that beach bathed in fire and shrapnel. Moving with the mechanical precision that Ragnar had drilled into their very bones, the grenadiers stepped to the edge of the snowy cliff. Striking flint to steel, they sparked the tarred fuses of their heavy, spherical hand grenades, waiting a breathless second before hurling the deadly iron orbs high into the stormy sky. Simultaneously, the crossbowmen locked their stocks against their shoulders, unleashing a relentless, whistling volley of steel-tipped bolts that blotted out the pale morning light. Down in the mud, Ragnar expertly parried a rusted battle-axe with the hidden blade of his silver-tipped cane, smoothly drawing a heavy flintlock pistol from his belt with his free hand. Discharging the weapon point-blank into the chest of a screaming warlord, Ragnar kicked the falling corpse away. Keep your shields locked tight, Ragnar roared, reloading his pistol. The mountain will answer our call. Hold the line, and let them pile their dead against our steel. Though the Gore King's warriors were hardened by the freezing winters of the north and bred for the savage intimacy of an axe fight, they possessed absolutely no defense against the terrifying, indiscriminate slaughter of the new industrial age. A split second later, the sky completely fell upon the invading horde. Dozens of heavy iron grenades plummeted into the tightly packed ranks of the berserkers, their fuses burning down to the volatile black powder packed within. The resulting chain of detonations was nothing short of apocalyptic. Deafening, thunderous booms echoed off the sheer rock walls of the fjord, ripping massive, bloody holes in the center of the cannibal army. Jagged shards of red-hot shrapnel tore through boiled leather armor and chainmail, severing limbs and sending broken bodies flying into the freezing surf. Before the horde could even attempt to process the explosive devastation raining down from the heavens, the twin brass field cannons stationed in the village joined, belching massive plumes of orange fire through the blizzard, grinding dozens of men into the snowy earth. That is, until the sheer, incomprehensible horror of the situation finally shattered the unbreakable frenzy of the berserker. Charge, within the span of a few agonizing minutes, over 500 of the Gore King's most fearsome warriors had been reduced to a smoking carpet of flesh and shattered iron. The remaining invaders stopped their advance, dropping their bloodied axes as they stared in wide-eyed, paralyzing terror at the mangled corpses of their brethren. What manner of sorcery is this? A blood-spattered chieftain wailed, falling to his knees as a steel crossbow bolt embedded itself deeply into the wooden deck of a nearby longship. The gods rain fire upon us. The iron men command the lightning. After all, a chaotic horde of savages relies entirely on the terrifying, physical presence of its warlord to anchor its courage in the face of overwhelming adversity. Had King Eric Bloodtooth been standing on that beach, roaring his fanatical, blood-soaked speeches and driving his men forward with the edge of his own blade, they might have possessed the sheer madness required to push through the explosive barrage. Yet, their monstrous monarch was absent, having sent his vanguard to do his dirty work while he remained safe within his mountain fortress. Without the Gore King there to enforce their discipline through fear, the suffocating grip of absolute panic rapidly infected the surviving warriors. Despite this overwhelming display of firepower, a handful of fanatic veterans desperately attempted to rally the breaking line, screaming curses at their fleeing comrades while wildly waving their chipped swords in the air. "Stand and fight, you cowards! The Gore King will feast on your livers if you run," one veteran bellowed, charging blindly toward the Iron Guard's shield wall. Stepping forward with a savage grin, Bjorn swung his massive Danish broadsword in a devastating, two-handed arc, cleanly severing the veteran's head from his shoulders before the man could finish his threat. "Send my regards to your king, you ugly bastard," the giant general laughed, wiping a spray of blood from his heavily scarred cheek. Seeing his last remaining warlord decapitated so effortlessly, the final shreds of the horde's resolve completely dissolved. Thus, the terrifying, unstoppable army of the north broke into a scrambling rout. Screaming in terror, the berserkers trampled over their own wounded, throwing away their shields and weapons as they sprinted desperately back toward the freezing surf. They fought one another with animalistic desperation to clamber over the wooden gunwales of the surviving longships, desperately shoving their comrades into the icy water in a mad scramble to escape the roaring cannons and the relentless hail of steel bolts from the ridge. "They are breaking," Bjorn roared, raising his bloody sword high into the air as the massive crush of bodies retreated toward the sea. "Do we pursue them into the water, Iron Father? We can sink their ships before they even raise their sails." Nevertheless, Ragnar slowly lowered his smoking pistol. "Let them run, Bjorn. If we slaughter them all on this beach, there will be no one left to carry our message back to the mountains. Let those broken men sail back to their master and tell him exactly what happens when you attempt to tax the Iron Empire." Afterward, a heavy, ringing silence slowly settled over the blood-soaked shoreline of Kattegat, broken only by the whistling gale of the blizzard and the frantic splashing of the retreating longships disappearing into the dense sea fog. The surviving Iron Guards lowered their heavy bucklers, collapsing to their knees as they gasped for breath. Entirely exhausted but victorious against impossible odds, making her way carefully down the icy, winding path from the eastern ridge, Jida finally arrived on the beach. Walking past the smoking craters and the piles of dead berserkers, she stopped beside Ragnar. "A highly inefficient use of our explosive reserves, my lord," Jida noted dryly, though the subtle tremor in her hands betrayed her lingering fear for his safety. But I suppose the complete routing of an army of 2,000 men justifies the sudden deficit in our armory. You balance the books perfectly, my dear. Ragnar chuckled, reaching out to gently squeeze her gloved hand. Your timing saved the entire executive branch from an untimely liquidation. Remind me to double the hazard pay for the grenadiers when we return to Titan. Bjorn stomped over, kicking a discarded axe into the surf. They ran like whipped dogs, but the Gore King will not let this insult stand. When he hears that his fleet was sent packing by a fraction of his numbers, he will march his entire mountain host down the Serpent's Pass to crush us. At the moment, the surviving villagers of Kattegat and the battered remnants of the Iron Guard were huddled closely. Round massive bonfires, passing around cracked wooden bowls of tasteless flatbread and tough, roasted venison, the men ate in silence. There were no boastful songs of Valhalla tonight, nor were there drunken claims of glory. There was only the quiet, profound relief of men who had stared directly into the jaws of the abyss and miraculously lived to see the moon rise. Away from the warmth of the fires, Ragnar and Jyda sat alone on a log near the freezing surf. Pulling her heavy fox fur cloak tightly around her shoulders to ward off the biting cold, Jyda stared out at the dark waters. She watched her husband, who was leaning upon his silver-tipped cane. Why are we enduring this miserable, freezing exhaustion? Ragnar, she asked. We control the beating heart of industry across the narrow sea. We have 30,000 men clad in uniform steel, armed with repeating crossbows and heavy artillery, comfortably garrisoned in the warm barracks of the Midlands. Why do we not simply send a swift raven to England, summon the full might of the Iron Legion, and end this pathetic Gore King's reign before the next quarter begins? Ragnar did not answer immediately, taking a deep breath of the air. He knew his wife was not questioning his courage, nor was she merely complaining about the lack of civilized comforts. Beneath her pragmatic, numbers-driven exterior, Jyda was terrified. She had watched him nearly vanish beneath a crushing wave of cannibal berserkers. You believe I am being needlessly stubborn, Ragnar finally murmured, reaching out to gently clasp her gloved hand in his own. You think my pride as a son of the North has blinded my strategic judgment, compelling me to conquer this frozen wasteland with a mere handful of guards just to prove a point. The thought had crossed my mind, Jyda admitted dryly. I watched you fight in the mud today. You are the architect of a new age, not a disposable foot soldier. If that blast had caught you a second later, ultimately you cannot forge an empire if the smith is dead in the snow. Send the message, call the banners, and let us drown this King Eric in a sea of our own iron. Ragnar offered a bitter smile. If only the geopolitical board were that simple, my love. If I empty the armories of England and sail the bulk of our forces back to this fjord, we will undoubtedly crush Eric Bloodtooth in a matter of days. However, the moment our shores are left undefended, the wolves circling our borders will catch the scent of our vulnerability. Releasing her hand, Ragnar used the tip of his heavy cane to draw a crude, sweeping map of the known world in the frozen mud between their boots. Consider our neighbors, Ragnar explained. The Franks, under Charles the Bald, are bleeding gold in their own conflicts, and they covet the wealth pouring from our coal mines. They have been probing our southern ports for months, waiting for a lapse in our patrols. He dragged the cane further south in the dirt, drawing a crescent shape. And what of the Andalusians, the Caliphate? They are our most lucrative trading allies, Jyda countered. We just secured a massive treaty with Vizier al-Hakam, trading our fire lances for their raw sulfur and saltpeter. They rely on our foundries. They rely on our foundries only so long as it is more profitable to buy from us than it is to conquer us, Ragnar corrected, looking up to meet her gaze. A merchant's smile only lasts as long as the heavy iron lock on your treasury holds firm. The Caliph is a man of immense ambition. If he learns that the architect of the Thunder Staves has abandoned his island fortress, taking his 30,000 steel-clad guards with him, what is to stop the Andalusian fleets from sailing north to seize the means of production for themselves? Thus, you intended to conquer Norway quietly, Jyda whispered, looking back out at the floating wreckage of the ironclad. You brought the ship because you believed its mere existence would be enough. I did, Ragnar confessed. I thought the Jyda alone would secure the timber routes, allowing our main army to remain at home, keeping the Franks and the Andalusians terrified of our borders. I did not factor in the cowardly treason of Jarl Hakon, nor did I anticipate a savage king who understood the strategic value of sacrificing his own men to blind me. Jida leaned her head against Ragnar's shoulder. Yet, despite your grand geopolitical calculations, remaining here with a skeleton crew is strategic suicide, Jida stated firmly. The Gore King will not stop until he has mounted our heads on his palisades. If we die on this beach, the Franks and the Caliphate will tear England apart anyway. We must adapt the ledger. Ragnar turned his head. She was entirely correct. Pride could not shield them from 3,000 axes, and protecting England meant nothing if he was not alive to rule it. I suppose a slight adjustment to the logistics is in order. I can recall a specialized expeditionary force. 2,000 of our finest grenadiers, heavily equipped with experimental siege mortars. 2 days had passed in Kattegat. At the moment, the surviving villagers and the battered remnants of the Iron Guard worked shoulder to shoulder, dragging the corpses of the cannibal berserkers into massive heaps to be burned. Since the catastrophic explosion of the ironclad had robbed the expeditionary force of its floating fortress and primary armory, their survival now depended entirely on establishing an unbreakable line of communication. Standing within the sheltered courtyard of the Great Hall, Jida pulled her cloak tightly around her shoulders as she meticulously inspected a row of wooden cages. Inside the hastily constructed enclosures fluttered more than 20 sturdy carrier pigeons. Some of the birds were the local stock formerly kept by the traitorous Jarl Hakon, while others were highly trained imperial messengers that Jida's quartermasters had fortuitously transferred to the village docks mere hours before the ship sank. "Hold the bird steady," Jida instructed a nearby guardsman. "The wind over the North Sea will be unforgiving, and we cannot afford a single broken seal." Tying the small leather strap securely around the pigeon's leg, she stepped back and watched as the guard released the bird into the stormy gray sky. Ragnar limped out from the doors of the Great Hall. "Is the cipher secured?" Ragnar asked, stopping beside his wife and resting his gloved hands upon the head of his cane. "Every single one," Jida confirmed. "I utilized the highest level of our encrypted mercantile code bearing your personal wax seal. Lord Commander Leofric is a man of rigid discipline. The moment he receives this dispatch in City Titan, he will know it is not a forgery or a trap. He will not hesitate to marshal the reserves." "Good," Ragnar murmured. "Leofric knows the logistics of our swift cogs better than anyone in the fleet. With the prevailing winds at their backs, the reinforcements will drop anchor in this fjord within 3 or 4 days." Despite this brilliant logistical maneuver, Jida's brow remained slightly furrowed. 3 or 4 days is a lifetime when we are sitting in the shadow of the Gore King's mountain. We broke their vanguard. Eric Bloodtooth will not sit idle while we fortify his front porch. Afterward, having confirmed the successful dispatch of their lifeline to England, Ragnar turned his attention away from the sky. It was time to balance the ledgers with the only surviving piece of the enemy's vanguard. Descending the creaking, ice-slicked wooden stairs into the darkness, Ragnar was accompanied by the towering figure of Bjorn, whose massive hand rested casually on the pommel of his broadsword. The cellar was oppressively cold. Chained heavily to the central support pillar was Kjell, the captured chieftain of the berserkers. Since the ironclad had sunk to the bottom of the bay, the Master Inquisitor Silas had relocated his grisly workshop to this subterranean frozen dungeon, keeping the brute alive through a carefully measured application of agonizing survival techniques. Seeing his captor step into the dim light of the lantern, Kjell strained against his thick iron bonds, spitting a wad of dark blood onto the packed dirt floor. "You come to hide in the dirt with me," Kjell wheezed. "I heard the thunder shake the earth. I heard your great metal beast scream and die in the water. My king's fleet has arrived, hasn't it? The warriors have come to wash this village in your blood. You have been locked in the dark for too long, Kjell. Your ears are playing tricks on you." Ragnar did not raise his voice, stepping slowly into the lantern's glow and leaning heavily upon his cane. "Your king's fleet did indeed arrive, Kjell," Ragnar stated smoothly. "They landed on our shores with screaming men, expecting to find us cowering in the mud. They brought their rusted axes and their hunger for human flesh, completely confident that their sheer numbers would overwhelm our lines." Kjell's bloody grin widened. "And they butchered your iron men. They shattered your shields. That is, until they met the true fury of the industrial age, they charged into a concentrated storm of repeating crossbow fire and high-explosive hand grenades. The sky rained shrapnel and fire upon their heads, tearing their flesh to ribbons and turning the pristine snow into a slaughterhouse." Kjell blinked. "Lies, you are a liar. I assure you, I am a man who keeps meticulous accounts, and I do not exaggerate my ledgers. Ragnar continued relentlessly, stepping closer so the captive could see the absolute truth burning behind his monocle. When our field cannons swept their rear ranks with canister shot, your fierce, unbreakable brothers panicked. Seeing his warriors slaughtered by weapons they could not comprehend, and realizing their king was nowhere to be found, the survivors broke. They dropped their weapons, trampled their own wounded, and scrambled back to their ships in terror. No, Kjell whispered, the chains rattling. The Gore King's chosen do not run. Nevertheless, Bjorn reached beneath his heavy cloak and tossed a blood-soaked garment onto the dirt at Kjell's feet. It was the luxurious white wolf fur cloak of Jarl Hakon. Your new ally sank to the bottom of the fjord. Along with his stolen prize, Bjorn growled. Over 500 of your brothers are rotting in piles on the beach. The rest are sailing back to your mountain, carrying a tale of fire and thunder that will haunt their nightmares until the end of their days. Thus, the stage is set for the final reckoning, Ragnar declared, turning his back on the broken chieftain. Oh, your king may believe himself safe behind the frozen walls of the Fang. He is merely a rat hiding in a stone cage. My messenger birds are already halfway across the sea, summoning a fleet of reinforcements that will blot out the sun. Ragnar paused at the base of the stairs, looking over his shoulder one last time. Yet you should find some small comfort in your chains, Kjell, Ragnar offered coldly. You will be safe down here in the dark. After all, when my reinforcements arrive and we march our siege mortars up the Serpent's Pass, there will be nothing left of your king's mountain but ash and rubble. Across the narrow sea, far removed from the mud of Kattegat, the skies over the Midlands bled a perpetual, industrious gray. The common folk of the realm, alongside the terrified lords of neighboring lands, had begun whispering a new, imposing name for the sprawling domain that now swallowed nearly half of England. They called it the Iron Empire. Ragnar had never officially bothered to crown himself or declare such a pompous title. Though the title was entirely unofficial, the remaining northern territories, primarily the rugged Kingdom of Scotland and a handful of stubborn city-states, watched the encroaching iron railways and towering blast furnaces with mounting dread. Since the dramatic fall of Wessex and Mercia, the Scottish king had realized that it was only a matter of time before the Iron Father turned his unyielding gaze northward. Within the walls of the governor's mansion in City Titan, Lord Commander Leofric rubbed his temples, fighting a losing battle against sheer exhaustion. Left to govern the capital, while Ragnar secured timber rights in the north, Leofric found himself paralyzed not by enemy armies or rebellions, but by the suffocating tide of diplomacy. Despite this monumental military might resting securely at his fingertips, the battle-hardened veteran was currently trapped in the Great Hall. During his least favorite theater of war, politics, Leofric glared down at the trembling Scottish envoy. The man, a Highland lord wrapped in tartan and sweating profusely despite the drafty chill of the vast room, gestured nervously toward a dozen heavy, iron-bound chests laid out on the polished stone floor. My king sends his warmest, most fraternal regards to the exalted Iron Father, the envoy stammered, bowing so low his nose nearly brushed the floorboards, while his accompanying guards kept their eyes fixed firmly on the ground. Furthermore, he offers these humble gifts: 10 chests of pure Highland silver, 50 bolts of our finest wool, and a prized Andalusian stallion as a token of our continued, unwavering friendship. Leofric sighed. Your king has sent 3 separate envoys in the past fortnight alone, Lord Duncan. If he sends any more tokens of friendship, he will empty his own treasury before my men even bother to march to the border. The King of Scotland was cowering behind his stone walls, desperately throwing gold at City Titan to stave off an imminent invasion, completely unaware that the dreaded Iron Father was currently freezing in a Norwegian fjord, fighting half-naked men armed with rusted axes over a stretch of pine trees. The king merely wishes to ensure that our borders remain peaceful. Lord Duncan pressed on, pulling a delicately rolled parchment from his tunic with a shaking hand. He even suggests a union of our houses. He has a niece, renowned for her beauty, who would gladly— I strongly advise against finishing that sentence, Duncan, Leofric interrupted, raising a hand to halt the diplomat's desperate rambling. The director is already bound to a woman who manages our ledgers. If you offer him a Scottish bride, his wife will likely have your king's niece fed to the perimeter hounds before the wedding feast can be cooked. The envoy swallowed hard, his face draining of all color as he quickly tucked the marriage proposal back into his tunic. Leofric was just about to dismiss the sweating diplomat with another vague promise of peace so he could finally return to the training yards. That is, until the doors at the back of the audience hall burst open. Sprint past the startled iron guards stationed at the entrance. Leofric's young son, Osric, practically flew down the central aisle of the audience chamber. The boy's cheeks were flushed a bright red from sprinting all the way from the rookery, and his small hand clutched a tiny, tightly rolled cylinder of vellum bound by a familiar black leather strap. Father, the rookery master said it just arrived, Osric panted. It's a black-banded bird from the north. Seeing his son carrying a dispatch tube bearing the unmistakable wax seal of Ragnar's personal cipher. Leofric's suffocating political exhaustion evaporated in an instant. The dull ache in his temples vanished, rapidly replaced by a joyful energy that straightened his spine. Out, Leofric commanded. The audience is concluded, Lord Duncan. Take your silver, take your horse, and return to your king. But, my lord commander, what message shall I carry back? The envoy pleaded, frantically motioning for his men to gather the heavy chests before the giant warrior changed his mind and simply seized them. Tell him the Iron Empire is busy, Leofric growled. Now clear the hall before I have the guards toss you out into the smog. As the terrified diplomats scrambled to evacuate the chamber, Leofric turned his back on them, striding purposefully toward Ragnar's massive desk situated in the corner of the room. Breaking the dark wax seal with his thumb, he unrolled the thin strip of vellum, revealing lines of seemingly random, nonsensical letters. Pulling a brass cipher wheel from a locked drawer, Leofric carefully aligned the internal rings to the predetermined weekly code, his eyes darting back and forth as the gibberish slowly translated into clear directives. As he read the translated text, Leofric's eyebrows shot up toward his hairline. The dispatch detailed the arrival in Kattegat, the treacherous ambush orchestrated by the Gore King, the brilliant but costly tactical trap, and the tragic, explosive loss of the ironclad. But it was the final paragraph, written in Ragnar's own unmistakable, commanding syntax, that made the Lord Commander throw his head back and let out a joyous laugh. By the blood of the forge, Leofric chuckled, slapping his hand down onto the desk. The madman actually found a mountain he wants to blow up. Hearing the laughter, 3 of his veteran lieutenants stationed by the doors quickly stepped forward, their hands resting eagerly on the hilts of their swords. What are the orders, Lord Commander? The tallest lieutenant asked, recognizing the familiar. Predatory grin spreading across his commander's scarred face. The director has encountered a hostile market in the north, Leofric announced, rolling the parchment back up and tucking it securely into his belt. He requires a highly aggressive restructuring of the local landscape. We are to mobilize the expeditionary reserves immediately. The lieutenant straightened up there. How many men do we marshal, sir? 2,000 of our finest grenadiers, fully equipped with repeating crossbows and winter gear, Leofric ordered. I want them pulled from the Leicester barracks and marched to the eastern docks by midnight. Furthermore, requisition 6 of our experimental siege mortars from the foundries, along with every barrel of high-explosive black powder we can safely load onto the swift cogs. Siege mortars, sir? A lieutenant questioned. Are we breaching a city wall? No, we are breaching a mountain, straight through a frozen gorge. Leofric grinned, grabbing his fur cloak from the back of Ragnar's chair and throwing it over his broad shoulders. The director has a cannibal king trapped in a stone fortress, and he intends to bring the roof down upon his head. Send word to the shipwrights to prepare the fleet for an immediate, heavy-load departure. We sail with the morning tide. As his lieutenants rushed out of the hall to shout orders into the smoke-filled streets of City Titan, Leofric looked down at his son, who was watching the flurry of activity with wide eyes. Go tell the cooks to pack heavy travel rations, Osric, Leofric told the boy, tossing him a silver coin from his pouch. The Iron Legion is going to war, and we have a very important delivery to make to your Uncle Bjorn. Leaving the empty audience chamber behind, Leofric strode out into the roaring heart of the city. In the Grand Palace of Granada, Al-Andalus, within the opulent, vaulted audience chamber, Vizier al-Hakam stood before the elevated throne of the Caliph. Though the journey back from the misty isles of the north had been fraught with treacherous storms and restless tides, the vizier looked entirely rejuvenated, dressed in flowing robes of emerald silk, embroidered with threads of pure gold. Resting his chin upon a heavily jeweled hand, the Caliph listened intently as al-Hakam presented a leather-bound ledger detailing the unprecedented success of their mercantile expedition. "The galleys have safely dropped anchor in our southern ports, Your Eminence," Al-Hakam reported. "The cargo holds are bursting with the fruits of our new pact. We have secured exclusive rights to the fire lances, and the first shipment of these devastating weapons is currently being transferred to the royal armories. Furthermore, we have established a permanent, highly lucrative line of commerce for their heavy steel." "A monumental achievement, Al-Hakam," the Caliph murmured, stroking his dark beard as a murmur of awed whispers rippled through the assembled crowd of nobles and guildmasters. "You have brought the thunder of the north to our shores, ensuring our dominance over the Franks and the petty kings of the coast. But tell me, how did you pry such closely guarded secrets from the hands of these barbarians?" Before the vizier could formulate a suitably humble response, his wife, Safia, stepped forward from the ranks of the nobility. She refused to let her husband's monumental triumph be chalked up to mere luck or standard diplomacy. "If I may speak, Your Eminence," Safia interrupted gracefully, offering a respectful bow before raising her eyes to meet the Caliph's gaze. "It was not a simple transaction of silver for iron. The ruler of that dismal, freezing island is no ordinary barbarian. He is an absolutely insane, iron-obsessed Norseman." A ripple of nervous laughter spread through the court, but Safia's expression remained perfectly serious. "He calls himself the Iron Father," she continued, gesturing proudly toward her husband. "He is a man of a terrifying ambition. Since he seized control of the Isles, he has turned away every diplomat and envoy sent by the old kingdoms. Yet, it was my husband who walked directly into the heart of his city, navigated the Norseman's ruthless logic, and bound him in a pact of mutual prosperity. Al-Hakam alone convinced this Lord of the Forge that our sulfur and saltpeter were the keys to his future." Seeing his trusted vizier's legendary diplomatic acumen so eloquently defended by his astute wife, the Caliph's eyes widened with profound respect. He rose slowly from his throne, raising his hands to silence the murmuring court. "The lady speaks the truth," the Caliph proclaimed. "For generations, we have relied on the strength of our cavalry and the sharpness of our swords to protect our borders, but the world is shifting. New age of fire and iron is dawning in the north, and we cannot afford to be left in the shadows of history." Stepping down from the dais, the Caliph approached Al-Hakam, placing a hand upon the vizier's shoulder. "You have not merely brought me weapons, Al-Hakam. Granada is the beating heart of our trade, the jewel of Al-Andalus, where the wealth of 100 nations flows through our markets. It requires a ruler who understands the shifting tides of commerce, a man whose mind can bridge the gap between our ancient traditions and this terrifying new industry." The Caliph drew his ceremonial sword in honor, resting the flat of the blade lightly against Al-Hakam's shoulder. "Kneel, Vizier Al-Hakam," the sovereign commanded softly. Heart pounding with shock and elation, Al-Hakam immediately dropped to one knee upon the marble floor, bowing his head. "By the authority vested in me, I hereby elevate you from the rank of vizier," the Caliph announced. "Arise, Prince of Granada. From this day until your last, you shall rule this great city as my most trusted vassal. You shall command its guilds, oversee its ports, and transform this region into the wealthiest, most formidable bastion of trade the world has ever seen." The audience chamber erupted into deafening cheers, the nobles stomping their feet in approval as Safia beamed with pride. Despite this monumental elevation in status, Al-Hakam maintained his composed demeanor, pressing his hand to his heart as he offered his deepest oaths of loyalty to the Caliph. Hours later, the newly anointed Prince of Granada and his wife were seated comfortably within the plush velvet interior of a horse-drawn carriage, making their way through the streets of their new domain. The vibrant markets of Granada rushed past their windows, overflowing with exotic spices, fine silks, and the chatter of 1,000 merchants haggling over silver dirhams. "Prince of Granada," Safia mused. "It has a certain undeniable weight to it, does it not? You now control the most lucrative trade hub in the entire Mediterranean. It is a heavy burden. The guilds of this city are notoriously stubborn, and the old bloodlines will undoubtedly test our authority before the season changes. That is, until we show them that our vision for the future is far more profitable than their outdated traditions." Nevertheless, a spark of intense excitement danced in Al-Hakam's eyes. Reaching into the hidden folds of his silken robes, he withdrew a sealed ivory tube, its cap secured with a dollop of thick black wax. Safia's brow furrowed in curiosity, leaning closer as she inspected the strange seal. "What is that?" "It is a parting gift," Al-Hakam whispered. given to me by Ragnar himself merely a month ago. He told me to open it only when I had secured a seat of unchallengeable power. Sliding a tightly rolled parchment from the ivory tube, Al-Hakam carefully spread the vellum across his lap. Safia gasped as her eyes adjusted to the intricate lines of ink. It was not a map, nor was it a mere treaty of commerce. It was a highly detailed blueprint. "What am I looking at?" Safia asked, tracing a finger over the cylinders, massive gears, and water-driven pistons depicted on the parchment. "It is a schematic for a mechanized, water-powered textile mill, heavily integrated with a rudimentary steam press," Al-Hakam explained, an ambitious grin spreading across his face. The Iron Father knew that to feed his endless wars, he needed an ally capable of mass-producing refined goods at a fraction of the traditional cost. He looked out the carriage window. The weavers of Granada currently produce the finest silks in the world by hand, Al-Hakam continued. But with this blueprint, we will build massive factories. We will multiply our output 100-fold. Safia stared at the intricate gears drawn upon the parchment. He is ensuring that his closest trading partners become powerful to ever be conquered by the old kingdoms. Indeed, Al-Hakam nodded. 3 days had passed. The villagers of Kattegat, having narrowly survived the wrath of the Gore King's vanguard, spent every waking hour reinforcing the muddy trenches and sharpening timber stakes. Down by the icy surf, Bjorn sat upon a frosted boulder, using his hunting knife to carve a stubborn chunk of dried, salted venison. Chewing the tough meat, the giant general kept his face turned entirely toward the dark expanse of the North Sea. He had maintained this lonely vigil for the better part of 3 days, waiting for the promised sails. That is, until a sudden shout shattered the morning silence. A group of children who had been chasing each other through the slush near the docks suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Staring out across the churning waters, they pointed their fingers toward the horizon, their voices rising. Dropping their wooden toy swords, the children turned and sprinted wildly back up toward the longhouses, screaming for their mothers and fathers to look at the sea, higher up in the village, away from the clamor of the docks. Ragnar was experiencing a desperately needed moment of rest. Walking briskly across the courtyard, Jida pulled her cloak tightly around her shoulders. She approached the door of Ragnar's quarters, gently pushing it open so as not to startle him. Stepping into the room, she looked down at her sleeping husband. "Ragnar," Jida murmured, reaching out to gently shake his broad shoulder. "Wake up." Blinking his eyes open, Ragnar let out a gravelly groan. "The fleet," he rasped. "They are dropping anchor in the bay as we speak," Jida said, helping him secure the leather straps before handing him his blue wool coat, "and it appears the capital has sent us far more than mere foot soldiers." A few hours passed, transforming the quiet village into a bustling hub of military activity. The entire population of Kattegat, from the eldest crones to the youngest children, crowded the shoreline, their eyes wide with shock. They watched in silence as dozens of massive, reinforced transport ships dropped their iron anchors into the bay, deploying a fleet of smaller longboats to ferry the reinforcements to the shingle. Standing at the edge of the docks, flanked by Bjorn and Jida, Ragnar saw the first longboat ground. Though he had expected a disciplined captain of the grenadiers to step off the prow, he watched in quiet surprise as a familiar figure vaulted over the gunwale. It was Lord Commander Leofric. "By the blood of the earth," Ragnar muttered. "I left him the keys to the entire kingdom, and he sails across the sea to play in the snow." Despite this bitter defeat, the Gore King, Eric Bloodtooth, sat unmoved upon his throne deep within the frozen heart of the Fang. His frame appeared skinny and almost English in its refined pallor, with a long, flowing beard that framed a face more suited to scholarly halls than savage battlefields. Around him, 3 trusted counselors waited in silence for their lord to speak. Seeing his advisors gathered close, Eric leaned forward upon his throne. "Thus we sit," he began, "while the fires of our fallen brothers still smolder on the beach at Kattegat. Tell me, my wise ones, who is this Ragnar that has come among us? What manner of man dare sail into my waters, slaying my chosen berserkers as though they were nothing more than summer wheat beneath the scythe? How, by the blood of the old gods, did he achieve such slaughter?" The first counselor, a lean man named Thrain, bowed his head before speaking. "My king, since the wounded survivors you allowed to return have staggered back with tales that chill even the bravest hearts, we have pieced together the truth from their broken words and from the reports of our spies hidden among the southern coasts. This Ragnar, they say, is no mere raider or exiled jarl. He is the king of half of England itself. The Iron Father, they call him, ruler over the soot-choked lands of the Midlands, where he has forged an empire of steel. Though we once believed him only a distant shadow beyond the sea, his spies have confirmed what the wounded berserkers witnessed with their own eyes. That is, until the second counselor, stout figure named Eirik, raised a hand to continue the grim accounting. Naturally, the tales grow wilder with every retelling, yet the core remains the same. The survivors spoke of a great ship of iron that belched black smoke from twin stacks, a vessel that moved without oars or sail. When our fleet struck at dawn, this metal beast was meant to turn its guns upon our longships, yet something caused it to explode in a pillar of flame that shook the very fjord. Despite this loss to Ragnar's own forces, his men did not break. From the high ridge above the beach, his warriors rained down spheres of black powder that burst like the wrath of Thor, tearing limbs and scattering our vanguard, as though they were leaves before a storm. Grenades, the survivors called them. Weapons of fire and iron shards that no shield or mail could turn aside. Yet even as Eirik spoke, the third counselor, a gaunt scholar named Harold whose knowledge of southern realms had saved the Gore King's throne more than once, leaned forward with a grim smile. And that is not the worst of it, my lord. The wounded berserkers who limped back to the Fang described how he stood upon the blood-soaked shingle, while his warriors held a thin shield wall against 2,000 of our finest. His steel ship may lie at the bottom of the bay, but the reinforcements he has summoned are already on the horizon. Our spies in the south whisper that he rules not merely half of England, but an empire of 30,000 men clad in uniform steel, armed with repeating crossbows and cannons that can level a mountain pass in a single volley. Seeing the growing fury in his king's eyes, Thrain pressed on, his voice steady, though the words carried the chill of prophecy. Thus we must ask ourselves the question that haunts every hall from here to the Welsh marches. Why has this Iron Father come to our frozen shores? He did not sail for plunder or glory alone. The survivors swear he spoke of timber and deep water ports, of railways that span entire kingdoms and factories that belch smoke into skies that once knew only clean wind. He seeks to turn our ancient fjords into forges. For his endless wars. That is, until we stop him. He let our men live precisely so they would return with terror in their hearts and tales of sorcery upon their lips. Despite this grim recounting, Eric Bloodtooth did not rise in rage. Instead, he rose slowly from his throne and began to pace with deliberate steps. Naturally, the gods test us with such men, he murmured. This Ragnar believes himself a king, come to drag the north into his sooty age. Yet he forgets that we are the sons of the old blood. The ones who sailed when Rome still burned, and who have feasted on the marrow of empires greater than his. He does not understand that fear, properly kindled, becomes the greatest weapon of all. Thus the counselors exchanged glances, and Eirik dared to speak again. My king, if the reports are true and his reinforcements, 2,000 steel-clad grenadiers with siege mortars will drop anchor within days, then we must choose our path now. Shall we meet him in open battle upon the Serpent's Pass, or do we draw him deeper into our mountains where the winter fights at our side? Harold nodded. Or perhaps, since he has shown himself a man of ledgers and markets rather than pure rage, we offer him a poison treaty. Timber rights in exchange for tribute, all while our spies infiltrate his camps and learn the secrets of his thunder weapons. He is no fool, but every man has a price. Seeing the fire return to his king's gaunt face, Thrain concluded with quiet intensity. Whatever path we choose, the Iron Father has made one fatal error. He does not yet understand that here in the shadow of the Fang, the old gods still demand blood, and we shall give them his. Eric Bloodtooth stopped his pacing at last. A terrible smile spread beneath his long English beard as he looked upon his three counselors. Thus the stage is set, he declared. Let the Iron Father come with his ships and his bombs and his 30,000 men. Let him believe the North will kneel before his steam and steel. Or when he marches his host up the Serpent's Pass, when he believes victory is already written in his ledgers, we shall teach him the one truth the old gods have never forgotten. And with those words, the Gore King turned toward the window that overlooked the endless white expanse of his domain, as though the very mountain itself waited eagerly for the blood that was soon to come. Eric Bloodtooth stood with his sister Ira at his side. Seeing his sister's concerned gaze upon him, Eric turned slowly. You look at me as though I were already defeated, dear Ira, he murmured. Despite this bitter setback upon the beach, the mountain still stands and I still sit upon its throne. Tell me, sister, what troubles your heart this night? Ira leaned closer. The survivors who limped back speak of horrors beyond reckoning, my brother. That is, until Eric rose from his throne. The longbows, he said, those beautiful instruments of death that so surprised the Iron Father upon the ridge. Naturally, they are a secret I brought back from the misty isles of England, where I spent the better part of my youth. Though I was born here in these frozen lands to a Norwegian mother of noble blood, my father was an English lord. I lived many years across the narrow sea, learning the ways of their courts, their forges, and above all their yew longbows that can pierce mail at 200 paces. When I returned to claim my birthright, I brought that knowledge with me. Thus the archers who greeted Ragnar's ridge were armed not with the crude self-bows of our ancestors, but with weapons worthy of English kings. Seeing the spark of understanding dawn in Ira's eyes, Eric continued. Though the tale of my ascension to the throne of Norway is indeed a stirring one, it is not the saga of a simple warrior rising through glory alone. I was the chief diplomat and trusted counselor to the old sovereign, the man the saga still call Ivar the Boneless. For years I stood at his side, negotiating treaties, collecting tribute. Despite this, Ira's brow furrowed as she rose to stand beside him. Yet Ivar vanished, brother. The stories say he sailed south and was never seen again. His loyal servants disappeared with him, and suddenly you alone sat upon the throne, crowned by the will of the gods themselves. How did such a thing come to pass? Eric stopped his pacing and turned to face her fully. Since you alone among all living souls may hear the full truth without fear, I shall tell you. Ivar the Boneless had grown weak. He planned to betray me, to cast me aside as he had cast aside so many others, and to seize the wealth I had quietly gathered through my southern contacts. But I knew his secrets. I knew of the children he had fathered in secret, the alliances he had broken, the gold he had stolen from his own jarls. Thus I confronted him in his private chambers one winter night, armed with parchment and proof. I blackmailed him, dear sister. I offered him a choice: sail away into exile with his closest loyal servants and never return, or watch as I exposed every sin and watched his own men tear him apart. Naturally, Ira's eyes widened, yet she did not pull away, and he chose exile. Eric's smile turned cold. He chose poorly. When he attempted to flee with his most trusted retainers, I ensured their longship never reached open water. That night the sea claimed them all, and I alone remained to tell the tale. To the people I declared that Ivar had been taken by the gods themselves for his sins, and that I, Eric Bloodtooth, had been chosen as his successor. Seeing the doubt in their eyes, I knew mere words would not suffice. Thus I began to speak of the old gods in new and terrible ways. I spoke of how the All-Father demanded blood for victory, of how the great heroes of old had feasted upon the flesh of their enemies to gain their strength. I encouraged the most fanatical of the berserkers to embrace the old rituals, to drink from skulls and paint their faces with the blood of foes. Stories of cannibalism spread like wildfire, and those who questioned me found themselves offered a sacrifice to the very gods I claimed to serve. In time, the fear and awe became belief, and belief became power. Though Ira's face paled slightly at the revelations, then the longbows, the diplomacy, the blackmailed throne, the cannibal tales, all of it was your design. Since the day I returned from England, every step has been deliberate, Eric replied, releasing her hands. Ragnar does not yet understand that the brute he faces is a man who studied at the courts of Wessex, who has spent years turning the North's own superstitions into a weapon sharper than any axe. His reinforcements will march up the Serpent's Pass expecting to crack open a mountain, yet the mountain will swallow them whole. Thus the brother and sister stood together in silence for a moment. Eric's gaze drifted across the frozen landscape. Ira stepped beside him, her shoulder brushing his as she looked out upon the same white expanse. Then the war truly begins. Since the moment his first ship entered my waters, the war has already been won, Eric declared. 2 days had passed since the arrival of the 2,000 steel-clad grenadiers. Yet the great hall of Kattegat already thrummed with the purposeful murmur of war councils renewed. At the head of the long table sat Ragnar. To his right sat Jida, and to his left Lord Commander Leofric. Ragnar leaned forward. Since the moment our scouts returned with word of the Gore King's cunning, I have turned the matter over in my mind again and again. Despite this savage reputation he cultivates with tales of cannibal feasts, the man thinks like a chess master. He sacrificed his vanguard deliberately, fed us false intelligence through the tortured lips of Kagel, and then struck from the sea while we stared only at the mountain. Such layered deception speaks of a mind sharpened in courts far more refined than we first believed. Jida nodded slowly. Though we broke his fleet upon the beach, Since the survivors we spared have surely carried every detail back to the Fang, he now knows our strengths and our weaknesses. Yet even knowing this, we cannot root out every spy he has planted among us. There are more than 10 or 20 Ragnar. Perhaps 100 eyes hidden in the village, among the locals, even perhaps among the new arrivals. Despite this, we have neither the time nor the luxury to purge them all. Leofric, ever the blunt instrument of war, slammed a heavy fist upon the table. Naturally, the spies are a thorn in our side, Director. Since the moment we landed, I have felt their eyes upon us. Yet what can we do? Round up every suspicious soul and risk alienating the very villagers whose loyalty we still need. That is, until we march, we must accept the poison in our midst and turn it to our advantage. Let them watch. Let them report back that the Iron Father prepares siege mortars capable of cracking the very bones of their mountain. Let fear do half our work before the first shell is fired. Ragnar rose then, pushing back his chair as he began to walk the length of the table. Since the first moment he had conceived the siege mortars in the quiet hours of his study back in Titan, he had known their power. Though the device had first taken shape in the hands of the Andalusians around the year of our 1250. Primitive iron-reinforced bucket, hurling stones on wings of black powder, his own version, born of modern knowledge and industrial refinement, stood ready to eclipse that ancient precursor. Of course, his mortars were still somewhat primitive compared to the wonders he would one day forge, yet they would prove more than sufficient to deal with the Fang. The high arcing shells would rain down upon the hidden paths and stone walls, collapsing tunnels, shattering ramparts, and burying any who dared stand against the march of progress. All these spies, all these layered deceptions, all the Gore King's clever traps mattered little in the final accounting. Despite this web of eyes and whispers, Ragnar declared, all of it matters not in the end. Since the day I first set foot upon these shores, I have allowed myself too much overthinking, too much careful calculation of every variable, yet the time for such hesitation has passed. The siege mortars are ready, the grenadiers stand eager, the mountain awaits. There is no more thinking, no more overthinking, no more weighing of risks, as though this were a simple matter of trade ledgers. He stopped at the head of the table once more, turning to face both Jida and Leofric with eyes. Thus at dawn we march. We will move the full strength of our 2,000 grenadiers up the Serpent's Pass under cover of the lingering blizzard, dragging the mortars behind us upon sledges. The first shells will fall before the sun clears the peaks, and by the time night falls again, the Fang will either fly the banner of the Iron Empire or lie buried beneath its own rubble. Jida rose smoothly to stand beside him. Since the moment the first pigeon flew, I have prepared the supply lines for exactly this. Though the pass is narrow and treacherous, our engineers have already scouted the routes. The mortars will be in position before midday. Naturally, I will ride with the forward column to ensure every shell is accounted for, and every fuse timed to perfection. Leofric stood as well. And I shall lead the vanguard personally, Director. Let the Gore King send his berserkers down the slopes if he dares. My grenadiers will greet them with repeating crossbows and the promise of steel. Since you have given the order at last, there is no force in the north that can stop us. By the blood of the forge, we will end this before the next full moon rises. Ragnar looked upon his two most trusted companions. Though the blizzard still raged outside, and spies doubtless watched from every shadow, though the Gore King plotted in his frozen hall, and the old gods themselves might rage against the coming of steam and steel, none of it could turn the tide now. Since the reinforcements had arrived, since the mortars had been unloaded, and the grenadiers had formed ranks, the outcome had been written in iron and powder. Thus the Iron Father raised his goblet high. To dawn, my friends. The three of them drank as one. Dawn broke over the fjord of Kattegat. Across the frozen peaks, the bay had become a hive of disciplined activity as 2,000 grenadiers, 6 formidable siege mortars, and 300 axe-bearing warriors of the north boarded the reinforced transport ships laden with rations and the few precious horses reserved for the captains. As the fleet cast off from the shore, Ragnar stood upon the prow of the lead vessel. Beside him his mother Sigrid remained steadfast at his side. Jida and Leofric flanked them, their eyes scanning the horizon where the jagged silhouette of the Fang loomed in the distance. Since the scouts returned with word of the fortress's true distance, Ragnar declared, I have accepted that this march will test our resolve as much as any battle to come. Though the sea voyage is mercifully short, the overland trek with the mortars will demand hours upon the frozen ground. Yet it matters not. The mountain will fall before the sun sets tomorrow. Jida nodded. The mortars will move, even if the men must haul them with their own strength, and the horses must strain against the snow. Naturally, the Gore King will expect us to strike from the sea again, but we will come from the land. Hours passed in the short sea voyage. There were no warriors waiting upon the shore to greet them with axes or arrows. No ambush from the sea as Ragnar had half expected, no hail of longbows darkening the sky while the host was still confined to the decks. Ragnar stepped ashore first. I had prepared for longbows to rain upon us while we were still in the ships. Their English makes striking from the cliffs before we could even disembark. Yet it seems the Gore King did not think of that. Or perhaps he has chosen a different welcome altogether. Leofric vaulted from the next longboat. 2,000 grenadiers and 6 mortars do not march lightly, Director. If he lets us land unmolested, it is only because he believes the mountain itself will finish what his vanguard could not. Thus the host began its overland march. The siege mortars dragged upon iron-reinforced sledges, while the grenadiers formed. Disciplined columns and the 300 axemen of the north took the flanks with Bjorn at their head. Hours passed beneath the pale northern sun, the column winding its way across the frozen ground as the mountain grew ever larger before them, its fortress walls now visible. That is, until Jida suddenly reined in her horse and pointed toward the high cliffs rising on either side of the approaching pass. "Look, my love, upon the heights." There, perfectly camouflaged against the snow, hundreds of archers in white cloaks stood motionless upon the cliffs. Their longbows were already drawn, arrows nocked and waiting, the white of their garments blending seamlessly with the frozen landscape so that only the sharpest eye could discern them at all. Ragnar's grip tightened upon the reins as the column slowed to a halt. Hundreds of them hidden in plain sight, the Gore King has prepared his greeting after all. Despite this sudden revelation, a slow smile spread across the Iron Father's face as he raised his cane toward the cliffs. Since he wishes to play this game of shadows, we shall answer in kind. Grenadiers, prepare the mortars. Hundreds of arrows had already leapt from the longbows. Upon the cliffs, in mere seconds those deadly points would find the hearts of the grenadiers marching beneath. Yet even as the first volley began its deadly arc, the Iron Father's host did not falter. Ragnar, seated upon his horse at the head of the column, raised his cane. "Shield wall," he bellowed. "The 300 axemen to the fore. Form now and hold." Therefore the 300 warriors of the north, those hardy sons of Kattegat and the surrounding fjords who had sworn themselves to the Iron Father after the beach, surged forward with disciplined speed. Raising their round shields, they locked edge to edge in a single unbroken barrier that stretched across the narrow mouth of the pass. The shaft struck, splintering boards, piercing mail where gaps appeared, yet the wall held. Though some men staggered beneath the impact, though blood bloomed upon white snow where an arrow found throat or shoulder, the line did not break. Amidst this storm of death, Bjorn strode along the rear of the shield wall. "Loose formation," he bellowed. "Grenadiers to the fore, 400 paces, no more." Since the axemen had bought them precious moments with their courage, the 400 grenadiers assigned to the forward line advanced. While arrows still clattered against shields and rang from helmets, they knelt in staggered ranks, loading their repeating crossbows. Even as the powder pots and grenade fuses were struck alight. Therefore the first volley of steel-tipped bolts answered the longbows above, whistling upward in a deadly arc that found flesh upon the cliffs and drew cries of pain from the hidden archers. Yet it was not the crossbows alone that would decide this moment. "Grenades!" Bjorn bellowed again, raising his broadsword high. "Loose the fire of the forge." Thus the command rippled down the line, and 400 iron spheres sailed skyward upon burning fuses. The explosions came. Deafening booms echoed off the cliffs, each detonation tearing bloody gaps in the ranks of archers above. Wherefore jagged shards of red-hot iron ripped through white cloaks and leather armor, severing limbs, shattering bone, and hurling broken bodies. Despite this cataclysm raining from below, some archers endured. Hidden in crevices and behind natural overhangs, shielded by the stone they had hoped to use as cover, perhaps 200 remained unscathed. Yet even they could not hide the terror that now gripped their hearts. The longbows trembled in hands that had once drawn with confidence. Eyes that had gleamed with the promise of slaughter now stared wide with the realization that no skill, no camouflage, no ancient courage could stand against such weapons. Leofric, striding back from the shield wall with blood upon his blade. By the forge director, that was a sight to warm the blood, yet some still live up there, cowards hiding behind rock while their brothers fall, Shall I send climbers to finish them? Ragnar shook his head slowly. No, let the survivors crawl back to their king. Since he has chosen to greet us with arrows, we shall answer with mortars that need no bows to reach his walls. Therefore order the crews to begin ranging shots. The first shell will fall before the sun climbs another handspan. Sigrid, who had ridden forward to stand with her son, placed a steady hand upon his arm. I have seen many battles in my years. Never have I witnessed such a thing as this. Ragnar met her gaze. Since the day I returned to these shores, mother, I have carried your words in my heart. You told me that pride and steel must walk together. While the axemen maintained their battered shield wall and the grenadiers reloaded, the 6 siege mortars were manhandled into final position upon the frozen ground. Their stubby barrels, reinforced with iron bands and loaded with shells packed with black powder and jagged iron shards. Therefore the first ranging shot was prepared, fuse struck, and the command given. The mortar spoke with a sound like the world splitting. Open! Tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle, and the shell arced high above the pass. For several heartbeats there was only silence. Then, far above, a bright flash bloomed against the stone walls of the fang, followed an instant later by the rolling thunder of detonation. A plume of smoke and shattered rock rose into the air, and the mountain seemed to shudder beneath the blow. Ragnar watched the distant eruption with eyes that held neither pity nor hesitation. Indeed, he murmured, more to himself than to those around him, the mountain has felt the first kiss of industry. Let the Gore King look upon that smoke, and know that his time upon the throne draws to its close. Leofric laughed again, a joyous sound that carried across the pass. Another shell and another, until the very stones weep blood and the old gods themselves beg mercy. And so the column resumed its advance, shields raised against any lingering arrows, mortars dragged forward by straining men and horses, while above them the smoke of the first strike still rose. The first mortar shell burst against the outer wall of the fang. Eric Bloodtooth stood within the great hall of his mountain fortress, surrounded by the crackling warmth of whale oil braziers, and, in addition to the 2,000 berserkers who now crowded the lower galleries and ramparts, 200 longbowmen had already retreated inside the gates. Despite this formidable host gathered beneath his banner, a chill unrelated to the eternal winter outside had begun to creep into the Gore King's veins. Since the distant thunder first rolled down the Serpent's Pass, every man in the hall had frozen mid-motion. The councillors exchanged uneasy glances while Ira, Eric's sister, rose slowly from her seat beside the throne, yet Eric himself remained seated for a heartbeat longer. Furthermore, he began, this is merely the opening note of their song. The Iron Father seeks to frighten us with noise and smoke, nothing more. Nonetheless, the words had scarcely left his lips when a second colossal detonation shook the very foundations of the mountain. A huge black plume erupted against the outer curtain, while visible through the great arched window, sending a cascade of shattered stone and burning debris tumbling into the abyss below. At the moment the blast wave reached the throne room, several lesser warriors stumbled. One of the longbowmen, still clutching his bow, dropped to his knees. Eric's own heart, which had faced the spears of Denmark and the lances of Frankish knights without flinching, gave one treacherous lurch. Eric turned from the window. The third mortar shell chose that exact moment to strike. A brilliant flash lit the hall through the window, followed an instant later by a concussion so powerful that dust rained from the rafters and several torches guttered out. The outer wall shuddered visibly, and a great section of parapet crumbled away. At the moment the thunder faded, Eric's hands clenched into fists at his sides. He had faced death in open battle, had blackmailed kings and murdered rivals, yet never before had he watched an enemy strike from beyond the reach of any bow or spear. Ira stepped closer. My brother, the men are watching you. They need the Gore King now more than ever. Though the walls tremble, your will must not. Eric drew a slow breath. Nonetheless, when he spoke again, his voice had regained something of its old steel. In addition to the 2,000 berserkers who still roar for blood, we have the narrowness of the pass and the avalanches we have prepared. Therefore we shall let the Iron Father waste his black powder upon stone while we prepare our true answer. The hidden paths, the poisoned wells, the berserkers who will charge through fire, all of these remain ours. Yet even as he spoke the words of defiance, another mortar shell arced high into the sky, its fuse burning bright against the clouds. Every soul in the hall watched it descend with the helpless fascination of men who had just realized the mountain they had trusted for generations might not be eternal after all. It became clear that the mortars would destroy the walls of the Fang, whether sooner or later. Since the first ranging shot had arced across the sky, Ragnar had chosen to observe the destruction from a safe distance upon a rocky outcrop overlooking the narrow pass. There he sat upon his horse while his most trusted companions gathered around him. Every time another shell screamed upward and detonated. Against the mountain fortress, the ground trembled beneath them. Though the range was considerable, the 6 siege mortars performed their deadly work with merciless precision, their stubby barrels angled high as the crews worked in perfect coordination under Jaida's watchful eye. Leofric, mounted upon a powerful warhorse, slammed a gauntleted fist against his breastplate. If there was one thing I wanted to see before I died, it was a savage king watching his impregnable fortress turn to rubble, while he could do nothing but cower inside it. Bjorn, standing tall beside the horses, let out a deep laugh that echoed across the pass. Since we began the bombardment an hour ago, the walls have already begun to collapse in several places. Meanwhile, not a single vassal has ridden to the Gore King's aid. Not one jarl, not one minor chieftain, not even a single longship flying any banner but his own. Truthfully, I expected at least some fools to answer his call, yet the fjords remained silent. As a person who has fought beside these northern tribes for years, I can only say this. They know the cannibal king's days are numbered, and they are happy to see him fall. Ragnar nodded slowly. A great section of stonework finally gave way, collapsing inward. Dust and smoke billowed upward, revealing the inner buildings and the great hall where Eric's remaining forces now huddled. Indeed, Ragnar said, his voice growing darker with satisfaction, it would appear that the Gore King stands alone. Despite his berserkers and his remaining longbowmen, not a single vassal has answered his desperate call for aid. Ragnar rose slightly in his saddle. A slow smile spread across his face as another mortar shell streaked toward the fang. Therefore, he declared, "We shall give the Gore King one final chance to witness the future before it consumes him. Continue the bombardment. When the outer walls have been reduced to rubble and his men cower in the great hall, we shall march forward and offer him the choice between surrender and annihilation. Meanwhile, the silence of his vassals has already pronounced his sentence." Yet even as the walls continued to crumble, and the cheers of his men rose with every successful strike, Ragnar's eyes remained fixed upon the distant great hall, where the Gore King surely watched in growing terror. Indeed, for though the fortress was falling, the man inside it was still dangerous. The massive shock, the final mortar shell struck the outer curtain wall of the fang. In less than a heartbeat, the entire bastion collapsed inward, and there it was, the impregnable fortress reduced to broken stone and open sky. During that moment, the remaining army and people of the Gore King fled in every direction, some scrambling deeper into the inner keep while others simply ran. Just as one final plume of black smoke rose toward the heavens, Ragnar raised his cane and gave the order that would end the siege. "Advance. Shield wall to the fore. Grenadiers, maintain formation and prepare the grenades." With that said, the 2,000 steel-clad grenadiers moved forward, their blackened shields locked edge to edge, while the 300 axemen of the north formed the outer layer of the living wall. None of that truly mattered now. Not the distance they had marched, not the spies that had watched them, not even the lingering cold that clawed at exposed skin for victory was already written upon the broken stones of the fang. Realizing that the outer defenses had fallen, the host pressed onward, dragging the silent mortars behind them upon iron sledges. In less than an hour, the column reached the shattered gates of the inner keep. Grenadiers saw the last desperate longbowmen upon the remaining parapets and without hesitation sent their iron spheres sailing upward on burning fuses. The explosions that followed were mercifully brief yet devastating. Screams echoed from the heights before silence returned. Meanwhile, high within the great hall of the inner keep, Eric Bloodtooth stood at the arched window beside his sister Ira and his 3 remaining counselors. Though the mountain still sheltered them, the walls around them trembled with every distant detonation. Ira placed a gentle hand upon his arm. "My brother, the men are breaking. The longbowmen who survived the last barrage are already whispering of surrender. If there was one thing we could still offer, it is the chance to save what remains of our people." Eric's counselors nodded in grim agreement, yet it was Ira who spoke the words that finally pierced her brother's pride. "Realizing that your vassals have abandoned you, that no jarl rides to our aid, that even the old gods seem to turn their faces away, would you truly let pride destroy what little remains of our bloodline?" During that heavy silence, Ragnar's voice suddenly carried up from the shattered courtyard below. Gore King of the North. Ragnar called, I do not seek blood this day, nor do I desire the slaughter of brave men who have fought for their home. I require only this land, its deep water fjords, its timber, and its unyielding stone. Pledge your allegiance to the Iron Empire, lower your banners, and open your gates. In return, I offer every warrior here life, food, and a place within the new order I shall build. Refuse and the next shells will fall upon the great hall itself. The choice is yours, Eric Bloodtooth. Inside the hall, Eric turned slowly from the window. Ira stepped closer, her eyes shining with quiet desperation. My brother, the men are waiting. If there was one thing you taught me, it was that true strength lies in knowing when to bend so the people may survive. Thrain bowed low. During all our wars, we have never faced an enemy like this. None of that truly mattered until today. Surrender now and live to see another dawn. With that said, the Gore King drew a long breath and walked toward the great doors of the hall. Pushed them open himself, stepping out. Below, Ragnar waited upon the courtyard, surrounded by his iron host. Eric raised his hands slowly and spoke. I, Eric Bloodtooth, once called Gore King of Norway, hereby surrender the fortress of the Fang and all lands under my rule to the Iron Father. My warriors shall lay down their arms. My people shall open the gates. Realizing that the words had been spoken at last, a great cheer rose from the ranks of the Iron Empire. 2 months had passed since the surrender of the Fang. Meanwhile, far across the narrow sea, in a different kind of conquest was unfolding. 867 AD, Granada, Al-Andalus in the newly consecrated industrial quarter of Granada. The rhythmic clatter of water-driven pistons filled every corridor. The first great factory stood as a living monument to the future. Perhaps no sight in all the Mediterranean could rival the sheer ambition of this creation, for within its vast stone halls, nearly 500 workers toiled without cease at the primitive, yet revolutionary looms that Prince Al-Hakam had raised from the sacred blueprint gifted by the Iron Father himself. Stacks upon stacks of fine linen now filled the royal warehouses to bursting, each bolt destined for ports from Alexandria to Constantinople. Al-Hakam, newly elevated Prince of Granada, walked slowly through the main production hall with his wife Safia at his side. It became clear that with this single factory alone, the prince could become a trading power unmatched in some years. In fact, with these creative machines working night and day, he could soon grow richer than the Caliph himself. Richer, perhaps, than the Emperor of Francia. By now, Al-Hakam said, the Caliph sends us congratulations and requests more fire lances. Yet he does not yet understand that the blueprint Ragnar gave us has changed the balance. Safia smiled. Perhaps in 3 or 4 years, we will surpass the north. Still, my husband, we must move carefully. The Caliph's spies watch these halls even now. Al-Hakam stopped beside one of the massive steam presses. Nevertheless, the risk is worth every dirham. Ragnar knew exactly what he was giving us. With this factory and the others we shall soon build, Granada will become the beating heart of Mediterranean commerce. Safia laughed softly. In fact, my love, I have already begun negotiations with Venetian merchants. They will pay triple the usual price for our linen once they see its quality and quantity. Al-Hakam turned to her, taking both her hands in his own, as the great looms continued their tireless dance behind. I never imagined such power could come from a single parchment. Yet here we stand, richer with every passing hour. Meanwhile, far to the north and west, Ulster, Ireland, in the stone hall of a minor Ulster chieftain named Conor MacNessa, a small council of Irish lords had gathered around a crackling hearth while winter rain lashed the thatched roof above them. If there was one thing we all feared, Conor said, news from the Norse traders who survived Kattegat has reached every shore. Ships of iron that move without sail, thunder that falls from the sky, and a mountain fortress shattered in a single afternoon. One of the younger lords, a fiery-haired man named Eden, slammed his cup upon the table. By now the stories grow wilder with every telling. They say he spared the survivors at Kattegat on purpose so the terror would spread. Apparently even the Gore King himself surrendered rather than face another hour of that iron rain. If Ragnar can break a mountain in Norway, what chance do our wooden halls and earthen ramparts have when he finally sails west? An older chieftain named Fergus stroked his gray beard thoughtfully before speaking. Perhaps we should not wait for him to come. The Norse in Dublin already whisper of offering tribute, before he demands it. Like the old days when we fought Viking raiders with steel and courage, this new enemy brings machines. In fact, some say he has already sent envoys to the High King in Tara offering trade and protection in exchange for ports and timber. Connor rose slowly. Half the land already flies his banners, and there it was the moment I realized our old ways are dying. He will turn our green fields into forges and our warriors into workers if we let him. Eden laughed bitterly, though there was no joy in the sound. Still, would that be so terrible? The stories say his people eat better than kings, that even the lowest laborer in his factories has salted meat and warm beds. Perhaps bending the knee to the Iron Father is better than starving under the old feuds. Fergus shook his head. None of that truly mattered until now. We have always fought invaders with axe and spear, yet this man brings a new kind of war. By now every chieftain in Ulster must choose, stand against the tide and be swept away, or sail with it and claim a place in the new world he is building. Connor turned from the fire at last, therefore we send envoys to the Iron Empire as proud lords seeking alliance. Since then, the tales from the distant north had spread across every hall and monastery in Ireland, carrying with them the terrifying legend of the Iron Father who had conquered half of England in the span of merely 2 years. Realizing that his own vassals were beginning to speak openly of seeking alliance with this new power, Ede Findlyeth, High King of Ireland, felt a headache bloom behind his eyes. Evidently the stories grew more fantastic with every retelling. After some time the High King could no longer pretend the threat remained distant. In the hall of Tara, sacred seat of the High Kings, Ede sat upon the stone of destiny with his provincial lords gathered before him. During that heavy council, the fire in the great hearth crackled, as though echoing the turmoil in his soul. The High King commanded armies from Connacht, Meath, and Ulster against both rival Irish kings and the Viking invaders who had carved out fortified coastal bases, most notably the Kingdom of Dublin. Despite the Viking threat, Irish rulers had been relatively successful, winning roughly 15 out of 20 recorded battles through cunning, courage, and the unyielding spirit of their people. Yet now, in this very hall, his own lords dared speak of bending the knee to a foreign conqueror. By all the saints and the relics of Patrick himself, Ede roared, "Have you all lost your minds? You stand before your High King and dare suggest we offer alliance to this Ragnar who has swallowed half of England in 2 short years. Since when did Ireland fear a blacksmith's nightmare more than a warrior's blade?" Conor MacNessa, powerful lord of Ulster, stepped forward with careful respect, though his weathered face showed the strain of delivering such unwelcome tidings. "Your Majesty, with the greatest respect, this is no ordinary Viking raider from Dublin. Since the fall of the Fang, every ship that crosses the narrow sea brings the same story." Evidently his vassals in England already prosper under his rule. After some time, the whispers have reached even our most loyal chieftains. They say alliance may be the wiser path than waiting for his fleet to appear upon our shores. Ede laughed bitterly, pressing both palms to his throbbing temples as the headache intensified like a hammer strike. "From the gods, and there it was, the cowardice I have long suspected lurking in your hearts. We have faced the Vikings for generations. We have driven them back from our coasts time and again. Unlike this new monster who dresses like a merchant and slaughters men with machines, the Norse of Dublin bleed when we strike them with honest steel. Evidently you would rather kneel before foreign toys than fight like true sons of Ireland." Fergus of Meath, older and wiser, bowed low before speaking with measured gravity. "Your Majesty, we do not speak from fear alone. Apparently the survivors from Norway all tell the same tale. Ragnar spared them deliberately so terror would spread. By now many coastal lords have begun to whisper that offering alliance first may spare us the fate of the Gore King. After all, this Iron Father offers more than conquest. He brings knowledge that could transform our lands, better tools, stronger ships, wealth beyond anything we have known." The headache that had been building suddenly exploded behind Ede's eyes like a mortar shell of its own. He staggered slightly, gripping the arms of the throne as cold sweat beaded upon his brow. "Nuff," he snarled, though his voice cracked with pain. "You speak of alliance, as though this man is merely another king to bargain with." Realizing that my own vassals would rather kneel to a foreign conqueror than stand with their High King fills me with a rage I can scarcely contain. One of his most loyal commanders, Mael Ruinade of Connacht, stepped forward with genuine concern etched upon his face. "My king, perhaps we should consider the practical truth. Since the fall of the Fang, even the Norse in Dublin grow uneasy. Evidently Ragnar's power grows faster than any army we can raise. If there was one thing the survivors all agree upon, it is that no wall can stand against his thunder." Ede rose unsteadily from the stone of destiny. "By now you sound like merchants haggling over cloth, rather than warriors of Ireland. This man has conquered half of England in 2 years. 2 years. Meanwhile, we have spent centuries fighting among ourselves and against the Norse, and you believe he will stop at alliance? He will swallow us whole, just as he swallowed the mountain of the Gore king. Since the day I took this crown, I have led you to victory after victory against the Northmen. Now you would throw it all away because one man brought bigger weapons across the sea. The devil himself has come to our shores wearing the mask of progress. Finally, Ead collapsed back onto the throne, both hands clutching his head as the pain reached its peak. "Leave me," he commanded at last, his voice suddenly weary and hollow. "All of you, I must think upon this madness you have brought before me." As the lords and chieftains filed silently out of the sacred hall, Ead Findlyeth remained alone upon the stone of destiny. The headache showed no sign of fading. In fact, it grew stronger with every passing moment. 3 months had passed since the speech of King Ead Findlyeth. Since then, the shadow of Ragnar's empire had lengthened across the western seas like the first light of a new and unforgiving dawn. Personally, no one in City Titan felt that weight more keenly than the men now training upon the vast parade fields outside the capital, and there it was, the lion banner of the Iron Empire, a great crimson standard embroidered with a roaring golden beast snapping proudly in the autumn wind above the training fields. Beneath that banner stood Bjorn, Lord Commander of the Grenadiers and right hand of the Iron Father, his massive frame clad in blackened plate as he studied the meticulously drawn formation papers spread across a folding camp table. Every time he glanced up from the parchment, his eyes swept across the disciplined host arrayed before him. 5,000 pikemen standing in loose, yet perfectly coordinated blocks of 500 men each, their long ash pikes tipped with gleaming steel and adorned with fluttering strips of bright red cloth. In the rear of each block waited 100 grenadiers, their repeating crossbows and powder pots at the ready. The entire army of 6,000 men moving with the mechanical precision that only the Iron Empire could demand. Up until this day, no army in the known world had ever drilled such a formation. More than 1,000 years of warfare had relied upon the shield wall and the wild charge. Now Bjorn was teaching something far deadlier. Suddenly, the lion banner dipped once in signal, and the entire host began its drill once more. Bjorn rolled the formation papers, then strode forward to address his senior officers who had gathered around the table. "I have waited my entire life for a formation like this," he declared. "Look upon them, my brothers. 5,000 pikes in 10 perfect blocks, each block anchored by 100 grenadiers. Every time the enemy charges, the pikes will receive them on a wall of steel that no berserker or knight can break. Meanwhile, the grenadiers stand protected behind that living wall and loose their grenades over the heads of their comrades." Ragnar himself, who had been watching silently from horseback a short distance away with Jida and his mother Sigrid at his side, urged his mount forward until he stood directly before the lion banner. Ragnar dismounted smoothly, planting his cane upon the grass as he walked among the nearest block of pikemen. Leofric stepped forward. "The old ways of shield walls and wild charges are dying here today. After all, why trade lives when you can trade powder and steel?" Bjorn laughed again. "With that said, Director, shall we show you the full evolution? The grenadiers can now loose 3 coordinated volleys of grenades while the pike blocks advance." Ragnar placed a hand upon Bjorn's massive shoulder. "Continue the drill. Let every man in City Titan see what we have built." As the lion banner snapped once more in the wind and the 6,000 men resumed their deadly drill. Ragnar had chosen this very day to test the new advisors Leofric had carefully selected from the brightest minds across the Midlands. Ragnar intended to discover which of these men possessed the spark of true genius. "Gentlemen," Ragnar began, 3 months ago I sent each of you across the realm to walk the land, to count every grain of coal, to measure every forest, and to see with your own eyes the problems that winter will soon bring. Since then I have waited. Now speak. What troubles our empire most?" The first advisor, a lean scholar from the coal fields of Leicester named Aldrich, rose slowly and bowed before delivering his report. "My lord, the numbers are stark and undeniable. The great stockpiles we built after the unification have dwindled faster than any projection. Loud, every time the forges run day and night to supply your railways and your factories, the coal sinks lower. If winter arrives with its full fury, the people will not have enough to heat their homes. Already the poorer districts whisper of coming hardship." Ragnar nodded once. "And how would you fix this, Aldrich? Speak freely." The advisor straightened, confident in the old ways. The answer is simple and proven, my lord. We must cut more trees for charcoal and open new mines deeper into the hills. With enough axes and enough hands, the shortage can be overcome before the first snow falls. Suddenly Ragnar's thoughts turned inward. Hot water pipes running beneath the streets of every major city district, heating drawn from the waste heat of the forges, or slag wool, the waste of the blast furnaces, capable of trapping warmth. These two methods alone could reduce the people's coal consumption by 90%, yet he said none of this aloud. Instead he simply asked, "Is that truly the only path you see?" Aldrich hesitated for the first time, sensing he had not given the answer the Iron Father truly sought. "Personally, my lord, it is the path that has always worked. Trees and mines have fed our fires for centuries." Ragnar allowed the silence to stretch just long enough to make the man uncomfortable, then turned to the second advisor, a portly merchant engineer from Mercia named Oswin. "And you, what other troubles have you uncovered in your travels?" Oswin rose, wiping his brow despite the cool air of the chamber. "My lord, the coal shortage is only the beginning. The grain silos in the east are already showing signs of rot due to poor ventilation. Furthermore, the roads between Titan and the northern shires are crumbling under the weight of the new iron wagons. If we do not address these now, the entire supply chain will fracture when winter truly strikes." Leofric leaned forward. "Every time I hear such reports, I grow more convinced that we need minds sharper than the old ways." Jida spoke with cool precision. "Our empire grows faster than our old systems can sustain. I believe the true test is not whether we can mine more coal, but whether we can use less and still keep our people warm." Suddenly, Ragnar stopped behind Aldrich's chair and placed a hand upon the man's shoulder. "Imagine, if you will, that we could heat every home in Titan without burning a single extra lump of coal. Imagine pipes of hot water running beneath the streets, carrying warmth from the forges to every hearth and workshop. Or imagine walls lined with a new material spun from the slag we currently discard. Would that not solve the problem more elegantly than simply cutting more trees?" The advisors stared at him in stunned silence, their minds struggling to grasp concepts that would not be invented for centuries in any timeline. And there it was, the spark Ragnar had been searching for. One or two of them began to nod slowly, eyes widening with the first glimmer of true understanding. Oswin, the second advisor, found his voice at last. "My lord, such ideas, if they could be made real." Ragnar returned to his seat. "They will be made real." Jida closed her ledger with a soft snap. "I believe these men have passed the first test. They see the problems clearly." Already the torches in the private study of the governor's mansion burned low as Ragnar led his newly chosen advisors through the doors into the sanctum. With a sweep of his arm, Ragnar cleared a space, then took several fresh sheets of vellum and spread them before the four advisors who had followed him in silence. He picked up a quill, dipped it in dark ink, and began to draw while the advisors gathered closer. "I have seen the power of black powder in our grenades and mortars, yet those are crude things. Sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter. These three elements, when combined in the correct proportions, create the fire." The first advisor, Aldrich the scholar, leaned forward with keen interest, his eyes following every line Ragnar drew. "Perhaps if we consider the purity of the saltpeter from the east." "Exactly," Ragnar replied without pausing his drawing. "I see it as 75 parts saltpeter, 15 parts charcoal, and 10 parts sulfur. All of these must be perfect. With that method, the powder becomes safer to transport and more consistent in its burning. Still, the proportions must be tested carefully." The third advisor, a quiet man named Edric, spoke for the first time. "My lord, if we could source the purest saltpeter from the caverns near the Welsh border and combine it with charcoal made from willow rather than oak, the reaction might become even more violent." Ragnar finally set down the quill and stepped back, revealing the completed blueprint spread across the table. The advisors gathered closer, their eyes wide with awe as they studied the intricate diagrams. After some hours of relentless labor within the private sanctum of the governor's mansion, Ragnar stepped back from the table and surveyed the fruit of their collective genius. By now the surface was covered with 3 completed blueprints, each one more revolutionary than the last. To his surprise, the 4 advisors, Aldrich, Oswin, Edric, and the young Oswin the younger, remained standing around the table, their eyes wide. Ragnar lifted the first parchment, the one that bore the precise proportions and granulation method for the perfected black powder. Ragnar allowed himself a rare smile of satisfaction before setting the first blueprint aside and lifting the second. Indeed, the black powder is only the beginning. This next design addresses the very heart of our empire's survival through the coming winter. Hot water pipes, a network of iron conduits running beneath the streets and into every home and workshop of Titan and beyond. The waste heat from our forges and blast furnaces will be captured and circulated through these pipes, delivering warmth to the people without burning a single extra lump of coal. Personally, I believe this invention alone will reduce our coal consumption by 90%. Jida, who had remained quietly beside him throughout the long night, now stepped forward and placed a gentle hand upon the parchment. The young Oswin suggested running secondary pipes through the factories. Apparently, this will allow us to heat the workers' quarters and even power smaller steam engines for additional machinery. Pipes must withstand pressure, the insulation must be perfect, and the entire system must be expandable as our cities grow. Yet if we succeed, winter will become our ally rather than our enemy. Ragnar set the second blueprint down and lifted the third, the one that had required the most heated debate and the most brilliant contributions from all 4 advisors. And finally, we come to the last and perhaps most elegant solution. Slag wool, the fibrous material we spin from the waste of our blast furnaces. Already the process is simple. The molten slag is blown into fine threads through jets of steam, then pressed into mats or boards that trap warmth. By now, we have refined the method so thoroughly that a single layer of this stone wool can insulate a home better than 10 feet of earth and timber. Apparently the material is fireproof, rot-proof, and endless in supply. 2 days had passed since the sacred night when the 3 blueprints were born in the private sanctum of the governor's mansion. Yet the halls of City Titan already hummed with a new and unstoppable purpose. Since that moment of revelation, the advisors had been granted the authority to summon the finest minds the realm could offer. 20 engineers of extraordinary talent, men whose genius shone so brightly that even the Iron Father himself had once compared them to the legendary craftsmen of a distant future. Already these 20 souls, drawn from the workshops of Mercia and the hidden forges of the Welsh border, had been brought before the great table where the blueprints lay unrolled like holy writ. Ragnar stood at the head of the assembly, while Jida and Leofric watched. The 20 engineers leaned forward as one. Aldrich, the first advisor, spoke. "Gentlemen, what you see before you is no mere dream. The Iron Father has conceived a network of iron conduits that will carry the waste heat from our forges directly beneath the streets and into every home and workshop of Titan. Already the central boilers are being cast. In less than a season, the poorest districts will know warmth without burning a single extra lump of coal." One of the engineers suddenly straightened, his voice trembling with disbelief. "To move heat through pipes, to warm an entire city from the very slag of our furnaces. Personally, I have spent 30 years chasing efficiency in the old forges, and never once did I imagine such a thing was possible. Apparently, we have been blind all our lives." Beside him, another engineer named Oswin the Elder traced the secondary lines with shaking fingers. "Even so, the pressure valves and the insulation. How did you know? I see an entire city kept alive by the very waste we once discarded." Ragnar allowed the awe to settle before he lifted the second blueprint, the one that detailed the spinning of slag wool from molten furnace waste. Slag wool fibers drawn from the refuse of our blast furnaces and pressed into mats that trap warmth. Already the first experimental looms are being built. With this material we can line the walls of every barracks, every warehouse, every home. The youngest of the 20 engineers, a bright-eyed youth named Edric, could no longer contain himself. He rose halfway from his seat. "Every time I think of the possibilities, my heart quickens. Unlike anything our grandfathers could have dreamed, this material will change how we build forever." Jida stepped forward then. "Since the night these designs were born, we have already begun gathering the materials. More than 500 builders and laborers stand ready outside these walls. With your guidance, they will raise the first district heating network and the first slag wool insulated structures before the first snow falls." One of the senior engineers spoke. "With 500 builders and the guidance you have provided, the pace will be astonishing." Ragnar placed both hands upon the table and looked at each man in turn. "Therefore I grant you full authority over these projects. 500 builders stand ready, and more will be summoned from every shire." Godric spoke for them all. "My lord, we shall not fail you. With this genius before us, we will work day and night until the people of Titan sleep warm in the heart of winter." Ragnar nodded once, resting lightly upon his shoulders as he rolled the blueprints and handed them to Jida for safekeeping. With the blueprints in their hands and 500 builders awaiting their command, the work began. Within an hour of the dawn bells ringing across the capital, the great eastern gates swung open to the world for the first time since the unification. Nearly 5,000 merchants, traders, and caravaneers from every corner of England poured through those gates, their wagons creaking under loads of wool, tin, grain, and salted fish, while hundreds of horses stamped and snorted. In fact, the entire city had transformed overnight into the greatest marketplace the British Isles had ever known. Ragnar stood upon the high balcony overlooking the eastern plaza. Truthfully, the sight filled him with a deep and abiding satisfaction, for this was no mere market day. This was the first true declaration that the Iron Empire welcomed all who came in peace and trade. By now the news will have reached every shire, Ragnar declared. Within an hour the first caravans will depart for Mercia and Wessex, and by nightfall the gold and silver of the realm will begin flowing into our coffers. Ragnar turned from the balcony and walked slowly back into the private study. He moved to the great table, then began to sketch with decisive strokes while his two most trusted companions watched in silence. To rule an empire that spans oceans and continents, one must first see it clearly. I require a map of the known world. Not the crude sketches of monks or the half-remembered charts of sailors, but a true and accurate rendering with coordinates, latitudes. Leofric crossed his arms. I have sailed the narrow sea 100 times, and still could not draw the coast of Francia. Without guessing, apparently such a map exists only in legend. Indeed it does not, yet, Ragnar replied, continuing his sketch. Across the southern sea, in the sunlit halls of Baghdad and the academies of Al-Andalus, the scholars of the Caliphate have long studied the ancient works of Ptolemy. They have translated his geography into Arabic, added their own observations, and drawn maps with coordinates and latitudes that turn the world upon its head compared to our crude northern charts. Al-Khwarizmi and his brethren have already laid the foundation. Jida set her ledger aside and stepped closer. To his surprise, the Prince of Granada is now the perfect bridge. He still owes us a great debt for the blueprints we gifted him. A single message from the Iron Father will bring him across the sea without delay. Ragnar rolled the sketch and sealed it with his personal black wax, then turned to face them both. I will ask the prince to bring his finest cartographers and the most learned scholars of the Caliphate. Apparently the world is larger and stranger than any man in this century yet realizes. With their help, we shall reveal its true shape. Jida took the message with reverent care. By now the prince will have received word of our victory in Norway. Ragnar turned once more to the balcony, looking out over the bustling markets where thousands of traders and horses moved. More than 1,000 voices echoed through the plaza below when the oak doors suddenly burst open. A lone rider, cloak stained with the dust of hard travel, staggered into the chamber and dropped to one knee before the assembled council. The man was one of Ragnar's most trusted spies. "My lord," the spy gasped, still struggling for breath as he pressed a sealed scroll into Ragnar's hand. 3 days ago, the French imperator breathed his last in the palace at Campigny. Charles the Bald is dead. The words fell into the chamber like a thunderclap from a clear sky. A single heartbeat silence reigned, broken only by the distant roar of the markets. Then Jida rose slowly from her seat. Charles left no clear air strong enough to hold the realm together. The nobles will tear one another apart for the crown. Leofric slammed a gauntleted fist upon the table. Finally, the old wolf is dead and the pack is leaderless. More than a mere death, this is the opening of a door we have waited years to see. The Frankish kingdom is fracturing as we speak. If we move swiftly, we can claim the southern ports before any new claimant consolidates power. Ragnar remained seated for a moment longer. He broke the seal upon the scroll, scanned its contents once, and then rose. Apparently the time has come for the Iron Empire to extend its reach across the Channel. Jida stepped closer. Despite the chaos that will follow, we must act with precision. The southern ports of Francia are the gateway to the Mediterranean. If we secure them now, our trade with Granada and the Caliphate will double within a year. Even so, we cannot simply sail an army across the sea without invitation. The Frankish nobles will be desperate for allies. Perhaps one of them will beg for our support in exchange for favorable trade rights and coastal strongholds. Leofric grinned savagely. Personally, I would rather take what we want by force, but your wife speaks wisdom as always. If we offer protection to the weakest claimant, we can install a puppet king who owes everything to the lion banner. Within an hour, I can have the Lion's Fang formation ready to embark. 6,000 men and the new mortars will be enough to tip any civil war in our favor." Ragnar walked slowly around the table. After all these years of careful preparation, the gods themselves have handed us the perfect moment. Charles the Bald feared our growing power and tried to contain it with petty tariffs and border skirmishes. Now that he is gone, the Frankish realm lies open like a ripe field waiting for the scythe. More than a simple conquest, this is the opportunity to bind the West to our vision of industry. Suddenly, the doors opened once more, and Bjorn strode in, his massive frame filling the entrance as he caught the last words of the conversation. "I heard the news from the rider in the courtyard. I say we sail before the week is out. The Lion's Fang formation has never been tested in open battle on foreign soil. Let us give the Franks a taste of what we did to the Mountain of the Fang." By now the news of Emperor Charles the Bald's death had spread through the palace of Campigny like a poison wind. Indeed, the great halls that had once echoed with the laughter of feasts now rang only with the hushed footsteps of servants carrying black drapes and the murmur of counselors who already sensed the storm about to break. Apparently the old emperor had drawn his last breath in the night, leaving behind a realm that was more fragile than any of his courtiers had dared admit. In the private sola reserved for the royal family, the older Prince Louis stood at the head of the long table. His mother, the Dowager Empress, sat to his right. To his left sat his younger brothers and sisters, Charles the Younger, Carloman, and the princesses Rotrud and Gisela. Despite the solemn hush that had fallen over the chamber, Louis spoke first. "Since then we have known this day would come. Father was never a healthy man. Now the throne is vacant and the wolves are already gathering at the gates. We must act before the dukes and kings arrive in force. I am the eldest. The crown is mine by right and by blood." His mother lifted her gaze. "My son, you speak the truth of law, yet law alone will not hold the realm together. After all, your father left many enemies and few true friends. The great dukes of Aquitaine, Burgundy, and Neustria will not kneel simply because you bear the name of Charles. They will demand concessions, lands, titles, perhaps even the right to choose their own king." Charles the Younger, still a youth with fire in his eyes, slammed his palm upon the table. "And we deny them. By now the army is loyal to our house. We can summon the levies and remind those greedy lords what happens to traitors. They forget that we are the blood of Charlemagne himself." Rotrud, the eldest princess, shook her head with quiet exasperation. "You forget that the army is scattered and the treasury is nearly empty. More than a show of force, we need allies. If we offer the dukes generous terms now, before they arrive in hours, we may still bind them to us." To his surprise, even the weakest claimant can become emperor if the right hands lift the crown. Gisela, the youngest, clutched her mother's sleeve and spoke. "But what if they refuse? What if they crown one of their own? We have no great army left after the wars in the south. We are alone." Louis straightened, drawing a slow breath as he looked upon each member of his family in turn. "Despite this fear, we cannot show weakness. I will be emperor. The law is clear and the church will support me. Still, we must prepare for the dukes. We offer them peace, trade, and protection from the Northmen, but only if they bend the knee first." His mother rose slowly. "Perhaps we should send messengers offering marriage alliances or rich fiefs before they even reach the gates. Buy time, buy loyalty." Carloman, the middle brother, pushed back his chair and began to pace. "Buy time. They plot against us. By now half the dukes are already riding here with private armies at their backs. If we appear weak, they will tear the crown from your head before the week is out." Louis raised a hand, silencing his brother. "Enough. I will not begin my reign by begging. When the dukes arrive, they will find the palace ready and the heir seated upon the throne." Suddenly the doors at the far end of the solar swung open. "Your Majesty, the first banners have been sighted on the southern road. Duke Robert of Neustria rides at the head of 500 knights. Behind him fly the standards of Burgundy and Aquitaine. They will reach the palace gates within the hour." Louis stared at the herald for a long moment, then turned back to his family. "The hour has come sooner than we hoped," he said quietly. "Prepare yourselves. When those doors open again, the fate of Francia will be decided in this very room. I will be emperor, or we will all fall together." Outside the solar, the sound of approaching hooves and trumpets grew louder, rolling across the palace grounds. Louis stood at the head. The dukes, Robert of Neustria, Hugh of Burgundy, and the others filled the remaining seats. Louis spoke first. "Since then my father has left us. The law is clear. I am the eldest. The throne is mine by blood and by right. We must stand united before the lesser lords tear the realm apart." Robert of Neustria leaned forward, his scarred face twisted in open contempt. interrupting before the prince could finish. United, you speak of unity while your brothers already whisper against you. After all, the army is scattered and the treasury is empty. You think a stammering boy can hold what your father could not. Hugh of Burgundy slammed a gauntleted fist upon the table, his voice rising in angry challenge. The boy is right about one thing. The law names him heir. But law means nothing when the dukes hold the real power. More than a crown, we need a king who can keep the Northmen from our coasts and the peasants from our throats. If you cannot do that, Louis, then step aside before we force you. The Dowager Empress lifted her veil. Despite your bold words, you forget that the blood of Charlemagne still flows in my son's veins. We offer you all generous terms. Lands, titles, protection from the Iron Father across the sea. Accept them and kneel. One of the lesser dukes laughed bitterly and interrupted her with a short, angry bark. Protection from the man who just shattered a mountain in Norway. Apparently your son's army is barely enough to guard his own palace. The Iron Father's shadow already reaches our borders. If we kneel to a weak king now, we'll be kneeling to Ragnar tomorrow. Louis raised both hands. Enough. I will not beg for what is mine by right. My army stands ready. The levies from Neustria and Burgundy will answer my call. We will march as one and remind the realm who rules Francia. Robert of Neustria rose slowly, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. Your army? You mean the scraps your father left you? If you want this crown, you will give us what we demand, or we will choose our own emperor before the sun sets. The younger princes shifted uneasily, while the Dowager Empress gripped the edge of the table until her knuckles whitened. Suddenly the doors at the far end of the chamber swung open. A herald stepped inside, voice trembling as he announced the arrival of the last great lords. The dukes of the south have come. They ride under their own banners and demand audience at once. Louis stared at the open doors for a long moment. Then he sighed and spoke. Let them enter. The crown will be mine and Francia will kneel. If any man here believes otherwise, let him speak now, or forever hold his peace. The dukes exchanged glances, their hands hovering near sword hilts, while the distant sound of marching feet grew louder outside the palace walls. Louis le Germanique spoke first. Even when the emperor lived, I was the one who held the eastern marches against the Northmen. I was the one who kept the dukes in line while he chased glory in the south. My kingdom is the strongest, my knights the most numerous, my banners the most feared. The crown is mine by right of strength. Robert of Neustria shifted in his chair, his scarred face twisting. We all bled for him. We all paid in gold and men. Don't stand there pretending you're the only one who matters. Louis turned slowly, and there it was the voice of a man who still dreams of the old divisions. You forget, Robert, that when the Northmen raided your coasts last year, it was my knights who rode to your rescue, my 2,000 riders. You call that nothing. Apparently fear has made you bold enough to speak against the only man who can actually protect this realm. Hugh of Burgundy leaned forward, 2,000 knights. Yes, we all saw them ride in. Impressive, terrifying even, but numbers alone don't make an emperor. You think we'll just hand you the crown because you brought more steel than the rest of us? The Dowager Empress raised a hand. Louis held the east when the rest of you were busy fighting each other for scraps. His kingdom is the strongest. Even so, we are willing to listen. Speak your terms. One of the lesser dukes suddenly slammed his cup down. Terms. We came here to choose an emperor, not to kneel before the first man who brought the biggest army. Your son thinks fear will do what blood and law cannot. Louis stepped forward, his voice dropping to a dangerous calm. Fear, perhaps, but it is honest fear. Unlike the pretty lies you tell yourselves. My father is dead, the realm is fracturing. The Northmen grow bolder every season, and yet you sit here arguing over who deserves what. I deserve the crown because I am the only one who can hold it. Robert of Neustria laughed bitterly, but the sound lacked true confidence. We don't need a boy king hiding behind 2,000 riders to save us. Suddenly Lodirair, one of the greater kings, rose slowly. Enough. Louis is right. His kingdom is the strongest. His knights are the only force that can keep the realm from tearing itself apart. I have seen what they can do. I say the crown belongs to Louis le Germanique. Let him wear it. Let him lead us. Charles le Gros, son of Louis le Germanique, stood beside his father with quiet pride, his young face set in hard lines. My father has carried the burden of the East for years while the rest of you played at power in your own little corners. More than a crown, he offers survival. The lesser dukes shifted uneasily in their seats. One of them, a grizzled lord from the south, finally spoke. Louis le Germanique, you have the strongest kingdom. Your army is the largest. Your knights are the most feared. We will support your claim for the good of Francia. Another duke interrupted. Support? We're not fools. If we refuse, how many of us will still be breathing by morning? The choice is simple: kneel or bleed. Louis le Germanique allowed the silence to stretch for a long moment. Finally he spoke again. Since the day my father first named me heir, I have prepared for this. I did not ask for the crown. You may fear me, you should, but that fear will keep Francia alive. Kneel now, and I will remember who stood with me. The dukes exchanged glances heavy with dread. One by one they rose. Robert of Neustria was the last to stand. We have no other path. Louis le Germanique, you are emperor. God help us all. Louis the Stammerer, eldest son and rightful heir, sat at the head of the table in silence, his hands clenched white upon the arms of his father's chair. His mother, the Dowager Empress, sat rigid beside him. His younger brothers and sisters clustered close, their eyes darting between the men who now spoke, as though the throne were already theirs. At the opposite end rose Louis le Germanique, the strongest of the greater kings, 2,000 knights waiting beyond the gates. Suddenly the younger Louis could bear it no longer. Enough, he shouted, voice cracking with raw fury. You speak as though I am already dead. I am the eldest son. You dare sit here and hand it to my uncle like a piece of meat while I sit in my father's chair. Have you all lost your minds? The hall fell deathly still. Louis le Germanique turned slowly, his gaze cold as he regarded his nephew. The boy finally finds his tongue. Sit down, nephew. This is no place for children. The true heir's face flushed crimson. Children, I am the heir. I stood beside my father through every war while you hid behind your eastern walls. And now you come here with 2,000 knights and think the realm will simply roll over. You think fear will make them forget who the true emperor is. One of the dukes from the south interrupted. Your Highness. Please, your uncle came with 2,000 knights. We all saw them. We all know what they can do. We have no choice. Choice? Louis the Stammerer laughed bitterly. I am the son, the blood. And you sit here praising my uncle like he's already emperor while I sit here like a ghost no one sees. His mother reached for his arm, voice urgent. Louis, enough. We'll only make it worse. He shook her off, eyes blazing as he pointed straight at Louis le Germanique. You think 2,000 knights make you emperor? A bully with steel and nothing more. I will not let you steal what is mine. Louis le Germanique rose slowly. His voice dropped to a dangerous calm. This boy still believes words can stop steel. Knights, the doors at the far end of the hall burst open. 20 armored men in the crimson and gold of the Eastern Kingdom marched in. Louis le Germanique pointed once. Take him, gently. He is still my blood. The knights moved without hesitation. The true heir's brothers and sisters cried out in alarm as the men closed in. His mother rose, veil flying back as she shouted, You dare lay hands on the rightful heir. Louis the Stammerer struggled against the first 2 knights who seized his arms. You think this ends it? You think the realm will forget? I am the emperor. I am the blood. The knights dragged him back toward the doors while the dukes and greater kings watched in silence, their faces pale but their tongues still. Louis le Germanique remained standing, gaze steady upon his nephew as the young prince was pulled from the hall. Take him to the eastern tower, he ordered quietly. He will come to see reason. The realm needs strength now, not pride. The doors slammed shut behind the struggling heir. The younger siblings stared at the empty space where their brother had stood moments before. Louis le Germanique turned back to the assembled lords. I am emperor, let no man forget it. The greater 3 kings and their 5 powerful dukes remained silent, but every eye in the hall carried the same unspoken truth. Louis the Stammerer sat alone in the eastern tower. He laughed once. Emperor, he muttered to the empty room. They called him emperor while I sat there like a fool. The door creaked. Louis tensed, expecting another guard with stale bread and water. Instead, a hooded figure slipped inside, moving fast and quiet. The hood dropped back. His mother, her face was pale. Mother, Louis pushed himself up, chains rattling. What are you? Quiet, she hissed, crossing the room in 3 quick steps. She knelt in front of him, hands already working a thin file from the bundle. We don't have long. The guards change in 10 minutes. She started sawing at the chain on his right wrist. Louis stared at her, heart hammering. You're freeing me? Of course I'm freeing you, she snapped, not looking up. Did you think I would let them lock my son away like some criminal while that eastern bastard sits on your father's throne? Hold still. The first chain snapped. She moved to the second. Louis rubbed his wrist, voice low and urgent. Mother, if they catch you, they won't. I paid the right men. She worked faster now, the file biting deep. Sparks flew. Louis kept glancing at the door. What's the plan? Where do I go? South, to the sea. A boat will be waiting at the old cove near Etaples. 3 men will row you across the channel. They have a message for Ragnar. Louis froze. The file stopped for half a second as his mother looked up. Ragnar, he repeated, the Iron Father, the man who just crushed Norway and half of England. Yes, she went back to work. We have no army left. Your uncle has 2,000 knights and every duke trembling at his feet. We cannot fight him here. The second chain broke. Louis flexed his hands, feeling the blood rush back. You want me to beg a foreign conqueror for help? His mother grabbed his face with both hands, forcing him to look at her. Her eyes were fierce, almost wild. Listen to me. Your uncle will kill you the moment he feels safe. He already has the crown. He doesn't need a rival. We have one chance. Ragnar is coming west anyway. Better he comes as our ally than as our destroyer. Louis pulled back, breathing hard. And if he decides to take Francia for himself, what then? Then at least you're alive to fight him later. Right now you're a prisoner. Choose. She shoved a dark cloak and a small dagger into his hands. For a moment neither of them spoke. The torch sputtered. Footsteps echoed faintly in the corridor outside. Louis looked at the dagger, then at his mother. His jaw tightened. Tell me the message. She leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. Tell him the true heir of Francia offers alliance. Tell him we will open the southern ports to his ships. Tell him Louis Le Germanique is weak and the realm is fracturing. He wants land and trade. We give him both if he helps us take back the throne. Louis nodded once, sharp. And if he asks for more, give him whatever he wants. Just get out of here alive. She stood, pulling the hood back over her head. The guards at the side gate are mined for the next hour. Go now, run to the sea. The boat will be there at dawn. 3 men, green cloaks, they know the signal. Louis rose, cloak already around his shoulders. Mother. She cut him off, pressing a quick kiss to his forehead. Go, I'll be fine. I've survived worse than this court. He hesitated only a second longer, then slipped out the door behind her. The corridor was empty. They moved fast, shadows against stone, down the narrow servant stairs and out through a side gate where 2 guards looked the other way. Outside, the night air hit him cold. The palace loomed behind them. Louis glanced back once. His mother gave him a single nod, then vanished back inside. He ran, through the outer gardens, past the sleeping stables, down the slope toward the river. By the time he reached the tree line, he was breathing hard. Louis stumbled down the final slope toward the hidden cove. After all the years of being the dutiful son, the lawful prince, the one who should have worn the crown, he was now nothing more than a fugitive slipping away under cover of darkness. The boat waited exactly where his mother had promised. 3 figures stood beside it, cloaked and silent, their faces hidden. Louis slowed, dagger half drawn. One of the men stepped forward, lowering his hood just enough for the lantern light to catch a scarred jaw and steady eyes. Your Highness, he said quietly, the Dowager sent us. We sail for the Iron Father, no questions. Louis lowered the dagger but kept his grip tight. 3 assassins for 1 prince. My mother must think I'm worth the risk. The leader gave a short, humorless laugh. Assassins, bodyguards, smugglers, call us what you like. We get you across the channel alive. That's the job. The rest is between you and Ragnar. The second man, shorter and broader, already had 1 boot in the surf. We leave now or we don't leave at all. Your uncle's men will be searching the coast by dawn. Move. Louis hesitated only a heartbeat longer, then waded into the water and climbed aboard. The third assassin pushed off from the rocks with a long pole. The boat slipped away from shore, sails catching the night wind almost immediately. As the coastline shrank behind them, Louis sat wrapped in a spare cloak. The leader handed him a skin of watered wine. Drink. You look like death. Louis took a long pull, then wiped his mouth. Tell me honestly, do you think Ragnar will even listen? The woman at the tiller answered first. He hates your uncle more than he hates most men. That's leverage. The rest is up to you. The broad man grunted in agreement while trimming the sail. Besides, word travels faster than ships. By now every court in the known world knows Charles the Bald is dead and the realm is cracking open. The Iron Father will want a foothold in Francia. You're the key he didn't know he needed. Louis stared out at the dark water, the weight of everything settling heavier with every wave. And if he decides I'm more useful as a hostage than an ally, the leader shrugged, eyes on the horizon, then we die trying, but your mother didn't send us to fail. Silence fell for a long time. Louis eventually spoke again, voice quieter. I never wanted to run. I wanted to be the one who held Francia together. The woman at the tiller gave a short laugh. Apparently the world doesn't care what we want, it cares what we do next. Days passed in a blur of salt, wind, and restless sleep. When they finally made landfall on the southern shore of England, the news had already raced ahead of them like wildfire on dry grass. By now, the death of Emperor Charles the Bald and the sudden crowning of Louis Le Germanique was the only story on every tongue from the fjords of Norway to the sun-baked ports of the Caliphate. In the Grand Palace of Granada, Prince Al-Hakam stood on a balcony overlooking the bustling harbor. Safia read the latest dispatch aloud. Louis le Germanique sits on the throne with 2,000 knights at his back and every duke trembling. The old alliances are dead. Al-Hakam turned, eyes gleaming. Ragnar will move on Francia. If we reach him first with ships and silk, we can secure the southern ports before the Byzantines or the Abbasids even wake up. Safia smiled, folding the letter. Personally, I think the Iron Father already has a plan. We simply make sure we're part of it. Meanwhile, in the opulent halls of Baghdad, the caliph listened to his viziers with a furrowed brow as fresh scrolls were unrolled across the marble floor. After all these years of careful trade with the north, one vizier said, "This Frankish chaos changes everything. Ragnar's reach is growing. If he takes the channel ports, our spice routes become his to tax." The caliph stroked his beard, eyes distant. "Send word to Granada. Al-Hakam must open a direct line to the Iron Father. We offer more sulfur, more saltpeter, anything to keep his cannons pointed away from our shores." Back on the windswept deck of the small, smuggling vessel, now hugging the English coast, Louis the Stammerer stood beside the three assassins. The leader pointed toward the distant smoke rising from a new port town, flying the lion banner. "We land there tonight. From there, riders will take you straight to City Titan." In City Titan Palace, Jida sat at the long table behind Ragnar. The news had arrived only an hour earlier by swift pigeon from their southern spies. Ragnar turned from the window at last, a slow smile spreading beneath his beard as he spoke. "Finally, the old wolf is dead, and the pups are fighting over the carcass. Louis le Germanique has taken the crown by force of knights rather than blood. More than a throne, he has taken a kingdom that is already bleeding from every seam." Jida closed her ledger with a soft snap. Now the strongest among them sits on the throne with 2,000 knights at his back. When they realize Louis le Germanique cannot protect them from the north, they will start looking for a stronger shield. Ragnar walked slowly back to the table. Indeed, the true heir has vanished into the night. Some say he fled. Others whisper he was dragged away in chains. Either way, the realm is split. Eventually, one of them will come begging for help. If not to us, then to the Caliphate or the Byzantines. And when they do, they will find themselves separated, waiting for our cannons to speak. Leofric laughed. "Personally, I hope it's the boy who comes crawling first." Imagine the look on his uncle's face when the rightful heir arrives with the lion banner at his back. After all, we already broke one mountain. Why not break a kingdom next? The three of them stood in silence for a moment. Suddenly, a breathless messenger in the black and gold of the lion banner strode in and dropped to one knee before the Iron Father. "My lord," the man panted, "a most interesting guest has arrived at the southern docks. 3 assassins rowed him across the channel. He claims to be the rightful heir to the Frankish throne. Prince Louis the Stammerer, son of the dead emperor. He begs audience with the Iron Father at once." Ragnar's smile widened into something predatory as he exchanged a single glance with Jida and Leofric. "And there it was," Ragnar murmured. "The desperate one arrives first. Bring him to me. Let us hear what the true heir of Francia is willing to offer in exchange for the lion's protection." The messenger bowed and vanished as quickly as he had come. Leofric let out a deep laugh that shook the rafters. I cannot wait to see his face when he realizes he just walked into the lion's den with nothing but a dagger and a prayer. The palace gates of City Titan stood wide under the lion banner, but the guards on duty still snapped to attention the moment the lone figure approached on foot. Louis the Stammerer walked alone now, the 3 assassins having refused to step past the outer walls. "We wait here," the leader had said quietly. "You go in alone. The Iron Father will want to see you that way. No hidden blades at your back." Louis had nodded once and stepped through the gates. The guards eyed him warily, hands resting on sword hilts. But they let him pass after a quick search. One of them muttered something low to the other before waving him forward. "Straight to the main hall," the guard said. "The Iron Father is expecting important guests tonight." Louis said nothing. By the time he reached the tall double doors of the great hall, his hands were shaking inside his sleeves. Inside, the hall was warmer than he expected. Ragnar sighed the moment Louis stepped fully into the light. Louis stopped 10 paces away and forced his shoulders straight. His voice came out steadier than he felt. "I am Louis, son of Charles the Bald, rightful emperor of the Franks. I come alone. My mother sent me across the sea in secret. I need your help." Ragnar leaned back in his chair, studying him for a long moment before speaking. "Sit down, boy. You look like you ran the whole way from Francia. Jida, pour him something strong. He's shaking." Jida moved without a word, filling a cup and sliding it across the table. Louis took it with both hands, the warmth helping steady him. Leofric snorted from his pillar. Your uncle's got 2,000 knights and half the duke's already kissing his boots. What makes you think you can offer us anything he can't? Louis took a long drink, then set the cup down harder than he meant to. Because I'm the blood. My uncle took the throne with steel, not right. The dukes are scared of him right now, but they'll turn on him the moment they see weakness. I can give you the south, the ports, trade rights, everything your ships need to reach the Mediterranean without paying his tolls. Ragnar's fingers tapped once on the arm of his chair, and in return, Louis met his eyes. In return, you help me take back what's mine. You land your army. You break my uncle's knights the same way you broke that mountain in Norway. When I sit on the throne, Francia opens every southern port to you. You get a foothold on the mainland. I get my crown. Jida leaned forward. You're offering half the kingdom to a foreign conqueror. That's a big promise for a man who just ran for his life. I'm offering survival, Louis shot back. My uncle will kill me the second he feels safe. He already tried once. If I stay in Francia alone, I'm dead within the month. With you, with the Iron Empire, I have a chance. And you get Francia split down the middle. Your cannons on one side, my banner on the other. The dukes will have to choose. Most will choose the side with the bigger guns. Leofric pushed off the pillar and walked closer. Words are cheap. How do we know you can deliver? Your uncle's already got the crown on his head and knights at his back. You've got 3 assassins waiting outside and a whole lot of nothing. Louis turned to face him directly. Because the dukes are scared. I saw it in their eyes before they dragged me away. They knelt to my uncle because they were terrified of those knights, but they're even more terrified of you. They've heard the stories from Norway. They know what your cannons can do. If I come back with the lion banner behind me, half of them will switch sides before the first shot is fired. Ragnar watched the exchange in silence, then finally spoke again. More than a crown, you're offering me a civil war I can finish in a single season. That's tempting. But kings who lose everything often promise the world. What happens when you sit on that throne and decide you no longer need the lion's help? Louis leaned forward. Then you remind me what happens to men who break their word to the Iron Father. I'm not stupid. I know I can't beat my uncle alone, but with you. We split Francia, you keep the south and the ports, I keep the north and the title. We both win. My uncle loses everything. Jida tapped her ledger once. And your mother, she sent you here knowing what this alliance would cost. She sent me here because it's the only way I stay alive, Louis answered. She told me to give you whatever you want. Ports, trade, land, whatever it takes. Just help me take back what's mine. Ragnar stood slowly, cane striking the floor once as he walked around the table until he was standing directly in front of the young prince. He looked down at him for a long moment. I have never stolen a throne from a man who still had a rightful claim. If I help you, Louis the Stammerer, it will not be out of pity. It will be because you are useful, because your name still means something to the people of Francia, because with you on the throne, the south opens to my ships without a single battle. Stay the night, rest. Tomorrow we talk terms, real terms. If you can convince me that you are more than just a boy running from his uncle's knights, then perhaps we have a deal. Ragnar nodded once, then turned back toward the table. Take him to the guest quarters, feed him, let him sleep. We have much to discuss in the morning. As Louis was led away by 2 silent guards, Ragnar sat back down and looked at Jida and Leofric, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. And there it was, the key we needed to open the southern ports without firing a single shot. Since then the winds had been kind, carrying the small fleet steadily northward from the sunlit ports of Granada toward the gray waters that separated the Mediterranean dream from the iron reality of the north. Al-Hakam stood at the prow of the lead galley, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He brought 50 of his finest Mamluks, each man hand-picked for loyalty and skill with blade and bow. He had loaded the holds with the finest goods Granada could offer. Bolts of linen spun on the new machines, chests of gold and jewels, spices from the east, and rare silks that would make even the richest English lord pause. After all, one did not arrive at the lion's door empty-handed. Yet the true treasure he carried was hope. He expected new blueprints from Ragnar, designs that would push Granada's factories beyond anything the Caliphate had ever imagined. He also carried a secret wish. A young Mamluk named Tarek, barely 18 summers old and already the deadliest blade in all of Granada, might catch the Iron Father's eye. The boy could kill a man in seconds without making a sound, and Al-Hakam dreamed of seeing him raised to captain in Ragnar's service. Tarek stood a few paces behind him now, silent as always, one hand resting lightly on the curved hilt of his shamshir. The young warrior's eyes never stopped moving across the waves. "Still watching for ghosts, Tarek?" Al-Hakam asked without turning, a faint smile in his voice. The boy answered in that calm tone that never seemed to rise above a whisper. "The sea is full of ghosts." Al-Hakam chuckled softly. "That is why I brought you. When we reach City Titan, I want Ragnar to see what true loyalty looks like. Perhaps he will take you into his service. A captain's rank among the grenadiers would suit you far better than guarding my palace walls." 2 days passed. The fleet pushed north, the Mamluks drilling on deck each morning with blades flashing under gray skies, while Al-Hakam spent long hours in his cabin, reviewing the sealed blueprints he hoped to receive in return. The voyage continued, each day bringing them closer to the cold northern waters. Al-Hakam spent long evenings walking the deck with Tarek, speaking of the future he envisioned. Factories rising along the Guadalquivir, ships flying the banner of Granada from Lisbon to Constantinople, and a young Mamluk captain standing at Ragnar's right hand. Finally, the coast of England rose on the horizon. The ports of City Titan knew Al-Hakam well by now. The moment his galley was sighted, workers and guards moved. Ropes were thrown, gangplanks lowered, and the precious cargo, chests of gold, bundles of silk, crates of spices and jewels, was unloaded onto waiting horses with respectful care. No one asked for bribes or delayed the Prince of Granada. Lion banner flew high above the docks, and everyone here understood what it meant to welcome a friend of the Iron Father. Al-Hakam rode at the head of the small procession, Tarek riding silently at his right hand, while the 50 Mamluks formed a protective column behind them. As they crested the final rise, the walls of City Titan came into view. At that very moment within the palace, Ragnar sat at the head of the long table, while Louis the Stammerer leaned across from him, both men surrounded by scattered sheets of parchment covered in sketches and notes. Ragnar picked up one of the latest drawings. Turning it toward the prince, "This one is still rough, but the idea is simple enough. Device that measures distance across open water without ever touching land. You align it with the stars at night or the sun by day, and it tells you exactly where you are." Louis stared at the sketch. He shook his head slowly, a stunned laugh escaping him. "You speak of this like it's nothing more than a new kind of fishing net. This would let any ship cross an ocean without ever losing its way. How do you even think of something like that? Every time you show me another drawing, my head spins. Since then, I have sat here listening to you describe machines that heat entire cities, wool made from furnace slag, and now this. It's impossible." Ragnar leaned back. "The world is larger than any of us were taught. The trick is simply to look farther than the horizon in front of you." Louis set the paper down and rubbed his face with both hands. "Even so, it doesn't make sense. You come from the fjords. How does a man raised among wooden longships and axe fights know how to heat an entire city with pipes or spin stone into wool that holds warmth like a living thing? Is this some divine gift? Did the sky itself open and drop all this knowledge into your head so the world could finally move forward?" Ragnar watched the young prince for a long moment. He picked up another sketch, this one showing a simple network of pipes branching beneath streets, and slid it across the table. Men simply forgot how to look up. "I remembered. That is all." Louis laughed again. "Remembered. No one remembers how to build machines that have never existed. Not in the fjords, not anywhere. You speak of things that feel like they belong 1,000 years from now." Ragnar's laugh joined his as he leaned forward and poured them both another measure of warmed wine from the pitcher. "I am only a man who saw what could be and decided the world had waited long enough." Louis took the cup. "I almost wish my uncle could see this room. He would understand why his 2,000 knights suddenly look so small." Ragnar raised his cup in a small toast. "Your uncle will learn soon enough. But for now, let us enjoy the quiet before the storm. The world is changing faster than any of us can track. These drawings are only the beginning." Louis was about to answer when the doors at the far end of the solar opened without warning. A guard stepped inside, bowing low before speaking with clear excitement. "My lord, Prince Al-Hakam of Granada has just arrived at the southern gate. He brings 50 Mamluks, chests of gold and silk, and enough spices to scent the entire city. He asks to see you at once." Ragnar's face lit up with genuine pleasure as he set his cup down and rose from his chair. Finally, the Prince of Granada crosses the narrow sea at the perfect moment. "Louis, you will like this man." Louis stood as well, curiosity cutting through his earlier wonder. "The Caliphate's man, here, now." Ragnar clapped a hand on the young prince's shoulder as they moved toward the doors together. "We have much to discuss, and I suspect you will want to hear every word." The southern gates of City Titan stood open beneath the Lion banner. The winter wind whipping across the stone walls as the small caravan from Granada approached. Al-Hakam rode at the front on a sleek Arabian stallion, emerald robes fluttering, 50 Mamluks in perfect formation behind him. Al-Hakam dismounted in the outer courtyard, handing the reins to a waiting stable hand while his Mamluks formed a protective half-circle. He adjusted his robes, eyes scanning the towering black iron walls and the distant smoke from the forges, a small smile tugging at his lips. He had come expecting new blueprints, fresh alliances, and perhaps word of some desperate French duke begging at Ragnar's feet. What he did not expect was the young man standing beside the Iron Father on the steps of the Great Hall. Ragnar stood waiting with Louis the Stammerer at his side. Jida and Leofric flanked them, the lion banner snapping overhead. Al-Hakam stopped a few paces away, bowing deeply with one hand over his heart. "Salam, Iron Father," he said, voice warm and rich with genuine respect. "It has been too long since Granada felt the shadow of the lion. I bring gifts from the south, and news that the Caliph himself grows curious about your latest victories in the north." Ragnar stepped forward, clasping the prince's forearm in the old warrior's grip. "Salam, my friend, your timing is impeccable as always. The markets are open, the forges are roaring, and the world is shifting faster than even I expected." Al-Hakam straightened, eyes flicking to Louis with open shock. The young French prince met his gaze steadily, but Al-Hakam's mind was racing. He had expected a duke, maybe a lesser king, crawling for help, not the rightful heir to the entire Frankish throne standing here like he already belonged. "Fuck me," Al-Hakam muttered under his breath. He recovered quickly, bowing again, this time toward Louis. "Your Highness, I did not expect this. The last raven I received spoke of chaos in Francia, but I thought the dukes would be the ones knocking on these gates, not the son of the dead emperor himself." Louis gave a tired laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, well, shit changes fast when your uncle decides the crown looks better on his head than yours. I ran. My mother sent me. Figured the only man who could actually do something about it was the one who just broke a mountain in Norway." Ragnar chuckled deeply. "Come, the wind is cold and the wine is not. We have much to talk about, and I suspect our guest from the south will want to hear every detail." They walked together into the private solar. Servants moved silently, pouring wine and setting out plates of warm bread and spiced meat while the four men settled around the long table. Tariq, the young Mamluk Al-Hakam had brought, took up position near the door, his hand never far from his blade. Al-Hakam accepted a cup, eyes still flicking between Ragnar and Louis, truthfully. "I came expecting to discuss new machines and perhaps a desperate French duke. Instead, I find the rightful emperor sitting here like an old friend. How did that happen?" Louis took a long drink, then set the cup down. "My uncle took the throne with 2,000 knights and a lot of scared dukes. I got dragged away in chains the same night. My mother got me out. 3 assassins rode me across the channel. Now I'm here, offering the southern ports and whatever else you want if you help me take back what's mine." Ragnar leaned back, tapping his cane lightly. "The moment I realized the Franks just handed us the keys to the entire southern coast without firing a single shot." Al-Hakam shook his head, laughing softly in disbelief. "You people move like the wind. I sail north expecting to haggle over blueprints and trade deals, and I walk into the middle of a civil war where the rightful heir is already sitting at your table. Shit, the Caliph is going to lose his mind when he hears this." Leofric grinned from his seat, raising his cup. "The more the world knows the lion is watching, the faster the weak ones come crawling." Louis looked at Al-Hakam directly. "What do you think the South will do when the Iron Empire decides which side it wants?" Al-Hakam took a slow sip. "The Caliph will wait to see who wins. But me, I came here for new machines and new alliances. If you can give us stable ports and open trade, I'll speak for Granada. We don't care who sits on the Frankish throne, as long as the ships keep sailing." "All right. Geopolitics, usurpations, and dead emperors aside," Al-Hakam said, leaning forward and planting his elbows on the wood. "I came here for trade, Ragnar. You and I both know the world runs on coin. Tell me you have more blueprints. My engineers have been starving for a new project for months." Ragnar chuckled. "Before I start handing out the keys to the next century, I want to know about the last one. How did the silk industry blueprint fare?" At the mention of the looms, Al-Hakam completely lost his aristocratic composure. "How did it go?" Al-Hakam barked out a laugh that bordered on manic. "Ragnar, it's sorcery, that's how it went." Leofric snorted into his ale from the corner of the room, and even Jida allowed a smirk to cross her usually stoic face. "I am not exaggerating," Al-Hakam continued, his hands moving frantically as he explained. When my master weavers first looked at the schematics for the automated foot pedals and the shuttle tracks, they called me a madman. They said you couldn't replace a human hand with a wooden block and a spring. Two of the guild masters threatened to strike, and, Ragnar prompted, leaning back in his chair, thoroughly enjoying the show. And I told them to build a prototype, or I'd find someone who would. Al-Hakam's eyes were wide. Within 3 weeks, we had the first mechanized loom operational. Ragnar, the output. A single weaver was suddenly doing the work of 5. We've tripled our silk production in 6 months. Tripled. We are flooding the Mediterranean markets. The Venetians are bleeding out their asses trying to match our prices, and they don't even know how we're doing it. Louis was staring at Al-Hakam, utterly bewildered. Wait, the young prince interrupted. You're telling me you collapsed the Venetian silk monopoly with a wooden loom? Your Highness, Al-Hakam grinned, looking at Louis. It's a money printer. The weavers who threatened to strike are now begging for more machines. We have entire warehouses running day and night. It's genius, pure, absolute genius. He turned his burning gaze back to Ragnar. So I ask again, what else is hiding in that terrifying head of yours? Name your price. Gold, silver, salt. Whatever you want, Granada will pay it. Ragnar let the silence stretch, letting the vizier's desperation stew. I have 2, Ragnar said, and they aren't for sale, not for gold anyway. Al-Hakam blinked. Not for gold, then what? Let me show you what they are first, Ragnar said. He reached out and unrolled the first scroll. Pinning the corners down with a pair of silver goblets, the parchment was covered in complex isometric drawings. This, Ragnar pointed to the metallic blocks, is a movable type printing press, combined with a new oil-based ink formula written on the back. Al-Hakam frowned, tracing the lines. Printing, like block printing, we already do that in the East. Carve a wooden block, ink it, stamp it. No, Ragnar corrected sharply. Carving a whole page takes days. This system uses individual metal letters. You arrange them in a frame to form a page, press it, and print 500 copies in an afternoon. Then you break the frame apart, rearrange the letters, and print a completely different book the next day. The room went dead silent, individual letters. Al-Hakam whispered, You could mass-produce ledgers, accounting books, royal decrees, religious texts, information. Ragnar said softly, with this, Granada can educate an army of bureaucrats, engineers, and commanders while the rest of Europe is still paying monks to copy a single Bible over 10 years, fuck. Louis breathed out, rubbing his face. If my uncle had this, he could spread propaganda across Francia faster than I could ever raise a banner to stop him. Exactly, Ragnar said, rolling the first scroll up, but your uncle doesn't have it. We do. Before Al-Hakam could even recover from the printing press, Ragnar unrolled the second scroll. This one was much larger. It was a ship. It had a deep V-shaped hull, towering masts, and a complex rigging system combining square sails for raw speed and lateen sails for maneuvering against the wind. The galleon, Ragnar announced, deep water keel. It doesn't rely on oarsmen, which frees up massive amounts of space in the hull for cargo. Or cannons when we get to that point. It can weather Atlantic storms that would snap your galleys in half. More importantly, it can sail against the wind. The Frankish blockades wouldn't mean a damn thing. Al-Hakam sank back into his chair. He reached for his wine and drained it in one gulp. He was a man who negotiated over hundreds of thousands of gold pieces without breaking a sweat, but the sheer magnitude of what Ragnar was offering was staggering. You said these aren't for sale for gold, Al-Hakam rasped, clearing his throat. So what is the price, Ragnar? Because you don't just hand over the keys to global naval supremacy out of the goodness of your heart. Ragnar leaned forward, resting his chin on his steepled fingers. I don't need your gold, Al-Hakam. I have my own iron and my own forges. What I need is a hammer in the south. Ragnar gestured toward Louis. The boy needs his throne back. His uncle has 2,000 knights and the backing of half the Frankish nobility. Louis stiffened, suddenly realizing that he was the centerpiece of the negotiation. I am going to march an army of Northmen and modern steel through the northern borders of Francia, Ragnar said. I am going to crack their fortresses open, one by one. But if the usurper king pulls his southern garrisons north, it will be a bloodbath. I want to split his forces. Al-Hakam narrowed his eyes. You want me to declare war on Francia? I don't need you to march on land, Ragnar corrected. I need you to build these galleons. I need you to arm them. When the spring thaw comes, I want the entire Granadan fleet to blockade the southern Frankish coast. You freeze their southern trade, and force them to keep 50,000 men stationed in the south to defend the coast. If we do this, Al-Hakam said slowly, The Caliph will be committing to a massive naval campaign. It will cost a fortune in timber and men. The Franks will hate us for a generation. The Franks won't exist as you know them in a generation, Ragnar replied smoothly. Because once Louis is on the throne, he's going to sign a treaty giving Granada exclusive, tax-free access to all southern Frankish ports for the next 50 years. Ragnar glanced at Louis. Isn't that right, Your Highness? Louis swallowed hard. He looked at the blueprints, then at Al-Hakam, and finally at Ragnar. 50 years, tax-free. You have my word, Louis said, his voice surprisingly steady. If your ships help me take my uncle's head, the south is yours to trade. Al-Hakam looked down at his hands, letting out a long, slow breath. The math was impossible to ignore. If they failed, Granada would face the wrath of a united, furious Frankish Empire. But if they won, Al-Hakam stood up. He smoothed the emerald silk of his robes, the very silk that Ragnar had made 50 times more profitable. You magnificent, terrifying bastard, Al-Hakam whispered. He reached his hand out across the table. You have yourself a southern fleet. Ragnar stood, grasping the vizier's forearm in a crushing grip. Pleasure doing business with you. As the two men shook on a deal that would drown the Mediterranean in blood and gold, a heavy knocking echoed from the doors of the Solar. Tarek, the Mamluk guard, opened the door just a crack. One of Ragnar's scouts stood there, chest heaving. Iron Father, the scout gasped, pushing past the guard. Forgive the intrusion, but you need to come to the watchtower immediately. Ragnar's smile vanished. What is it? The scout looked terrified, his eyes darting to the Frankish prince before settling back on Ragnar. It's the Eastern Pass, my lord, the scouts. They found an army marching through the blizzard, banners we've never seen before. And they have machines. The Vizier of Granada and the deposed Prince of France were about to sit by the fire and drink wine, while the Iron Father's empire was potentially besieged. The circular chamber was dominated by a massive table bearing a relief map of northern Europe and the British Isles. 4 wind-chapped scouts were already huddled around it, pointing frantically at the eastern coast of England. Talk, Ragnar barked, striding to the head of the table. You said banners we haven't seen. Give it to me straight, before I throw someone off this fucking balcony. The lead scout, a grizzled veteran named Thorstein, swallowed hard. They didn't hit our shores, they hit the English coast. East Anglia and Northumbria. We had forward cutters out in the fog and we saw them make landfall. Ragnar leaned over the map. Frankish galleys? No, Thorstein shook his head. Not galleys, not longships. Towering wooden hulls, flat-bottomed, red and gold banners with black characters painted on them. Words we can't read. Al-Hakam frowned, moving closer to the map. Catching the wind on bamboo battens, the vizier looked at Ragnar, utter disbelief washing over his face. Ragnar, that's Eastern design, Far East. What the hell are ships from the Jade Coast doing in the frigid waters of the North Sea? It gets worse, Thorstein interrupted, pointing a shaking finger at the marker for the English stronghold of Eoforwick. They brought tubes, massive brass and iron tubes mounted on wheels. They pointed them at the stone walls and... The scout paused, struggling to find the vocabulary. The tubes spat fire and the stone walls just exploded. The air filled with a gray steam and the Saxon defenders were ripped apart by invisible shrapnel. Louis the Stammerer sank into a nearby wooden chair, his face pale. Tubes, walls exploding. It's smoke, saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, Ragnar whispered. Leofric looked at him, brow furrowed. What is saltpeter? Gunpowder, Ragnar murmured, running a hand through his hair. His mind was spinning at light speed. For a split second, a chilling thought gripped him. Another reincarnator. There's someone else out there with a modern brain, fast-tracking the tech tree just like me. But as his encyclopedic knowledge of history clicked into place, he realized the truth was far more terrifying. No, Ragnar muttered to himself, a dark smile tugging at his lips. No modern engineers, just pure, unadulterated human genius. Care to share with the class, Iron Father? Al-Hakam asked, his voice tight. The Granadan vizier was sweating, despite the freezing draft in the room. He had just bought the rights to printing presses and galleons, thinking he was about to own the world. Now someone was blowing up castles with thunder tubes. Ragnar looked up, meeting the eyes of the men in the room. The banners, the junk ships, the gunpowder, it's the Tang dynasty. Louis blinked. The who? The great Tang, Al-Hakam breathed out, his eyes widening in horror. We trade with them through the Silk Road intermediaries, but they are a myth half the time. A unified empire of 50 million souls. Not so unified right now, Ragnar corrected. Tapping the map. The Tang dynasty is a superpower, But right now, in this century, they are rotting from the inside out. They've got eunuchs manipulating the emperor, corrupt military governors hoarding power, and massive peasant uprisings tearing their provinces apart. The whole empire is a powder keg. Ragnar paused, but despite all that political shitshow, their scholars and alchemists are the brightest minds on the planet. We think we're clever because we figured out the printing press and the galleon. The Tang invented woodblock printing a century ago, and that thunder weapon, they've been playing with fire lances and early black powder for decades. I just didn't expect them to scale it up to artillery this early. Leofric gripped his sword hilt, his knuckles turning white. So if their empire is falling apart, what are they doing thousands of miles away on a muddy rock in England? They are running, Al-Hakam guessed, or expanding. If a rogue G-Dushi realized the Tang emperor was too weak to stop him, he might have taken his private fleet, packed it with his best engineers and soldiers, and sailed west, looking for a new kingdom where the emperor's assassins can't reach him. And they found England, Louis said. Ragnar turned to the window, staring out at the blizzard raging over City Titan. How many ships, Thorstein? Ragnar asked without turning around. 300, maybe more, Iron Father. Tens of thousands of men in scale armor. They are establishing a beachhead. Ea Forwick is already gone. They slaughtered the Saxons and are currently building a fortress out of the rubble. Fuck me, Louis buried his head in his hands. I came here to ask for an army to fight my uncle, and now the sky is falling. Ragnar slowly turned around. Stand up, Louis. Your uncle is a localized problem. If this Tang warlord establishes a permanent foothold in England, he won't stop there. He'll look at the Frankish Empire, he'll look at Granada, and he'll look at City Titan, and he will try to burn it all down to build a new Chang'an on our ashes. Ragnar slammed his fist onto the map. Directly onto the British Isles. Leofric, Ragnar barked, Sir, cancel all agricultural iron production. Every ounce of steel goes into plate armor and heavy crossbows. Wake up the chief engineers. I told them we wouldn't need the rifling prototypes for another year. Tell them they have 3 weeks. Al-Hakam stepped forward, Ragnar. You're going to war with the Tang dynasty? They have gunpowder. So do I, Ragnar growled. I just haven't needed to use it yet. Thorstein, get your fastest cutters back in the water. I want eyes on that beachhead. I want to know their patrol routes, their command structure, and where they keep their powder reserves. What about the Frankish Civil War? Louis asked, desperation clinging to every word. Our deal stands, Ragnar cut him off. Al-Hakam will build the galleons. We will choke your uncle's ports. But right now, I am not about to let a rogue Chinese governor set up a tributary state in my ocean. Ragnar walked over to an iron chest in the corner of the room. He unlocked it with a key from his neck and threw open the lid. He reached inside and pulled out a beautifully machined steel tube with a wooden stock and a flintlock mechanism. He tossed it onto the table. Al-Hakam, Louis, and Leofric stared at the musket in silence. Let's introduce them to industrialized, mass-produced ballistics, Ragnar said softly. Ragnar stared at the steel tube. A profound sense of displacement washing over him. In another life, in the history he remembered from his old world, he knew exactly what was supposed to be happening in the 9th century. Right about now, the great heathen army should have been carving a bloody path through Northumbria and East Anglia. They should have been forcing Alfred the Great of Wessex to his knees, eventually partitioning England to create the Danelaw. His people should have been settling Dublin, turning it into the first great trading town of the Isles. They were meant to be colonizing the frozen shores of Iceland and the Faroe Islands. They were supposed to be the terror of the Mediterranean, raiding Spain, North Africa, and trading all the way to the gilded gates of Constantinople. That was the timeline. But Ragnar's reincarnation had smashed that script to pieces with a sledgehammer of industrialization. By building blast furnaces early and turning City Titan into the manufacturing capital of the world, he had caused a massive butterfly effect. Or perhaps the world had already been broken before he got here. The fact that a rogue fleet of tens of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers had sailed across the globe to land in England suggested the timeline wasn't just fractured. It was completely, undeniably fucked. Ivar and Ubba are going to be pissed. Ragnar muttered under his breath. That was supposed to be their playground. What was that, Iron Father? Leofric asked, leaning over the table. And what in the 9 hells is this? A fire poker for giants? Louis the Stammerer, still pale from the news of exploding castles, is it a wand? Ragnar snorted. A wand, right. Because when faced with a geopolitical crisis, my first instinct is to build a magic stick. He picked up the weapon. It was a prototype. He had finished the flintlock mechanism just 3 days ago. There was only one of its kind on the entire planet. I know exactly what they have. They are primitive cannons. Cast bronze or iron, thick as a tree trunk, packed with low-grade black powder and rocks. They are devastating against stone walls, yes, but they take an hour to load, they weigh as much as a ship's anchor, and they are about as accurate as a blind man throwing a handful of gravel. Al-Hakam, ever the pragmatist, narrowed his eyes at the object in Ragnar's hands. And that little metal pipe is going to stop them. This little metal pipe, Vizier, is the culmination of 3 years of metallurgical trial and error. Ragnar gestured toward the iron doors of the solar. Follow me. You need to see it to understand. He led the 3 men out of the war room and onto the circular stone balcony of the watchtower. Below them, City Titan was a sprawling maze of black iron, smoking chimneys, and disciplined military patrols. Leofric, Ragnar pointed to a wooden crane stationed on a lower defensive wall, roughly 100 yards away. Hanging from the crane was a steel-banded oak barrel used for hauling grain. See the barrel? I see it, Leofric grunted. Ragnar reached into a leather pouch at his belt. He pulled out a small, measured paper cartridge. He bit the end off with his teeth, spitting the paper over the edge. Louis and Al-Hakam watched, utterly mesmerized, as Ragnar poured a small amount of fine, black powder into the priming pan of the lock. Then poured the rest down the long steel barrel. Next came a perfectly spherical lead ball, wrapped in a greased patch of linen. He drew the iron ramrod from beneath the barrel and shoved the ball down with a series of sharp, precise thrusts. Ragnar raised the musket. He pressed the wooden stock firmly into his shoulder, closing his left eye. He sighted down the barrel, aligning the crude iron sights with the swinging barrel 100 yards below. Cover your ears, Ragnar advised calmly. Ragnar pulled the trigger. The flint struck the steel frizzen. Shower of sparks ignited the priming pan. A massive plume of thick, acrid white smoke erupted from the muzzle, instantly carried away by the winter wind. Leofric cursed loudly, stumbling backward and instinctively drawing his broadsword. Al-Hakam flinched so hard he nearly toppled over the stone railing, his hands flying to his ringing ears. Down below, 100 yards away, the steel-banded oak barrel exploded. The heavy lead ball had torn through the thick wood, violently shattering the backside of the barrel and sending splinters raining down into the courtyard. For 10 seconds, the only sound on the balcony was the howling wind and the panicked shouting of guards in the lower courtyard who thought they were under attack. Louis slowly lowered his hands, his mouth hanging open. He looked from the shattered barrel in the distance to the smoking steel tube in Ragnar's hands. You see, Vizier. Ragnar smiled. It pierces scale armor, chainmail, and iron plate 100 yards. It requires a fraction of the training a longbowman needs. And right now, I am the only man in the world who knows how to make one. Al-Hakam swallowed hard. You said it was a prototype. How many of these can you actually make before the Tang warlord decides to march north? Not enough, Ragnar admitted bluntly, stepping back inside the warmth of the war room. The others quickly followed, eager to escape the cold and the ringing in their ears. To arm my entire infantry, I'd need thousands. I can maybe churn out 300 before spring if I halt all other ironworks, but I don't need to equip the whole army with them yet. Ragnar walked over to the chest where he had kept the musket. He kicked the bottom drawer open. Inside, resting in padded straw, were rows of iron spheres, each the size of an apple, with a fuse protruding from the top. Beside them were blueprints for short, squat, heavy-set iron pots. What are those? Leofric asked, finally sheathing his sword. We've been stockpiling them for 2 months. You light the fuse, throw it into a tightly packed formation of Tang spearmen, and the iron casing shatters into 100 lethal shrapnel blades. The blueprints are for siege mortars. Unlike the Chinese cannons that shoot straight, mortars lob explosive shells over walls and drop them directly onto the enemy's heads. Louis slumped back into his chair. My uncle doesn't stand a fucking chance, does he? Our priority is England. If the Tang establish a permanent foothold in Northumbria, they will fortify it. They will start mining local sulfur and saltpeter. If we let them dig in, it will take a 10-year siege to dig them out. Ragnar said. Al-Hakam's eyes gleamed, so we strike first. The landing at East Anglia was just a vanguard. Torstein said, a raiding party to gather fresh food and test the local defenses. The main host sailed straight up the coast, bypassing the southern kingdoms entirely. They've dropped anchor in the deep lochs of Alba. The Picts tried to fight them off. They were massacred in a matter of hours. Leofric scoffed, Scotland, there's nothing up there but freezing rain, rocks, and sheep. Why the hell would an empire from the other side of the world sail for months just to freeze their balls off in the highlands? Ragnar stared at the black markers, the gears in his reincarnated mind spinning at a breakneck pace. He picked up his prototype musket. Because it's a natural fortress. Deep water for their massive junk ships to anchor safely. High, defensible mountains that make cavalry charges impossible. It's the perfect place to build an impregnable capital while you figure out how to conquer the rest of the continent. Louis the Stammerer, who had just poured himself another chalice of wine to steady his nerves, shook his head. I still don't understand. If this Tang dynasty is so powerful, why are they here? Why abandon their homeland? Because their homeland is currently eating itself alive, Ragnar said. The Tang central government has lost control. They have an emperor, sure, but he's a puppet. The real power shifted to regional warlords, military governors called Duchy. Imagine a Frankish Duke Louis, but instead of a few hundred knights, he commands a standing professional army of 50,000 men and completely ignores the crown. That's a Duchy. Al-Hakam, the Granadan vizier, stroked his neatly trimmed beard that explains the rogue fleet. Right now, the east is being torn apart by massive peasant uprisings. The Huang Keo rebellion is burning cities to the ground. The Tang tax base has completely evaporated. Add to that a massive ideological shift. Confucianism is ruthlessly rooting out Buddhism, causing even more internal purges. Ragnar continued, leaning against the edge of the table. Whoever this warlord knew, the Tang dynasty was doomed to a century of blood. So he took his provincial army, his engineers, his fleet, and whatever treasury he could loot, and he sailed west. He's here to colonize. He's planting a new flag. If they intend to settle, they brought bureaucrats, tax collectors, farmers, artisans. Al-Hakam breathed out, the realization dawning on him. The vizier looked at Ragnar. Ragnar, you understand what this means, don't you? If they establish a centralized, Confucian bureaucracy in Scotland, they will organize the local resources 10 times faster than the Saxons or the Franks ever could. You're right. If they get a foothold, they'll start mining the highlands for coal and iron. If we give them a year to build a fortress, we'll be fighting an enemy with an endless supply of artillery. Ragnar growled. Louis took a long gulp of his wine. So what is the play? You can't just march the Iron Guard up into the Scottish mountains. Louis is right, Leofric grunted, tapping a finger on the map. The Picts know those mountains better than anyone, and they got wiped out. Ragnar chuckled. Who said anything about marching? He turned away from the table, striding over to the heavy iron-bound chest where he kept his most sensitive blueprints. He threw it open, digging past the schematics for the printing press and the galleon, until he found a roll of thick, wax-sealed vellum. He brought it back to the table and slammed it down, unrolling it flat. Al-Hakam leaned in, his eyes widening. It was a ship design, but unlike the deep-water galleons Ragnar had sold him. This was a modification of the traditional Viking longship. Retained the shallow draft, allowing it to navigate rivers and shallow coastal waters, but the bow and stern were heavily reinforced with riveted iron plating. In the center of the deck, mounted on a reinforced, rotating wooden platform, was a short, thick iron cylinder pointing upward at an angle. The siege mortar, Ragnar announced, tapping the iron cylinder on the parchment. I told you I was stockpiling cast iron fragmentation shells. The Tang cannons are direct fire weapons. They have to point them at what they want to hit. If we sail our fleet into those lochs, their heavy guns on the shore will blast us to splinters. Ragnar's smile turned lethal. We can anchor our shallow draft ships behind the jagged coastal rocks and islands of the Scottish lochs and lob explosive shells over the terrain, raining shrapnel and hellfire directly onto their anchored fleet and their newly built camps. Leofric's eyes lit up. We use the terrain against them. They can't shoot what they can't see. Exactly, Ragnar said. They want to play hide and seek in the Scottish lochs? Fine. We'll burn their junk ships at anchor, shatter their supply lines, and trap their army on land before they can build their precious new capital. It's brilliant, Al-Hakam whispered, but Ragnar, you have the blueprints. Do you actually have the ships ready? I have 6, Ragnar replied. They are sitting in the dry docks right now. 6 ships against 300. Louis stammered, are you mad? They'll swarm you. Not if we hit them at night, Ragnar said coldly. And not if we hit their powder ships first. Lack powder on a wooden ship is a death trap if it catches a stray spark. One well-placed mortar shell into a Tang supply vessel, and the resulting explosion will take out half their anchored fleet in a chain reaction. Ragnar looked around the table, meeting the eyes of the men who represented the fractured powers of the West. A displaced prince, an opportunistic vizier, and a bloodthirsty Viking commander. Ragnar walked toward the doors of the war room. Leofric, send word to the shipyards. Tell them to load the mortar vessels with every explosive shell we have. We sail at dusk, just the 6 ironclads. Just 6 iron, father? Leofric asked. Hardly seems fair to the Chinese. We're not looking for a fair fight. Ragnar glanced back at Al-Hakam and Louis. You two stay here. Enjoy the wine. When I get back, we'll talk about outfitting your new Frankish rebellion, Louis. Al-Hakam bowed his head slightly, a gesture of respect. Tang Dynasty. Chang'an outside the walls of the Daming Palace. The city of Chang'an pulsed with the energy of over 1 million souls. It was the grand eastern terminus of the Silk Road, where Persian merchants, Arab envoys, and Indian monks rubbed shoulders with Tang bureaucrats in the endless, bustling markets. Inside the dragon throne room, Emperor Xuanzang leaned forward, resting his chin on a hand weighed down by rings of imperial jade. He was not the soft, pampered ruler the rebels claimed him to be. He had personally survived purges, assassinations, and the political bloodbaths of his own family to keep this throne. He still commanded the Shen's army. 200,000 professional, heavily armored, fanatically loyal soldiers garrisoned within striking distance of the capital. But a king is only as powerful as his reach, and right now, Xuanzang was realizing his arm had been severed at the elbow. Kneeling on the floor 50 paces below the dais was Chancellor Lai. To his left stood General Gao, the supreme commander of the Imperial Vanguard. Let me ensure I am hearing you correctly, Chancellor. Xuanzang's voice echoed off the cavernous ceiling. Because if I am, someone in this room is going to be sure to head before noon. Chancellor Lai swallowed audibly, pressing his forehead against the cold marble. Your Divine Majesty, the reports from the eastern seaboard are confirmed. Jidashi Shen, the military governor of the Pinglu Circuit, has vanished. Vanished. Xuanzang repeated the word. A man vanishes, Lai, a horse vanishes, a bag of silver vanishes. You are telling me a military governor vanished? It is not just him, Your Majesty, General Gao barked. Shen took the entire eastern fleet, 300 deep-water junks. He took 50,000 professional soldiers, 10,000 auxiliary craftsmen, and forced a dozen farming villages onto those ships at Sword Point. Xuanzang's eyes narrowed. 50,000 men. Yes, Majesty. And the coastal blockades, the regional imperial inspectors, did the entire eastern half of my empire suddenly go blind? Xuanzang roared, his composure finally snapping. 50,000 heavily armed troops do not just go for a midnight stroll onto 300 ships without someone noticing the logistics. That is an invasion force. The local governors were bribed or coerced, Your Majesty, Chancellor Lai stammered, his face still pressed to the floor. Shen has been hoarding the provincial taxes for 3 years. We thought he was preparing to join the Huang Ko uprisings to the south. We had the Shen's army dig in to defend Chang'an. We never anticipated he would leave the continent entirely. Where did he go? Xuanzang demanded. Where does a warlord take 50,000 men and a stolen navy? General Gao gestured to 2 scribes, who hurried forward and unrolled a massive map of the known world across the floor. It detailed the sprawling Tang dynasty, the vast deserts of the Silk Road, the Abbasid Caliphate, and further west, a distorted, fragmented edge of the map labeled only as the Barbarian Isles. Here, Your Majesty, Gao pointed the tip of his scabbard at the distorted edge of Europe. Our spies in the trading guilds squeezed a Persian navigator who had been on Shen's payroll. Shen believed the dynasty was doomed to a century of civil war. He sailed the fleet south around the Indian Ocean, past the caliphates, and headed toward the frozen rocks in the extreme northwest, a place the merchants call Alba, or England. Xuanzang stared down at the map, utterly bewildered. The rage was momentarily replaced by sheer confusion. England? What is England? It is an island of savages, Majesty, Chancellor Lai offered, finally daring to lift his head an inch. Mud huts, worshippers of dead gods, men who fight with crude iron axes and wear the skins of animals. It is the very edge of the world. There is nothing there but rain and sheep. If there is nothing there but mud and sheep, why would a calculating bastard like Shen take my fleet there? Xuanzang asked softly, tell me exactly what he took from the armories, Gao. Don't sugarcoat it. General Gao's jaw tightened. He knew this was the killing blow. He took the alchemists, Majesty, the Heavenly Fire Division. Xuanzang stood up slowly. He took the gunpowder, all of it from the eastern reserves. Gao confirmed, Your Majesty. He has gone to conquer it, fortify it, and build his own empire with our most closely guarded military secrets. Do you realize what this means? Xuanzang said. He is surrounded by barbarians, Majesty, Lai pleaded, trying to soothe the emperor. The savages of those islands will throw themselves at his cannons with wooden shields. They will be slaughtered. Shen will grow bored, or his men will freeze to death in a few winters. The logistics of maintaining an empire that far away. You are a fool, Lai. A new voice echoed from the back of the hall. The mahogany door swung open, and a man walked in, flanked by 2 imperial guards. He was dressed in the rich, multicolored silks of a high-ranking Silk Road merchant. It was Lord Wang, the head of the Imperial Trade Syndicate. Apologies for the intrusion, Divine Majesty, Wang said, dropping to one knee before rising at Xuanzang's impatient wave. But Chancellor Lai is relying on maps drawn 50 years ago. I just rode 3 days without sleep from the western border checkpoints. You need to hear what the Arab merchants are whispering about the northwest. Xuanzang stopped pacing. Speak, Wang. Are the barbarians not fighting with mud and sticks? Lord Wang shook his head. No, Majesty. The political landscape of the far west has fractured. There's a new power rising in the frozen north. They call him the Iron Father. General Gao scoffed. A chieftain of savages. Let Shen's cannons blow him to pieces. He is no savage general, Wang countered sharply. The merchants say this Iron Father commands a city made of black iron. The Vizier of Granada just bought the rights to a machine that prints books with metal letters, a machine designed by this Iron Father. Xuanzang's breath caught in his throat. He looked at the map, then at Wang. Machines that pour steel, printing presses. Shen sailed directly into the territory of a man who is dragging the Western world into a new age, Wang said. Xuanzang stared at the crude drawing of the British Isles on the floor. Shen has 50,000 Tang soldiers, brass cannons, and our gunpowder, Xuanzang muttered, pacing around the map. This Iron Father has mass-produced steel, ironclad ships, and God knows what else. The emperor stopped, looking up at his top general and his chief merchant. If Shen wipes out this Iron Father, he gains access to that industrial steel and becomes a superpower we cannot stop. But if the Iron Father slaughters Shen? General Gao finished the thought, his eyes widening in horror. The barbarians capture our gunpowder, our cannons, and our engineers. They will reverse engineer the heavenly fire. And then they will look east, Xuanzang whispered. General Gao, Xuanzang's voice was no longer furious. Majesty, I want an expeditionary force of 100,000 men ready to march within the month. Send riders to the Abbasid Caliphate. Tell them we are opening the overland military routes, and if they resist, we will burn Baghdad to the ground. Chancellor Lai gasped. Majesty, you cannot empty the capital's defenses. The rebels in the south are peasants with pitchforks. Xuanzang roared. Xuanzang turned back to the map, his eyes locked on the jagged shores of Alba. A full week had passed, and the frantic preparations within the shipyards of City Titan had finally concluded. Ragnar stood upon the frost-bitten wooden piers, observing the ironclad mortar vessels bobbing in the frigid tide. He had successfully overseen the outfitting of the fleet, ensuring that every cast iron fragmentation shell was securely stored within the reinforced holds. With those monumental tasks handled, Ragnar took a moment to enjoy a rare pause in his schedule. In his hand he held a heavy iron mug filled with hot, spiced ale. Standing beside him were the 2 pillars of his military might, his father, Ulf, and his brother, Vanguard Commander Bjorn. While the crews finalized the rigging for their voyage to Scotland, where they would rain explosive hell upon the Tang warlords' anchored junks. Bjorn suddenly broke the comfortable silence. Ragnar, the massive warrior, began, his voice carrying a rare hint of hesitation. I have given it much thought. I wish to take a wife. Ragnar took a slow sip of his ale before processing the request. Bjorn was a high-ranking commander, and establishing a lineage was necessary for the long-term stability of their empire. However, in Ragnar's mind, a marriage of this caliber could not be wasted on mere affection. It had to serve a calculated geopolitical purpose. An expected and welcome decision, brother. Ragnar replied, though, as the supreme commander of my vanguard. Your union will be a matter of state diplomacy, not a simple tavern romance. Before Bjorn could inquire further about what exactly that meant, a shadow detached itself from the bustling dockworkers. One of Ragnar's elite intelligence operatives approached, bowing deeply before handing over a sealed leather cylinder. Ragnar set his mug upon a nearby crate and broke the wax seal. As he unfurled the parchment, his sharp eyes scanned the coded text. His spy network had retrieved some highly valuable intel. Across the Western Sea, the King of Leinster had launched a brutal and sweeping military campaign. Squabbling clans had been effectively crushed, and the man had officially unified the territories, declaring the Kingdom of Ireland. With this information assimilated, Ragnar's mind instantly began to calculate the strategic implications. A newly unified Ireland resting on his western maritime border was a wild card that could threaten his trade routes if left unchecked. He did not desire to fight a two-front war while dealing with the Chinese in the north. Therefore, he needed to subjugate this new kingdom economically and politically without shedding a single drop of Viking blood. It was then that Ragnar glanced back at Bjorn. "Is the news troubling my son?" Ulf asked, noting the sudden stillness in Ragnar's posture. After hearing his father's question, Ragnar rolled the parchment back up and offered a calm, wicked smile. "On the contrary, father, it seems our western flank has just solved its own instability." After saying this, Ragnar turned his gaze back to Bjorn. "It appears the King of Leinster has unified Ireland under one crown. New kingdom requires allies, modern steel, and legitimacy to survive its infancy. I will dispatch envoys to the Emerald Isle by nightfall. We shall offer the new Irish king a formal pact of non-aggression and a steady supply of our surplus industrial steel. In exchange, to solidify our newfound alliance, he will offer his royal daughter's hand in marriage to you, Bjorn." Bjorn's eyes widened in mild shock as he processed the sheer scale of the proposal. "You intend for me to wed an Irish princess?" Ragnar took a deliberate sip from his drink before answering his brother's question. "Indeed." Upon seeing his brother's stunned silence, Ragnar placed a reassuring hand on Bjorn's shoulder, demonstrating his affectionate dominance over the situation. "We will bind their royal bloodline to City Titan and render their military entirely dependent on our blast furnaces. By the time the ink dries on your marriage contract, Ireland will be nothing more than a vassal state serving our empire's expansion." When Ulf heard this, he let out a booming laugh, clapping Bjorn on his broad back. It was only after a few moments of celebrating the impending royal union did the men part ways. To execute this delicate maneuver, Bjorn had already departed the docks, making his way to the palace of Ragnar's spymaster, Jida. A formal proposal could not be drafted blindly. It required precise psychological leverage. Following a short walk through the fortified upper districts, Ragnar entered the lavishly decorated chambers of Jida's palace. Inside, he found his brother pacing nervously while Jida sat behind a wide desk. Upon his arrival, Jida looked up. "Tell me you have uncovered the necessary leverage, my dear," Ragnar murmured. Jida leaned back into his touch, sliding a piece of vellum toward him. "The King of Leinster's daughter is highly educated but deeply anxious about her father's fragile new borders. They lack the iron reserves to maintain their unified army if a rebellion sparks. They are terrified of a prolonged civil war." Ragnar's lips curled into a wicked smile. The problem was clear, the deduction was flawless, and the solution was now entirely within his grasp. "Perfect," Ragnar said. "We offer them our surplus Bessemer steel and a guarantee of absolute maritime protection. In exchange, they bind their royal bloodline to my top commander. They will perceive it as their salvation, all while handing us the keys to their kingdom's economy." Under Ragnar's strict dictation, Jida's elegant penmanship went to work, translating the warlord's devious scheme into a beautifully worded, highly formal diplomatic missive. While the ink on the heavy parchment was still drying, the doors to the chamber swung open. A slender, sharp-eyed man dressed in pristine, exotic silks from the Abbasid Caliphate stepped into the room, bowing deeply. It was the Weasel, Ragnar's first and most ruthlessly effective master trader. He had just returned from a highly lucrative, months-long expedition to the Middle East. "You summon me, my king?" the trader asked. "Indeed," Ragnar replied, picking up the sealed letter and holding it out. "Your work in the Caliphate has funded half my industrial sector, but I require your silver tongue for a new theater. You sail for Ireland at first light. Deliver this to the King of Leinster. Ensure he understands the sheer magnitude of the industrial wealth backing this proposal." The Weasel accepted the missive with a greedy gleam in his eye. "Consider it done, Iron Father." They will beg to sign it. With the diplomatic front fully mobilized and the western flank secured in motion, Ragnar returned his attention to the immediate violence required in the north. As dawn broke over the black iron walls of City Titan, Ragnar stood once more at the bustling docks. The 7 heavily modified, shallow draft mortar ships sat low in the water. Bjorn stood before the boarding ramp, clad in his heaviest plate armor, the anxieties of his future marriage pushed aside for the grim reality of warfare. "The Irish matter is handled," Ragnar commanded. "Now, execute your primary objective, sail into the Scottish locks. Anchor behind the fog, and rain explosive hell upon the Tang armada." Bjorn offered a bloodthirsty grin and slammed his fist against his breastplate in salute. As the young monarch watched his brother board the lead vessel, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. After securing the third and final stone fortress of the Northern Highlands, Shen took a moment to appreciate the silence of his new domain. While the engineers dismantled the primitive gates of the captured keep to make way for proper defensive earthworks, Shen methodically reviewed the logistical reports laid out on the table before him. The conquest had been almost insultingly swift. In a mere 14 days, his expeditionary force had swept across the jagged, rain-swept landscape, seizing 30% of the territory the local barbarians referred to as Alba. Dozens of squalid mud and thatch villages had been brought to heel, and the region's 3 most prominent castles now flew the crimson and gold banners of his rogue dynasty. However, with the initial conquest concluded, a new logistical problem presented itself. Shen commanded an army of 50,000 professional soldiers. They were currently equipped with standard leather lamellar armor, finely forged steel swords, composite bows, and the most closely guarded secret of the East, black powder. Yet maintaining an army of this magnitude in a fractured, primitive land required more than superior weaponry. It required immediate infrastructure and absolute ideological loyalty. Shen tapped a perfectly manicured fingernail against the rim of his teacup, his mind executing a flawless step-by-step deduction. First, the men were exhausted from the sea voyage and the rapid military campaign. Second, the local grain reserves were insufficient to feed 50,000 mouths through a harsh winter. Therefore, he needed to instantly transition his standing army from conquerors into a synchronized labor force capable of mass agriculture and industrial fortification. To do this, he needed to reframe their exile from the collapsing Tang dynasty into a divine mandate of supreme conquest. With his deductions finalized, Shen set his porcelain cup down. From the shadows of the solar, his chief tactician and favored concubine, Lady Hua, stepped forward. She draped an embroidered silk cloak over his broad shoulders, her touch light and reverent. "The men are gathering in the lower valley and the courtyards, my lord," she murmured softly. 50,000 torches await your voice." Shen reached up, capturing her delicate hand in his. He smoothed his thumb over her knuckles in a display of affectionate dominance, offering her a calm, wicked smile. "They look out at this freezing mud and see the end of the world, Hua," Shen stated. "I look at it and see a blank canvas. By spring, we will have the local savages mining sulfur and iron until their spines snap, and our men will sleep in heated manners. But first, we must feed their pride." Leaving Lady Hua to admire his intellectual superiority, the warlord rose from the chieftain's seat and strode out onto the high stone balcony. The sight below was staggering. The Scottish valley was illuminated by a river of fire. 50,000 Tang soldiers stood in perfectly disciplined formations, their torches pushing back the oppressive Highland night. The faint glint of starlight caught the edges of tens of thousands of drawn swords and the brass fittings of their heavenly fire tubes. They had taken 3 castles in 2 weeks, and they were vibrating with the adrenaline of undisputed victory. Shen looked down upon his vast military apparatus. He raised a single hand, and the murmurs of 50,000 men vanished into absolute, chilling silence. "Sons of the East," Shen's voice boomed. 2 weeks ago, we stepped onto the shores of a forgotten world. The emperor we left behind sits in Chang'an, waiting for his empire to rot from the inside out. He clings to a dying age." Shen paced slowly along the stone battlements, ensuring his deliberate words reached every commander in the valley. "But you are not a dying breed. In 14 days, you have shattered the greatest fortresses these barbarians could construct. You have claimed a third of their nation without breaking a sweat. Their arrows bounce off your armor, their stone walls crumble before your gunpowder. They worship false gods, but over these last 2 weeks, you have shown them what true divinity looks like." A low, unified rumble of approval rolled through the ranks. Shen's wicked smile widened slightly in the dark. "Starting tomorrow, we do not just hold these 3 castles. We tear them down and build a capital that will make Chang'an look like a peasant village. We will tame this savage land, extract its wealth, and forge an empire." Shen gripped the stone railing, exuding a terrifying, majestic aura that washed over the gathered army. "You are the vanguard of the new world. The land is yours. The glory is yours. Long live the new dynasty." As the words left his lips, the valley erupted. 50,000 swords were thrust into the night sky, accompanied by a deafening, fanatical roar that shook the very foundations of the Scottish mountains. Watching the absolute devotion of his heavily armed host, Shen felt a profound surge of mighty satisfaction. The morale of his troops fully secured and his labor force mobilized, he turned back toward the warmth of his chambers. While the pale light of dawn began to bleed through the dense Scottish fog, Vanguard Commander Bjorn stood at the helm of his lead ironclad. Ahead of his small fleet of 7 vessels lay the narrow, jagged inlet of the coastal Lough. Beyond the towering stone cliffs sat the 3 captured fortresses, currently occupied by 50,000 Eastern soldiers. Through the mist, Bjorn could faintly make out the flickering torches of the Tang watchtowers. The sentries were undoubtedly awake, keeping an arrogant vigil, waiting to slaughter any foolish barbarian who dared approach their newly conquered domain. With the enemy's perimeter established, Bjorn set his mug upon the reinforced iron railing and began to analyze the tactical variables. The problem was straightforward. A direct naval assault against an enemy equipped with direct-fire brass cannons would result in a statistical failure. If his ironclads entered the enemy's line of sight, the Tang artillery would eventually sink them through sheer volume of fire. However, Bjorn quickly deduced that exposing his vessels was entirely unnecessary. The natural geography of the Lough provided a perfect visual shield. By anchoring his shallow draft ships behind the towering coastal rocks, he could utilize the parabolic trajectory of Ragnar's siege mortars. With this tactical deduction finalized, Bjorn turned his attention to his chief artillery officer, a seasoned shield maiden named Torvi. As she finalized the angle of the heavy iron cylinders, Bjorn approached her and rested a heavy, reassuring hand upon her armored shoulder. Demonstrating a quiet, affectionate dominance, he offered her a wicked smile. "Are the firing coordinates aligned with the topographic maps my brother provided?" Bjorn inquired. Torvi nodded respectfully, keeping her voice low to avoid carrying across the water. "Yes, Commander. We are aiming blindly over the ridge. At this elevation, the fragmentation shells will drop directly into the center of their valley encampments. They are densely packed and, aside from the watchtowers, completely asleep." "Excellent," Bjorn murmured, his gaze drifting back toward the hidden fortresses. As he did so, he revealed the devious layer of his military scheme. "We will show them that their heavenly fire is nothing but a spark compared to our industrial furnaces." After securing the heavy iron base plates of the mortars to the reinforced decks, the crew stood by, awaiting their commander's final word. "Commence the bombardment, stagger the fuses. I want a continuous rain of iron." Following his strict command, the artillerymen sparked the fuses of the massive cast iron shells. One by one, the mortars roared to life. The concussive blasts violently shook the ironclad vessels, sending deep, mechanical thuds echoing across the dark waters. The heavy shells arced high into the misty sky, clearing the rocky promontory with mathematical precision before descending rapidly into the valley below. While the Tang sentries in the watchtowers scanned the horizon for primitive wooden longships, the sky directly above their heads ripped open. The ensuing devastation was absolute and methodical. The fragmentation shells detonated moments before striking the earth, showering the tightly packed, sleeping encampments with thousands of jagged, razor-sharp iron shards. Tents were shredded instantly. In the span of a few agonizing seconds, thousands of proud Tang soldiers were crushed and violently dismantled before they could even open their eyes to comprehend the threat. Panic consumed the valley as the invisible, parabolic bombardment continued to fall from the heavens without a single enemy ship in sight. As the muffled screams of the dying echoed over the rocky cliffs, Bjorn casually picked up his ceramic mug from the railing, taking another relaxed sip of his warm tea. With the first volley successfully delivered, the profound silence of the Scottish Highlands was entirely eradicated. Ragnar stood near the jagged precipice of a towering coastal cliff. Below him, nestled deep within the sprawling, rocky valley, the Tang warlord's newly conquered fortress was rapidly transforming into a blossoming inferno. The tactical deployment had proceeded exactly as his blueprints dictated. While the ironclad fleet remained safely anchored behind the dense fog and towering rocks of the Lough, out of the enemy's direct line of sight, the siege mortars had executed their parabolic bombardment flawlessly. The problem of engaging a numerically superior force equipped with direct-fire brass cannons had been mathematically solved. By utilizing indirect fire, Ragnar had neutralized the enemy's primary advantage without exposing a single hull of his own ships to danger. As Ragnar took another relaxed sip of his wine, the rhythmic crunch of heavy boots on frost-covered stone drew his attention. He turned slightly to see Thorstein, his forward reconnaissance scout, emerging from the shadowed mountain path. The scout was breathing heavily, his leather armor damp with the freezing highland mist. "Report," Ragnar commanded. Thorstein dropped to one knee, bowing his head respectfully before delivering the intelligence gathered from the perimeter of the besieged fortress. "My king, the strike was absolute. Our forward observers managed to infiltrate the outer bailey just before the fragmentation. Shells made impact. The enemy encampment is in a state of unadulterated panic." Ragnar offered a nod, gesturing for the scout to continue detailing the logistical outcome of the bombardment. The Eastern warlord, Despised, was violently awakened by the concussive shockwaves. He was seen fleeing his private bedchamber in a state of terror, surrounded by his weeping wives and his extensive harem. The suddenness of the strike shattered whatever divine authority he had projected over his men just hours prior. Furthermore, the damage assessment is catastrophic for their vanguard. "Specify the casualty count," Ragnar stated deliberately. "More than 2,000 of their elite warriors are already dead, Iron Father," Thorstein reported. "Those who were not killed instantly by the iron fragments are currently trapped beneath collapsed structures. The black powder ignited the canvas and the wooden palisades. Hundreds, perhaps thousands more, are actively burning in the fires that are sweeping through the lower courtyards." After securing this vital intelligence, Ragnar dismissed the scout with a wave of his hand. With the scout gone, Ragnar turned his gaze back toward the burning valley. "Truthfully," Ragnar acknowledged within the quiet confines of his own mind, "it was a ghastly and painful way to embrace death. The human body was simply not designed to withstand the kinetic trauma of jagged iron shrapnel, nor the agonizing, all-consuming embrace of chemical fire. For the soldiers trapped in the valley below, their final moments were a slow, excruciating descent into an inescapable abyss." The screams of the burning men, though muffled by the distance and the wind, were a testament to the horrific reality of industrialized warfare. However, as Ragnar reclined slightly against the sheer stone face of the cliff, a wicked smile touched his lips. He did not allow the grisly nature of the battlefield to cloud his intellectual superiority. He engaged in a step-by-step geopolitical deduction, weighing the immense suffering of 2,000 men against the macroeconomic and demographic future of the continent. What if they lived? If he allowed Despised and his 50,000 highly disciplined, gunpowder-equipped soldiers to consolidate their beachhead in Alba, the consequences would be apocalyptic for the Western world. The Tang dynasty, even a rogue faction of it, possessed an administrative and logistical capability that dwarfed the fragmented feudal kingdoms of Europe. Shen would not merely occupy these 3 castles. He would instantly transition his military force into a highly synchronized labor engine. Within a year, the Eastern warlord would enslave the native Picts and Saxons. He would tap into the deep, untouched coal seams of the Scottish Highlands. Using the vast knowledge of his alchemists and siege engineers, Shen would construct mass production foundries, manufacturing endless rows of brass cannons and fire lances. Once his industrial base was secured, the warlord would inevitably march south. Modernized, Eastern army of that magnitude would sweep through the British Isles like a plague of locusts. Then, they would cross the Channel. The heavily armored Frankish knights, the divided duchies of the mainland, and even the formidable walls of the Byzantine Empire would crumble before a coordinated, artillery-backed invasion. Millions of innocent souls would be slaughtered, displaced, or subjected to brutal subjugation. Therefore, Ragnar concluded with cold certainty, the agonizing deaths of the 2,000 warriors burning in the valley below were not an act of cruelty. It was a preemptive strike of geopolitical mercy. By erasing this Eastern threat in its infancy, he was personally saving millions of European and Viking lives. While Ragnar was finalizing these heavy, complex justifications within his mind, he felt a warm presence approach his side. Jida stepped up to the precipice. She stared down at the inferno. "It is a massacre." Ragnar turned to her, his expression softening marginally. Kissed the crown of her head, entirely undisturbed by the apocalyptic scene playing out below them. It is the necessary cost of our future, my dear. Jida leaned into his embrace. Your brother will order the second volley soon. Should we not signal the fleet to level the entire fortress? We have the ammunition to bury all 50,000 of them in the rubble. When Jida proposed this straightforward tactical escalation, Ragnar chuckled softly. He took a final sip from his mug. And destroy the very prize we came here to claim. You wound my economic sensibilities, Jida. Jida looked up at him, her brows furrowed in mild confusion. The prize? I assumed our objective was the total eradication of the Eastern threat. Eradication of their leadership, yes, but the total annihilation of their forces would be a tragic waste of human capital and intellectual property. Ragnar explained, I designed this initial strike specifically to hit their infantry tents while deliberately avoiding the reinforced stone keeps where their supply trains and officers reside. I wanted the warlord to wake up in terror. I wanted him to see his invincible army burning in the mud. By dawn, Jidashi Shen will realize that his heavenly fire is utterly obsolete against our indirect artillery. His 50,000 men will realize they are trapped in a foreign wasteland, being bombarded by an invisible enemy they cannot even point their weapons at. We will continue to bombard their perimeter, slowly tightening the noose, but we will leave a clear path for surrender. When their morale collapses, they will inevitably turn on their commander. They will bring me Shen's head in exchange for their lives. Ragnar traced a finger along Jida's jawline, and when they surrender, we will absorb their surviving engineers, their skilled laborers, and their heavenly fire alchemists into our own industrial machine. I build a new workforce from scratch, when the East has so graciously delivered 50,000 disciplined laborers directly to our doorstep. Jida's eyes widened slightly as the sheer magnitude of his conspiracy finally clicked into place. The bombardment was never meant to be a simple extermination. It was a highly orchestrated, violent negotiation meant to acquire a captive labor force and classified foreign technology. You are a terrifying man, Ragnar, Jida whispered. With the arrival of the morning sun, the dense, oppressive fog that had blanketed the Scottish Highlands finally began to burn away. The Eastern soldiers could now see everything for miles in every direction. Yet, there was absolutely no one there. There were no barbarian hordes charging down the mountainsides. There were no massive siege towers lumbering toward their walls. There were no enemy fleets exchanging broadsides with their deep-water junks. From Shen's perspective, the situation was a mathematical impossibility. The Tang military doctrine relied exclusively on direct fire brass cannons and fire lances. To strike a target, their artillery required a clear line of sight. Therefore, in Shen's mind, if his camp had been subjected to a massive gunpowder bombardment, the enemy artillery must be sitting in plain view on the surrounding ridges. But the ridges were empty. The warlord was currently grappling with the terrifying realization that an unseen ghost had just rained explosive hell upon his forces. He was undoubtedly asking himself who could possibly possess heavenly fire on this primitive, rain-swept island, and more importantly, how they were firing it over mountains without exposing themselves. The cognitive dissonance was driving the Eastern commander. Entirely insane. Vanguard Commander Bjorn, having secured the naval perimeter, marched up the mountain path. Beside him walked Jida. She carried a ledger of fresh intelligence reports gathered from their forward scouts. Have our forward observers concluded their tallies of the enemy encampment? Ragnar inquired. Jida stepped forward. They have. The chaos in their command structure allowed our scouts to slip close enough to hear their supreme general delivering the casualty counts directly to Shen. The bombardment was vastly more effective than our initial projections. 9,000 men were killed in the dawn strike. Furthermore, their general has counted the surviving personnel. They are left with exactly 41,000 soldiers. Bjorn let out a whistle, crossing his massive arms over his chest plate. 9,000 warriors eradicated in a single morning, without a single Viking casualty. We should order the ironclads to reposition and finish the remaining 41,000 before nightfall. Upon hearing his brother's aggressive proposal, Ragnar chuckled softly. He then looked at Bjorn. I look at 41,000 enemies and see a logistical plague that will destroy Jidashi Shen far more effectively than our mortars ever could. Bjorn frowned, attempting to follow his brother's logical progression. How does leaving them alive serve our interests? Consider the economic foundation of their occupation, Ragnar explained. Shen brought 50,000 men across the ocean. To feed an army of that size, he required the extensive grain reserves of these 3 highland fortresses. However, our bombardment did not merely kill 9,000 men. It ignited their central storehouses, it destroyed their medical supplies, it contaminated their fresh water wells with ash and rotting corpses. If we had killed all 50,000, the threat would be neutralized, yes. But by leaving exactly 41,000 men alive, we have cursed Shen with an insurmountable burden. He now commands 41,000 terrified, starving soldiers who just watched their comrades burn to ash by an invisible god of war. Furthermore, he has thousands of critically wounded men who will require constant care, draining his remaining resources and slowing any attempt at a retreat. By tomorrow morning, hunger will set in. By the second day, the stench of 9,000 rotting corpses will breed disease within their crowded walls. 41,000 starving men will not march against us. They will march against their own commander who led them into this slaughterhouse. With the internal deduction fully detailed and executed, Ragnar finalized the next stage of the operation. Bjorn, sink any Tang vessel that attempts to break for the open sea. I want their fleet entirely trapped within the harbor. Jida, have your scouts encircle the valley ridges. Execute any messenger or foraging party that attempts to leave the fortresses. We will seal them inside this valley and let them starve. Bjorn offered a respectful salute. It will be done. 2 days passed. News of Vanguard Commander Bjorn's victory over the eastern conquerors had rapidly filtered down from the northern front, sweeping through the crowded streets of City Titan. The rapid territorial expansion and the sheer influx of capital had transformed City Titan into an economic juggernaut. It had become incredibly wealthy in a matter of months. The population had swelled to an unprecedented figure of over 10,000 permanent citizens. However, Ragnar recognized that unchecked population growth was a fatal vulnerability. Without a rigorous administrative infrastructure, a city of 10,000 souls would inevitably collapse under the weight of its own food consumption and internal ethnic friction. To solve this impending crisis, Ragnar had previously deduced that he needed to strip the administrative power away from the traditional, illiterate Viking chieftains and the old Saxon nobility. While the northern campaign had been underway, Ragnar's most trusted enforcer, Commander Leofric, had been tasked with executing this administrative solution. Leofric had proven surprisingly adaptable to the Iron Father's New World Order. Detail the progress of the Diplomacy and Census Center, Leofric, Ragnar commanded. Have you secured the necessary intellectual capital? I have, my king, Leofric nodded, stepping closer to the desk. I scoured the monasteries, the merchant guilds, and the conquered Saxon estates. I hired more than 20 highly educated scholars, scribes, and mathematicians. They have spent the last 2 days executing your exact methodology. We are counting everything. Leofric pointed a finger at the second column of the open ledger. The census confirms a total permanent residency of 10,000 citizens within the walls of City Titan. However, the demographic split is heavily skewed. We currently have exactly 2,000 Viking settlers and 8,000 native Englishmen. Jida frowned slightly, an 8-to-2 ratio. If a charismatic English noble manages to incite a racial uprising within the lower industrial districts, they could attempt to seize the foundries. Upon hearing this highly logical concern, Ragnar chuckled softly. These 8,000 Englishmen are working in my blast furnaces. If they rebel, they risk their unprecedented standard of living. Leofric nodded slowly. You're paying them just enough to make them terrified of losing their jobs, keeping the Vikings in the primary military and overseer positions to ensure compliance. Ragnar reached across the desk and unrolled a massive, highly detailed map of the British Isles. The political borders of the island had been entirely redrawn by his military campaigns and his subsequent industrial expansion. Let us review our external assets. The Kingdom of Mercia is dead. It is entirely absorbed. Its lands, its rivers, and its resources now officially constitute the sovereign territory of City Titan. Wessex and East Anglia retain their puppet kings and their hollow crowns, but they are entirely subservient to my command. They pay a crippling monthly tribute in raw iron ore, lumber, and agricultural surplus. In exchange, I allow them the illusion of independence and guarantee that my ironclads will not level their coastal cities. Mercia was fully industrialized and absorbed. Wessex and East Anglia were vassalized and economically chained to the capital. We can nearly say that we hold half of England, Jida observed. We have secured the food, the steel, and the land, Ragnar said, Now, we simply wait for Bjorn to finalize the starvation of the Tang warlord in Scotland. When those 41,000 Eastern soldiers finally break and surrender, we will march them south, directly into the heart of City Titan. With half of England under our absolute control, we have the raw materials to trigger a full-scale industrial revolution. The Chinese will provide the necessary, highly disciplined manual labor to expand our railways and our deep-shaft coal mines. The integration of foreign intellectual property will accelerate our technological timeline by a century. Constantinople, Byzantine Empire Emperor Basil I, founder of the newly minted Macedonian dynasty, stood near the intricately carved balustrade. With the turbulent, erratic failures of the preceding Amorian dynasty finally buried, Basil had spent the last several years executing a ruthless, step-by-step reconstruction of the Byzantine state. The problem he had inherited upon taking the purple was a severely fractured economy and a military entirely dependent on expensive, disloyal professional mercenaries. The Amorian emperors had bled the imperial treasury dry attempting to hold the frontiers through sheer financial brute force. To solve this systemic decay, Basil had engaged in a rigorous internal deduction. State could not purchase loyalty, it had to cultivate it through economic dependence and territorial pride. His first solution had been the total remonetization of gold. By standardizing the imperial mints and aggressively streamlining the taxation of the Anatolian trade routes, Basil had restored the absolute purchasing power of the solidus. Following this, he had overhauled the empire's agricultural infrastructure. By implementing state-sponsored irrigation projects and standardizing crop rotations, agricultural efficiency had skyrocketed, yielding unprecedented grain surpluses that filled the capital's silos. While these administrative and economic reforms were taking root, Basil had simultaneously revolutionized the imperial military doctrine. He had consolidated and vastly expanded the theme system. Instead of paying foreign mercenaries to fight the Abbasid Caliphate, Basil had divided the empire into military provinces, or themata. He granted large tracts of fertile land directly to the peasantry. In exchange for this generational wealth, the farmers were required to provide their own arms, horses, and military service to their local strategos when the war horns sounded. The logical progression was flawless. Farmer soldiers defending their own harvests and their own families fought with a fanatical patriotism that no amount of mercenary silver could buy. By shifting the financial burden of standing armies onto the agrarian sector, Basil had drastically reduced the central government's expenditures while simultaneously fielding a massive, highly motivated defense force. After securing the economic and military foundations of his empire, Basil had directed his surplus wealth toward cultivating the intellectual soul of Constantinople. Literature, classical art, and Hellenistic philosophy had begun to flourish under his deliberate patronage. It was the genesis of a Macedonian Renaissance, an era of cultural supremacy that Basil wielded as a weapon of soft power to awe foreign dignitaries and legitimize his bloodline. "You are wearing a hole through that coin with your thumb, my emperor," a cultured voice observed from the shaded interior of the solar. Basil turned away from the breathtaking view of the golden horn, his authoritative demeanor softening marginally. Empress Eudokia Ingerina reclined upon a silk-upholstered chaise lounge, gracefully turning the pages of an illuminated manuscript of Homeric poetry. She was a woman of profound intelligence and political utility, an anchor that helped legitimize his ascension. Demonstrating his affectionate dominance, Basil approached the lounge. He reached out, gently tilting her chin up with his calloused fingers, offering her a calm, wicked smile. He brushed a stray lock of raven hair from her face. "I am merely appreciating the stability, my dear. The Amorian fools left us a hollow treasury and an empire surrounded by wolves. I have given us gold, wheat, and borders of iron. One must occasionally pause to admire the architecture of their own success." Eudokia leaned into his touch, but the wolves are still howling at the gates. The Arab raids in eastern Anatolia remain a constant friction, and the First Bulgarian Empire tests our resolve in the Balkans daily. "The Abbasids and the Bulgarians are known variables," Basil replied pragmatically. "Our farmer soldiers bog them down in the mountain passes, allowing the imperial cavalry to encircle them. It is a slow, methodical war of attrition, and it is a war we are currently winning." While Basil was casually detailing his geopolitical superiority over his neighbors, The heavy bronze doors of the Imperial Solar swung open. Stylianos, the logothete of the Drome and the supreme master of the Byzantine espionage network, entered the room. The elderly spymaster was a man who traded in shadows and whispers, yet his face was currently entirely devoid of its usual impassive mask. He looked profoundly disturbed, clutching a sealed leather tube bound in foreign silk. "Forgive the intrusion, divine Augustus," Stylianos bowed deeply, "but a caravan of our deep-cover operatives has just arrived from the eastern terminus of the Silk Road. The intelligence they carry defies all conventional military logic." Basil's calm confidence did not waver. He set his silver goblet down upon the map, resting his hands on the carved edges of the table. "Speak, Stylianos. Has the Abbasid Caliph suddenly raised a new host in Baghdad?" "No, my emperor. The Abbasids are in a state of panic," the logothete reported, stepping forward to unroll the contents of the leather tube. It was a secondary map hastily drawn, detailing the sprawling expanse of the Far East. "The intelligence does not concern the Caliphate. It concerns the Tang dynasty of the East." Basil narrowed his eyes, his curiosity instantly piqued. The Tang dynasty was a mythological superpower located at the extreme edge of the world. They were a unified empire of 50 million souls, possessing wealth and administrative capabilities that rivaled, and perhaps even exceeded, his own. However, they were separated by thousands of miles of inhospitable desert and the entirety of the Islamic world. "Explain," Basil commanded. "The emperor of the Tang, Xuanzang, has mobilized a professional expeditionary force of over 100,000 heavily armored soldiers, but he is not marching to crush the peasant rebellions festering in his southern provinces, and he is not marching to conquer the Abbasid Caliphate." "Then where, exactly, is a host of 100,000 Eastern soldiers marching?" Basil asked, his mind rapidly attempting to calculate the logistical impossibility of such a movement. Stylianos looked up, his eyes meeting the emperor's. "They are marching to the extreme frozen northwest of the map, to the primitive rain-swept barbarian islands, to the land the Western merchants call Alba or Scotland." For a long moment, silence reigned within the Solar. Eudokia slowly lowered her manuscript, entirely captivated by the bizarre revelation. Basil stared down at the map, utterly bewildered. His pragmatic mind violently rejected the information. A king did not simply pack up 100,000 professional soldiers and march them across the entire span of the known globe to visit a miserable frozen rock inhabited by savages wielding crude axes. The logistics of feeding such a host across the steppes alone would bankrupt the Tang treasury. Resolve this cognitive dissonance, Basil engaged in step-by-step internal deduction. Problem: the Tang emperor is committing an act of logistical suicide by marching his primary army to the edge of the world. Premise 1. Emperor Xuanzang is a survivor of brutal political purges and a seasoned administrator. He is not a madman. Premise 2. If a rational emperor commits to an irrational military campaign, the underlying catalyst must be an existential threat of unimaginable proportions. He is chasing someone, Basil deduced aloud. Our merchants have whispered rumors for the past season. Rumors of an Eastern military governor, a Jidushi, who vanished from the Pinglu circuit with a massive fleet and 50,000 men. Stylianos nodded fervently. "Exactly, my emperor. Jidushi Shen, the rogue warlord, sailed south, bypassing the known world and landed in the Scottish Highlands weeks ago." Basil leaned over the map. "So, a rogue warlord flees to an island of mud and sheep. But why does the emperor follow him with an army twice the size? What could this Jidushi Shen possibly possess that warrants the mobilization of the entire Tang expeditionary force? It cannot be mere vengeance. Kings do not march to the edge of the earth for pride." "The spies intercepted whispers within the Caliphate, my king," Stylianos offered hesitantly, "and they say he sailed directly into the territory of a new, rising power in the north. A barbarian king they call the Iron Father, who possesses machines that pour liquid steel and ships clad in iron." Upon hearing this, Basil's breath caught momentarily. The Eastern Emperor was not marching to conquer Scotland. He was marching to retrieve a classified military technology before it could be reverse-engineered by an industrialized barbarian warlord. The Tang Emperor was terrified of an impending arms race. A calm smile slowly etched itself across Basil's bearded face. The sheer absurdity of the global situation washed over him, immediately replaced by a ruthless, opportunistic avarice. He did not care about the Iron Father. He did not care about the Tang dynasty's alchemical secrets. He only cared about the geopolitical shockwave this march was about to generate upon his immediate borders. Stylianos, Basil murmured. To reach the frozen northwest by land. The Tang expeditionary force must cross the overland military routes. They must march directly through the Abbasid Caliphate. Yes, Divine Augustus, the spymaster confirmed. The Tang envoys have already delivered the ultimatum to Baghdad. The Caliph has been ordered to grant them unhindered military access, or the Tang will burn the Abbasid capital to the ground. And the Abbasids? They are pulling their border garrisons away from the Anatolian frontier, attempting to consolidate their armies near Baghdad to deter the Eastern Dragon. The Caliph is completely paralyzed by the impending collision. Stylianos replied. With those logistical facts laid bare, Basil executed his solution. The problem of the ongoing Arab raids on his eastern borders had just been solved by an emperor tens of thousands of miles away. Let the Tang emperor march his 100,000 men through the desert. Basil said. Eudokia set her manuscript aside, rising from the chaise lounge to stand beside her husband. You intend to retake the lost territories while the Caliph is looking the other way. The Amorian dynasty lost our lands to the Arabs. The Macedonian dynasty will reclaim them, using an Eastern ghost story as our shield. Basil corrected. With those tasks handled, Basil picked up his silver goblet once more, offering a toast to the empty room. The Macedonian Renaissance would be funded by the panic of the Islamic world, and the Byzantine Empire would rise to unprecedented heights, all while the rest of the globe tore itself apart in an industrial arms race they could not even comprehend. While the ironclad fleet maintained its impenetrable blockade of the harbor, Bjorn shifted his intellectual focus toward the psychological deterioration of the enemy command structure. He reached into his leather coat and retrieved his collapsible brass spyglass. Extending the precisely ground lenses with a click, he raised the instrument to his eye and focused on the shattered epicenter of the Tang encampment. Through the magnified glass, the brutal reality of the morning was laid bare. Jidushi Shen, the rogue warlord who had crossed an ocean to forge a new empire, awoke not to a kingdom of subservient barbarians, but to an apocalyptic wasteland of his own hubris. The problem facing the Eastern general was mathematically insurmountable. Bjorn watched as Shen frantically inspected the perimeter of the inner bailey. The primary grain silos, which had held the stolen harvests of 3 conquered Scottish fortresses, were nothing but heaps of glowing white ash. The medical tents, crucial for treating the thousands of men shredded by the iron fragmentation shells, had been utterly consumed by the chemical fires. Through the spyglass, Bjorn observed a high-ranking Tang officer approach Shen, dropping to his knees in the soot-stained mud. The officer's posture screamed of hesitation and despair, likely delivering the catastrophic casualty reports and the absolute zero-sum reality of their food reserves. Shen's reaction was immediate and entirely visceral. The warlord drew a curved, ornate steel sword and, in a fit of unrestrained panic, decapitated the kneeling officer before the eyes of his surviving imperial guard. A sadistic smile etched itself across Bjorn's scarred visage. Execution was a valid tool of military discipline when applied with justice. However, executing a subordinate out of sheer terror achieved the exact opposite effect. By murdering a hesitant officer in broad daylight, amidst the ashes of their starving camp, Shen had publicly shattered his own aura. The head is severed from the body, even if the general still breathes, Bjorn murmured to himself. Torvi, his chief artillery officer and favored shield maiden, approached the helm. Commander, Torvi reported, the mortar tubes have been swabbed and allowed to cool. We are prepared to execute the second phase of the bombardment at your command. Bjorn turned to her. He let his fingers linger against her jawline for a fraction of a second, offering her a wicked smile. There will be no second phase today, my dear. We have destroyed their medical supplies and their food reserves. Bombarding them now would simply grant them the mercy of a quick death. We will let starvation do the heavy lifting. Torvi leaned slightly into his touch. You intend to let the 41,000 survivors turn on each other. Precisely, Bjorn confirmed. Secure the naval perimeter and establish a rotating watch. We wait. 3 days passed. The Scottish winter was unforgiving, and without the shelter of the destroyed infantry tents, thousands of wounded Eastern soldiers succumbed to the biting frost. While the temperature plummeted, a far more insidious enemy took root within the crowded, shattered fortresses. The meager, partially burned food rations that the Tang quartermasters had managed to salvage quickly began to rot in the damp, freezing mud. The lack of medical supplies meant that gangrene and infections spread through the survivor camps like a plague. From his elevated vantage point on the command deck, Bjorn routinely monitored the internal decay of the enemy host. By the afternoon of the third day, the spark of rebellion had undeniably ignited. Through his spyglass, he observed localized brawls breaking out near the polluted water wells. Lower-ranking officers, whose loyalty had been purchased with promises of wealth and glory, were now openly muttering sedition in the muddy courtyards. They were starving, freezing, and dying of infected shrapnel wounds, all while their supposedly divine warlord barricaded himself within the only intact stone keep. The situation had reached a critical threshold. Jidashi Shen, recognizing the impending mutiny brewing among his desperate infantrymen, was forced to execute a highly risky logistical gamble. "Commander," Torvi called out from the forward observation deck, "movement in the western mountain pass. The enemy is deploying." Several lightly armored scouting parties, comprising roughly 50 men each, were attempting to slip out of the besieged valley through the narrow, treacherous mountain paths. They carried empty woven sacks and crude foraging tools. Shen had dispatched them to scour the barren Scottish highlands for any remaining wildlife, edible roots, or hidden Pictish grain caches. "Torvi," Bjorn commanded, "calibrate the forward siege mortars for the western mountain ridges. I want fragmentation shells dropped directly onto those mountain paths." "Understood, Commander," Torvi replied. Within moments, the iron cylinders were angled skyward. The crew sparked the fuses, and the Viking ironclads roared to life once more. The shells arced gracefully over the coastal cliffs, entirely invisible to the desperate Tang scouts picking their way through the freezing rocks. The fragmentation shells detonated high above the narrow mountain passes. A lethal rain of jagged iron shrapnel tore through the scouting parties. Because the paths were narrow and flanked by sheer rock walls, there was absolutely nowhere to hide. The Tang soldiers were shredded instantly, their broken bodies tumbling down the steep, frost-covered ravines. Bjorn did not order a massive barrage. He simply ordered single, precise mortar strikes whenever a new scouting party attempted to breach the quarantine zone. Unseen Viking mortars hunted the eastern foragers down one by one, erasing them from the mountainside. After securing the perimeter and ensuring that not a single grain of food would enter the valley, Bjorn leaned against the iron railing, his arms crossed over his chest plate. By the evening of the third day, the degradation of the Eastern Expeditionary Force was complete. Through the lenses of his spyglass, Bjorn witnessed the final consequence of his total blockade. The starving, desperate soldiers, driven mad by the freezing cold and the hunger, turned their butchering knives upon their own cavalry. They were forced to slaughter and consume the rotting, diseased carcasses of their own warhorses just to survive another freezing night in the mud. It was a pathetic sight, completely devoid of the military glory Jidashi Shen had promised them.